mendapatkan piala di babak grand final. Dan siapapun yang mengangkat piala nanti, itu sudah menjadi bukti.
Insurgents and revolution, the cavalry, now a band of young stallions, are under the subjugation of the royal kingdom. But now, it is their time to break free. Led by the usurper, they stage a rebellion and charge forth towards the kingdom. Behind the castle walls, a prince trying to unearth his crown leads his army to battle. Seeking ascension to finally become a king, he liberates his sword and prepares to fight. Cavalry or royalty? Welcome to the grand finals of MPLID Season 14. It is Team Liquid Indonesia against RRQ Hoshi.
The Kings, who've been able to force the cavalry to bow to them in every meeting in the regular season all the way to the playoffs. Last time they met, it was an upper bracket final match, and for Liquid, the biggest doubt for them was, could they conquer the mental block that they have? It's always just been lingering up against RRQ Hoshi. The answer was no, not yet. 2-0 lead didn't matter. They were still reverse swept by the Kings. But today, after getting all new morale, I would say, beating Bigatron Alpha 3-0, with a declaration of war back again to start this coup, to start this rebellion, to try to take that throne away from the Kings of Kings.
It doesn't mean the King of Kings can kind of rest easy though. They're up against Team Liquid, and every single time they meet, it seems like they get closer and closer to getting the job done. So for RRQ, the pressure is just as high, if not higher, to maintain their dominance, to once again gain success over Team Liquid ID and prove to the audience, prove to the world that this is their time, this is their moment.
The loyalists of the kingdom, of course, it has been a long time coming. Finally, in M6, they stand strong. However, still, there is going to be one more obstacle that they have to overcome, and that is toppling down the revolution that is going to be built by Team Liquid ID. They were able to at least convincingly win yesterday, 3-0 against Bigatron Alpha, but the problem with Team Liquid ID is that they have been on the backs of Rex Rec and Kaon because they haven't been able to beat them since the regular season.
For some reason, our
encounters
has really just been the kryptonite.
Yeah.
Like I said, full counters for Liquid ID. So what is it, Arashi? What's going on here? We've been speculating that it's a mental block. We've been speculating that they're overthinking. But here in the grand finals, are we expecting the same? Are we expecting Liquid to bow down again? The cavalry to bow down to their kings? Or will they finally take that mantle for themselves? You know, the usurper has been looking very hungry. Mr. Flava Fave.
Flava Fave.
The whole cavalry has been looking very hungry, very eager to prove themselves. But for RRQ, I think that's the big question here, is have they shown their cards? The way they were able to actually perform not so well, but then afterwards immediately recover and go for a clean sweep, clean reverse sweep. A lot of people are thinking, man, that shows that RRQ still had cards up their sleeve. I mean, the Lunox pick on Skylar came out of nowhere. That's the issue when you're dealing with Keskute here, right? The trickster. What is he trying to do in this current match today, right?
that will be all for us at the caster's desk, because we want to throw it up to the panelist desk to decipher what is going to be the case for today's match. So panelists, take it away.
The boys.
Thank you so much, casters. Thank you so much. I realize we have Mirko as well as Arashi over there, and we're back here on the panel with me, Eterna, alongside with Gani as well as Gideon. And we're moments away now of coming into the drafting phase for our first game of this best of 7 series. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you at home as well watching, just to remind you, this is going to be the first time that TLID with this roster have actually experienced a full best of 7. It was only a best of 3 in the regular season.
Kemarin ya, tapi base dari kemenangan mereka atas tim Liquid ID buat Rrq ini ya, menurutku tim Liquid
they will be, I think this is going to be their biggest obstacle. Remember, regular season, it was RRQ #1 position. Will that story be the same, or will the prophecy of Aaron the Conqueror be true?
Honestly, I'm genuinely worried for TLID. Yes, I'm going to be leaning towards their side, hoping that they take the victory here, but RRQ have been looking very stellar throughout not only the regular season, but when the kill switch goes off, I don't even know how to explain it, right? First 2 games that they played against them, it almost looked like maybe, just maybe they had a chance, and then suddenly new varnish, new polish, and new techs coming out from them as well.
So we're gonna see how that all pans out, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the drafting phase. Game #1 presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And again, we're gonna take a look at the bans here. TLID go for the Edith first ban, alongside with RRQ, full respecting Cho in the first phase. What's going on here?
Well, I can only assume that they want to get rid of some of the more flexible picks, or more so set up potentially for a Valentina. And I'm only making these assumptions from St. DeLuca's perspective, because from Kescute's side, he's already getting rid of the Chill, banning out the Fanny as expected. I don't see the chip just yet.
Chip and Suyo is still on the table here.
Thank God.
Turn up, but Mathilda actually banned out from blue side. This is very interesting. TLID, they like to rock the Mathilda, but it does seem like that they will Pariah, Misuyo, or Chip more.
Amen, amen. Now there's only, oh baby, come on, St. DeLucas. I'm pretty sure that you've been holding this back all this time. Chip comes through. No more illegal bans coming out from TLID.
Wait, is this the first time we've ever seen Chip let go in the playoffs? It should be, right?
I'm telling you, this has been the mind games. Nobody should ever ban Chip on the blue side, and only TLID is the only team that does that, and that's so bizarre. So this time around, it's looking even cooler.
And this is a thing, though, right? We haven't seen Witty on the Chip too much. Is this a big gamble that they're going for?
I think Chip is so broken that it doesn't matter.
Especially with the minds of Witty, right? Witty the Wise will rock and exploit this hero like it's nothing. Very, very strong response though. Natan and Eve, their high run is looking very, very solid.
I love it. I love it. At least from Kescute's perspective, he understands that if we are going to go for a full-on team fight, I need to limit the area of influence that you have. But TLID opt to go for Hilda once again, as well as the Alpha. Are they expecting Kescute to go for maybe Khalid? No, goes for the Bane instead.
Very interesting, right? Because usually you pick up the Hilda after the Assassin, or if you can, bait the Assassins out, but that is going to be Kescute picking up the Bane. So, what's your play now, TLID?
That's a big question. That's a big question, because if you're looking for neutral objectives, we've seen the Alpha falter against the Bane. We saw it yesterday, actually, in a opposite scenario, right? We saw that Fabian picks up the Bane. It was very difficult for Super Ken to pick up those neutral objectives on the Alpha. But I guess it depends on timing as well, right? Timing is going to be very important. In the second phase, we're moving on now. Lilia actually is the first ban from RRQ.
Really smart at Kescute. He understands that right now, St. DeLucas' composition doesn't have any wave clear at all. Chip, maybe in the early game with Concussive Blast, but as the mid game starts rolling by, Chip really needs some extra wave push coming in, maybe from a Lilia, ideally a Yi, but I think now that both of them are gone, I can only assume that Kescute is only going to get rid of another mage as well.
That and game 3 yesterday, Gideon, Yeskiel Rock the Lilia against the Eve as well. So somehow it's in a similar position here. So Keskewed, yeah, we saw you game 3. Let's ban that hero out today. Carmilla Ben, though, from the side of TLID understands that, hey, I think we are going to clump up, and it's the counter for that chip.
So now the question is, for RRQ, do they want to ban out the Valentina?
Yes.
Right? Because Yehaskiel needs a hero here, and if they want to kind of level out the playing field, they can go for the Valentina, but RRQ don't take it. They go for the Harith ban instead, seeing as that we did see that the Harith did do good, relatively good against the Natan in the lane.
I don't know about that, Ayo Rrq. The fact that TLID is in the lower brackets is because he had 3 games on Harith and wasn't able to perform on any 3 of them.
I agree with that, up until their performance yesterday against Bigatron.
That's the thing. That's why I feel like TLID is a very momentum-based team, right? It's hard to say that everybody is consistent, but when they're heated up, their ceilings are extremely high, but then when they start to cool down, they're just a little bit below average compared to the rest of MPLID.
Like a microwave, it does seem like, right? Let's see here. RRQ, though, with the first pick in the second phase, what do they need? They have DPS already. They need bodies, right? So I'm thinking a hero here for, can we expect a Thamos here?
It's a little
Okay, Terrazla
Yeah.
makes more sense. Pick PZ, Flicker. We saw how, from the side of TLID, actually Iran, Flicker penalty zone on towards the Alpha, and perhaps Dyren wants to replicate that.
No, Dyren was the first person to utilize the Charisla in the playoffs, actually. So this is him picking it back up and be like, Aran, okay, wait. Let me show you how it's done. So this is a big problem, right? The setup coming in from the Charisla, sure, it's not as tanky as it usually was when we saw the prime of Charisla, but it still does his job as the facilitator.
It does very well, especially against compositions that want to kind of dive you, or you're looking to kind of stay away from the big wombo combos, right? It's a catalyst. It's the beginning of all things. TLID taking the Beatrix and Farsa. Oh, God bless.
This
God bless.
is signature Yehaskiel from way back when. Signature Yehaskiel that did not perform well, by the way.
And here's the thing. Facehugger used to rock this Farsa like it was crazy, so I believe he told Yehaskiel a thing or two on how to play the Farsa.
I don't know, this one might be a little difficult. As much as I want to believe that Farsa will eventually outscale the entire composition coming up from RRQ, there's just so many ways to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, right? At the edge of the RWM, penalty zone, even with the Deadly Catch, a lot of ways to put yourself at threat. So I feel like TLID, they're going to have to take a very slow, calm game. RRQ, just let TLID come into you, right? Get those first 2 items, wobble, combo them to the ground.
And on top of that, the implosion from the Tigreal. So there's a lot of things that they need to figure out with this draft. And we're going to throw it over to our casters to begin game number 1.
The Land of Dawn will be the arena, and will be the witness of whether or not the revolution will go through. Game number 1 of TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
The battlefield for the coup. Will RRQ be able to quench this rebellion? Will they be able to beat the usurper Fabian? What are they up to? Leaving the chip open in a grand final. It's a best of 7 run. Already putting the pressure down onto Dyren too.
Ooh, look at Terrazla, man. We've seen Dyren perform well on this, but Aran as well. Team Look at ID knows how the Terrazla wants to operate, and they can kind of counter it. But the most important thing for sure has to be the Farsa, man. What season is it?
Season 8.
We were making jokes about it just yesterday. If you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing has changed at all? And in Season 14, the high gun artillery, front to back, backline setup is now back in fashion. Emblem share by IndyHome though, showing again the winner's blessing for mid and roam. It's all about moving around. But the bargain hunter for Skylar, showing some confidence here, knowing that he can probably move around and actually escape from a lot of this aggressive early game potential.
Yeah, Farsa does kind of have that extra range in the lane against the Eve. But talking about the team fight, will the Farsa be able to at least survive the first encounters, the first, rampage coming in from RRQ?
Well, it depends in the collision. I feel like Team Look at ID with the fighters, with the Alpha and the Hilda will be able to burst a lot higher. But the moment the fight goes long, oh, hang on a minute.
2v1 situation, that's a deadly catch as well. Ryan to be forced to use the vengeance, but he will not be able to survive. Still running away. Wow, he does! The push is all he needs. Gets caught one more time. Okay. Aran still with the reach. He gets it with the push. brings the flicker forward, stunned up by Winnie with a crash course. A big flicker wasted from Rins. Winnie shoved back into Jin. No deadly catch. Fabian will save the Spear of Alpha for the turtle. More prio for RRQ, but TLID have the healthier HP bars.
Looking dangerous right here. Both teams going for it.
Winnie with the crash course over to Jin. Now it's going to be the feathered airstrike over the shove back from Edok. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha. Going on the Tyrant still, losing his life. Win in the back with the crash course is now around jumps in, but he's going to be caught into the turtle pit. Jin guns him down, and Rins gets him out with a double kill.
Oh, they get it all. They lose nothing and get everything. It's going to be Jin acquiring the turtle for himself. Break down that fight for us, Arashi.
RRQ going in and out, waiting on the cooldowns. They know that the burst damage is massive from Team Liquid, but Edok was able to buy so much time, dodge away from so many skills using the Sacred Hammer as a bit of a displacement tool and also a repositioning tool. Team Liquid ID has to be careful, man. If they go for a long drawn scrimmage like that, they're susceptible to getting punished. But looking at Talon's prediction right here, I'm alone.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Mirko
Oh.
is right there with you.
Yes, sir.
Two
Sorry, I
votes.
got used to us being on the different side.
Don't worry, Arashi. When BTR ain't here, Kescute is RQ, right?
Hey.
So there's a bit of BTR there.
Yeah.
All right, deal. An alliance made between the robots and the kings for now. But let's see, man. An interesting portion right here is that EXP lane, because Dyron, he didn't go for a Festival of Blood. He's going for the Wilderness Blessing. He wants to roam around there. He has the thrill to actually win out in the 1v1, so he's actually matching up to Aran right here. Not really getting bullied.
Yeah. It's almost like yesterday, Aran, when he was playing at Terizla, game number 3, he was constantly rotating into that mid lane, right? Just to help build that prio, help with the Wilderness Blessing as well to, fasten up his movement speeds. And of course now Dyron on the subject of maybe a potential dive, but he's still tanky enough to survive the onslaught because he is a Terizla after all. Sure, the body of Smith has been nerfed, but at least he'll be able to just hold himself right there.
Watching this emoji right there, Sticker. Dyron is playing it safe, knowing he doesn't have to risk anything. Wave is still going to be available to be collected by him. Yeskiel though, rushing the light truncheon. Nothing else, not even the boots. He wants that burst damage. He knows his team is relying on it to get those pickoffs in the early game. He needs to be the one roaming around with the wings by wings to actually combo with Witty.
Yeah. He needs that burst damage early game because look at TLID, they want to advance further.
Oh, amazing poke from RRQ. Rins is popping the real world manipulation, getting the prio over, but remember for TLID, can utilize it as a flicker forward in the crash course, also with a shortcut. Rins gonna be compromised. Fabian with a steal. Winner in the back, now Ron jumping in. Skyler getting rid of him, but yeah, Hestil has rotated over. We'll try to go for some damage. Ayo Rrq shaking with the advanced range. Dyron still able to survive right now, but look at the damage, the implosion. Edok finding two. Aran jumping back now, getting one. Getting very low, the push right there. Edok will fall, Aran will live. The cavalry charges, and they get the dub in the second turtle skirmish.
Again, a trade happening. Here on Shiki, almost able to take down Rins. What was that, Arashi?
It's a great move from Team Liquid ID. They make sure they use Aran to its full potential. That's the combo, but look at Skylar.
Whoa. Of course, she has killed the rotation. Skylar, you have the flicker. Can you dodge from everything? That's one. That's two. A basic from Witty. Dyron trying to help up in the top lane. We'll go for the hammer strikes over to the mini waves. We'll try to survive the power of wildness. We'll shoot Dyron down. He will have to respect this damage. In the mid lane, that's a solo kill. The usurper is online.
This mid game is disgusting, man. The sustain, the damage, all these fighters for Team Liquid ID and all the long-range burst damage is really allowing them to really threaten RRQ. Even when they're playing safe, it's not really that safe. The fact that the Vengeance is also on Aran, he can just go in the back, and even if he gets taken out eventually, Skylar's gonna lose so much HP beating on him. And we've seen yesterday, Aran actually goes for the blade armor afterwards. So Skylar's gonna lose a lot of HP, and Rins is gonna be zoned out because Aran's gonna run straight at him, kind of negating his effect in those big team fights where the Yve, in theory, should be able to actually spam out more DPS.
Now he has the Thunderbelt ready, of course. To take a look at the audience prediction by the new application, go play 86% for RRQ. Of course, the trust of the civilians of the kingdom still stands tall, unearthed on the kingdom, but Fabian.
Whoa, very brave to go in onto Edok, but that will give them a lot of advantage. That's Enoch forced to back away. But the airstrike over the Rins. Very, very low. Entropy forward. Oh! The snipe that from Skylar.
Skylar.
Aaron trying to pinch him down with an Mirror's Passion. Unable to find it now as Tyron will peel. That's a shot now, but it will not connect. Aran caught. That's a turtle taken down by Fabian. Meanwhile, Winnie that pops into the shortcut. Pops into that shortcut. Winnie will lose his life. Enoch, implosion, finding Winnie. Fabian is slicing through the Kings like they are nothing. Enoch down, Rins down. The two members who've been so reliable are now down, and Fabian wants to continue the battle. RRQ don't.
The Crown Prince is still intact, but you can see the Usurper inching closer to the Revolution. Fabian again, just diving into the backline of RRQ Hoshi.
All this pressure, man. 2,000 gold ahead. Even the mid turret. Team Liquid ID pulling off all the stops. They know they have the better early game, and they're just forcing RRQ into these brawls. But the fact that RRQ are able to find something small, very small wins in these fights, kind of keeping them from actually losing too far in gold. But 3K is definitely significant, and Team Liquid ID, they're not stopping here. They do have that shortcut by Chip, so they can keep forcing out these plays from RRQ. And despite the fact that they've been clumping up for the deadly catch, for all the AoE of RRQ, they've been coming out on top, showing again how much sustain is there. Because Riz has the glowing wand. That is the reduced amount that Team Liquid is using to sustain these fights.
And yes, Kill just rushed into the Divine Glaive as his second item. But number one was Lightning Truncheon, now it is the Divine Glaive. Talk to me about this item, Arashi. What is he trying to achieve?
There's more burst damage, man. Farsa's base damage is already quite significant. So just trying to make sure that any magical defense gets negated will be good for them. But Edok, man, against Aran, it's so difficult to really contest and find anything. Looking at Ayo Rrq, he also has the BOD already completed. So if they really get low from the Farsa, the threat of the Renner's apathy coming in out of nowhere from the sidelines. We've seen a couple of close calls. RRQ definitely have that in the back of their mind.
Also, was that a Malefic 4 as well from Ayo Rrq?
Yep.
Just to try to cut through the front lines of RRQ Hoshi. But then again, the way they spaced away, the subliminal amount of, ultimates that they can use to just push the players of TLID away is so significant. And now the Lord, they will try to fight for this. But it's like only Fabian standing in the way of RRQ. They're blitzing the Lord.
We do the crash course, now also the shortcut, everybody piling in! Good deadly catch, the airstrike will snipe him down, together with Witty. Dive on him in the from Ayo Rrq, able to find two, now Rins is next in the chopping block, but Witty will respect it, the entropy backwards. Lord 1 taken by TLID.
They enter the castle of the kingdom, and they make it theirs. Having a party, feasting with the Lord, they get it for free.
It's a great play by Team Liquid again, using the shortcut to zone everyone away. And again, Aran taken out, no problem. Massive value for Team Liquid ID. And along with that, even though RRQ wants to try and hit back, the fact that Ayo Rrq can stand there and burst down everyone, full channeling all the ultimates, because Aran has taken away all of that damage, bought in all that time. They have the Lord right here, and they do have the global presence. What are they going to try and do with it? We should take a look at R7 making an appearance here.
Now they're on. Look at Witty.
Running forward, Witty is able to just crash course.
Implosion as well. RRQ will take Witty. But what do they lose? The Lord is still on target. Spike the entropy, the bottom lane. Holy defense. Already baited out. Up top, Skylar will finally deal with the Lord. It's taking a bit more time. It will fall to the mini waves there. So at least it is a tier 2 and a holy defense in the far lane for the cavalry.
Holy crystal though for Skylar is hitting his power spike. And that means that Atan can be so much more, oppressive in the team fights and in the defense later on. But as they say, Lord number 1 is to take map control. And they look for a concealed play.
The penalty zone now. Ayo Rrq will be caught. Skylar eliminates him. Aran looking for an angle. Fabian looking for some damage. Feather airstrike forcing him down. You don't take it down. Aran in the midst of it down with the vengeance as well.
Aran
will not be able to find the power of Tyrant. 2 for 2.
They fight back, and they fight back hard. RRQ is looking for a Hail Mary play, but TLID, they charge forth. The Stallions are ready for any form of oppressiveness from the kingdom.
No entropy. Fabian finds his pure alpha. Now the deadly cast appeal from RRQ is not enough to take him down. Fabian will finally be slain, but at what cost? With a double in an outplay. But still, it's TLID. were able to take that kill back. Now, who's it worth for?
Considering the Team Liquid ID was ahead 4,000 gold, RRQ, it's down to 2,000. It has to be worth it for them. They've bought more time. They've stopped the momentum of Team Liquid ID. Man, Sutsujin, what is he made of? How do you find that moment there, walking through danger, just deleting Yehezkiel?
Ice cold.
Ice cold. The mercenary is here to back up the Crown Prince. Look at that damage. And this warrants a respect towards the Bane, because the Bane, as time progresses, as the game gets later, the damage just becomes disgustingly insane. And that is built upon, you know, burst damage as well for the Bane. And this could be the time frame where TLID has to respect it, has to be wary of it. And now they prepare for a Lord Dance.
Heading around for now, but there's the chip in the back line.
Woody looking for Skylar. Won't be able to find it. Sutsujin getting pressure down with a better airstrike as well. The first time.
Oh!
Sutsujin, the mercenary, finds it. Meanwhile, the fight with a shortcut as well. Ayo Rrq will take it. He will go forward, baby, and fight the Spear of Alpha onto Rins. 1, 2, 3. Kings falling.
Oh!
The shortcut taken by Ayo Rrq to look for the juke, but it's only two. The clutches of Woody, the clutches of Yehezkiel, and now we're down to just one. It's just Skylar against the cavalry.
The Crown Prince looking to defend his crumbling kingdom. Will he be able to hold this? The cavalry charges forth.
To put their airstrike, Skylar with a flicker, able to get rid of Cannon forward now. Ayo Rrq faction trying to go for it. Fabian falls, but they will take the battle in game one.
They take control of the castle walls. The young stallions, they charge, and they charge hard. Game number one, TLID 1-0.
A great use of momentum right there. They know that RRQ, they can't really afford to lose more lords with the base turrets getting lower and lower. They go for that macro play. They go for the flank with Willy. That's the power of the chip. The backline in shambles. The formation disrupted. And RRQ, despite having that golden combo, the Yve and the Natan, are unable to stop the momentum, the speed, and the charge of the cavalry.
We talked about the Yve and the Natan boasting a very high win rate in the playoffs. And Rins with the Yve as well, 100% win rate broken by Team Liquid ID. Does this signal something, Arashi?
I mean, it signals that Team Liquid are here to fight, despite the stats, despite the history, the 100%, despite the 3-0 so far in this season. They are showing that they can break those numbers through sheer will. That is Team Liquid ID demanding respect from the kingdom.
It's insane how they're able to recover from this. The Lord taken away by Sutsujin, but their backline was collapsed upon. Edok bought a lot of time for Skylar, for the Crown Prince, to run back to his throne, but still not enough. They were able to maximize the initiation shortcut from Witty as they secure the first game. The chip has to be respected after this.
They definitely got to respect it. We were already questioning it here. Thing is, this is the grand finals. We've kind of filtered out all the teams who can't play the macro game. We've already filtered out teams who don't have, a vast hero pool. Leaving the chip open was a big gamble. I would even say, you can't even call it a gamble. It was ridiculous risk. It was super low risk for TLID to take that pick. There was no trades.
Let's talk. I'll take it away to the panelist desk. Let's talk about that game.
Thank you so much, casters, for bringing us game number one in this best of 7 series that TLID successfully will lead here 1-0 against RRQ. That was a 13-minute, almost a 14-minute game. And I would say with the Farsa being picked up, with the chip, with the Beatrix as well on Aaron, these are heroes that we don't see quite often for this team. And it turns out it worked out wonders for them.
I mean, let's start from the draft, right? That Matilda ban from the side of TLID, it opened things up here. Open things up, like the Suyo being open, Chip being open. Does seem like RRQ, they are more afraid of that Suyo. They banned it out. Chip, they thought that Natan and Yve will be enough, but it's not.
I don't know. I feel like a couple of things don't seem to line up here, right? TLID, one of the only teams that I've seen ban out the chip on the blue side, decide not to do it at the very end here at the Grand Finals. Does that mean that all teams in MPL who have like these weird perks have been just like, even RRQ, all of a sudden we've never seen Skylar pick up a Lunox, he picked Lunox into the Harrod. So is this all just mind games? Is this all just a deep conspiracy the deep state is putting into us at this point for MPL ID?
Honestly, it's possible. Honestly, it's possible. And the other thing that I really wanted to point out as well, this is a Keskit kind of thing. Sometimes he likes to experiment in the early stages of a full, like a best of 5, a best of 7 now coming into it. I think he was experimenting. Let's try and let the chip go. We know the damage that a Suyo can do, but we haven't seen the damage from the chip quite just yet. Let's test it out for game number 1. He did it. It turns out the gamble didn't pay off.
Well, to be fair, his composition that he cooked up was honestly really good, right? It's just the threshold. If this game drags out until 15 minutes, I think definitely is where we see the big turnaround for RRQ. And I was even mentioning to Gunny, it's like, man, DLID, they're starting to run out of time. Like, Skylar is about to hit his power spike. Everybody on the side, even Dyren, as well as Yi, both already at the point where he can actually slow down the initial push from TLID.
Yeah, I mean, I think also to add to that, right, that far side actually caught RRQ off guard. I feel like that Farsa pick.
Well, let's look at our MVP. If it's not Woody, I would have to
Woody
give it to
Wise.
Farsa. Yeah.
Okay.
And here it is, the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. So let's talk about this chip just a little bit more.
So, in all regions, it's basically 100% banned, and for good reason, because chip-friendly macro-wise, right? Valentina, for an example, makes you think about the draft a little bit different with what ultimates you're giving. But in terms of entire gameplay, I think that RQ did a really good job at actually surviving somewhat in the early game, because Chip can easily just gank you out of nowhere, and especially for laners, and I think even for Skylar, he would be pretty annoyed if Chip suddenly caught him off guard. So I think here, when we start looking at the very first fight of the game, that's where we see it, right? Really goes in, he doesn't have his ult, can't really do much about this scenario, they trade equally. And this is where RQ is particularly strong. From this point onwards, once level 4 comes by, I think that RQ should have slowed down the pace of the game, start to focus around, or at least expecting Witty to dive into that backline to set up the big wombo combo.
It's a very straightforward, direct approach, right? It's rinse and repeat, right? You go to the back lines and you find 2 approach, right? It's rinse and repeat, right? You go to the back lines and you find 2, Witty will pop the ult, and yeah, they will overload you with damage. You have the Farsa, and one thing that I really like in this specifically in this game, the Farsa has the wings by wings. Give does not.
Yeah, and at least for being Farsa, you scale a lot harder than Yves. Your burst damage is rather ridiculous, and it's very easy to pump out. And I think a couple of fights that TLID ended up losing was mainly because I didn't hit all 4 of my shots. I missed 2 out of the 4. And when I do hit him, I think it was, no, it was definitely not this one. But as you can see, Farsa not necessarily being in a position where you have to take the portal every single time. The added range from that feathered airstrike allows you to be a little bit more flexible. You just got to be relatively near Witty. You don't have to be on top of him.
And that actually brings me to my next question that I really wanted to ask. How long is the cooldown for Chip's ult? Is it a long one? Is it a short one?
I would say 40 seconds.
Yes.
Level 4, right? So level 12, maybe 30-ish. Good.
Because I find that quite interesting, because there are a lot of moments where he actually pops in the portals that he utilizes just to bring even one player from TLID in. Like, we saw a couple moments that he actually utilized it for just Fabian to come in and to follow up into the team fight that he had to kind of go back before. Or maybe Fabian was actually chilling on a certain neutral objective that Witty successfully dodged.
Well, I mean, think of it this way, right? Because when you're using that portal, it's also a transportation tool. So if, let's say, if you're a jungler, right? You do a particular clear, you're going to repeat that process, you're going to go start from your orange all the way back up to your purple.
Check,
Guess
1,
what?
2, 3.
You're spawning on the orange side of your jungle. And I'm already at purple.
FIFA
I'm all the way there,
Rrq.
so Chip can actually teleport you real fast in those types of situations, especially when you know that, hey, our WM is down. We know for the fact that the Deadly Catch just got used, so it's pretty safe for us to transport you here and win over the neutral objective.
And also, that is why the efficiency, right, of this hero is still that expensive. I feel like, yeah, maybe call it experimenting, but Hoshi definitely will not let the chip go in the second game. Take a look at the items here. Aaron Shiki 512, yeah, straight up, all right? Penetration, have to seize Hunter Strike, and also that Malefic. That is where I feel like, okay, you got the Malefic, Hoshi is gonna feel the damage, and then adds more BOD. Hoshi cannot handle that damage, that sort of damage. 13 minutes.
I mean, we look at the gold distribution now between Iran and as well as Dyron, and honestly, it's not too big of a deal, right? Because both of these guys were more concerned about the team fight than they were about their lane half the time. Once they walked out of the laning phase, I felt like Iran just kind of like checked out from the lane. He's like, oh, hey, Dyron, walks away, comes back, hey, how you doing? You're looking good, walks away still.
And this is a unique thing because from the last time that they met, we actually observed that Dyron had a really good foot in with how Iran actually rotated. I think that was one of the main pillars as to how TLID couldn't have their footing in the neutral objective fights especially. But why this particular time, Iran seemed to have the better out of Dyron?
Well, I don't think he had the better out of Dyron. I think Dyron had some pretty good engages, but the counter engage coming out from TLID, and honestly, Aran got really lucky a couple of times thanks to his Wilderness Breast and giving him extra movement speed and his natural passive to keep him alive. He should have died like 2 or 3 times in the early game, but he survived with a sliver.
Yeah, it does seem like that Iran just... It seems like he's lucky, but sometimes his calculation is that deep.
I think from 3 minutes onwards, that's when his calculation started to kick in. That first lane one, oh my goodness, he is clenching his butt cheeks.
We saw that moment, right? He was on a sliver of health.
One.
It took like a couple more seconds for him to get taken down. Luckily, the healing came back in.
It's great. It's great. And generally, I think this game really is a great showing for MPLID because there's such deep understanding, right? KESQ decided, hey, you guys don't have any wave clear, so I'm going to ban out the heroes with wave clear. And then you get Beatrix and then Farsa as a way to kind of compensate for that. And not even that, even when we saw in the items, right? Going for Blade of Heptases, for an example, is not exactly very common amongst Beatrix players unless you know that I guarantee want to burst somebody down, which is what the comp wants to do, because if it drags out, you get wombo comboed by what KESQ was throwing out.
Oke, yang sudah masuk jangan lupa subscribe ya, minta subscribe dong. Mudah-mudahan di babak kedua, game kedua nanti ada bisa membalikan keadaan. Ya, balikin satu-satu dulu lah.
I like the adaptability that this team has shown as well as in the drafts too, because technically with the Farsa being picked up, one, they're able to utilize that early pressure from level 4 that the chip offers, but also a layer into the late game just in case it gets to that point, because remember, Rrq happened at times.
It's a very good balance, right? All right, it does seem like SBL feel that Rrq.
Jangan lupa subscribe ya.
Hey, guess what? We have the Beatrix and the Farsa that can equalize in that department. And well, TLID, they win the early game because of the chip rotation, very efficient, easy, and of course, Flavor Fave again delivering his world-class performance. Sure, a miss a couple of times, but he did not really back home in a sense that it was crucial. Mid-game, got the Lord, Rrq, who were the ones who was struggling to find the right connection.
I think, alright, now as much as the panel here being, big news support...
Ayo Rrq, gimana ini final? Pastilah usahain menang dulu.
Because they were winning them, sped up the timer, but we did see Rrq actually fight back, taking equally 2 for 2, 3 for 3, despite having a deficit, a goal deficit. So it's pretty good for them. I just think that they just needed 2 minutes and the meal prep was complete.
Because technically, the Natan Tyler, he already had his Holy Crystal, right? Did he get the Divine Blade at the end? Was there enough time for him to secure that item? I think we'll get a little bit of a flashback later on, maybe after. But I don't know. TLID, they knew their timings really well. They knew that
Ayo Rrq.
the power spike that they needed, and especially that's why the first turtle was a little bit shaky for them. So the drafts are going to be interesting when we get into game number 2. But before that,
Bisa.
we'll over to our host. Let's see. What if our Mongstar, Melissa, what you doing over there? Satu poin pertama yang didapatkan oleh tim Liquid Indonesia. Rivalry, mana semangatnya? Tapi nggak mau kalah dong, Kingdom, mana suaranya?
Info nobar dong di daerah tempat kalian.
Silakan perkenalkan dirimu, siapa namanya?
Ayo Rrq.
Ridwan, asal saya dari Tegal.
Dari Tegal.
Dari hari Sabtu lagi,
Berapa jam tuh dari Tegal ke Bandung?
hampir 7 jam.
7 jam. Kalau sebelahnya boleh, namanya siapa, dari mana nih?
Nama aku Dita dari Cirebon.
Cirebon. Naik apa nih ke sini?
Aku naik travel.
Naik travel khusus ke Bandung.
Iya, khusus ke Bandung nonton RRQ.
Dari hari pertama.
Ya, aku dari tanggal 23 udah di Bandung.
Suaranya sampai serak nih didengar-dengar ya.
Ya, teriak-teriak kan dukung RRQ.
Keren.
Bagi yang baru join jangan lupa subscribe ya.
Gimana sih kalian, udah puas belum lihat
Mudah-mudahan RRQ menang. Ayo para Kingdom, kita satukan kekuatan kita.
Cukup puas ya. Tapi Ridwan dan Gita sendiri, harapannya hari ini di Best of 7 berapa poin yang didapatkan oleh Rrq nih pengennya?
Aku 4-3 menang RRQ lah pasti.
4-3, berarti 7 series dimainin semua nih ya hari ini. Kalau Ridwan sendiri gimana prediksinya nih?
Prediksinya 4-1 lah ya.
Oh, berarti ngasih satu tadi poinnya udah ya?
Kasih 1 aja ini.
Kasih satu aja. Emang serem nih ya di sini. Ridwan, kalau boleh tahu di sini, coba dong tunjukin seberapa cinta nih tresnone koe karo tim Rrq. Dari kapan sih kamu cinta sama Rrq sampai rela? Apa yang membuatmu jatuh cinta pada tim Rrq?
Ya, dari season kemarin RRQ kalah kayak gitu ya Bude ya. Kita juga Tegal pernah bikin RKK season kemarin gitu. Ya dihujat sana sini gitu sampai akhirnya season ini dapat rezeki akhirnya ke Bandung gitu.
Akhirnya bisa ke Bandung, menjadi mungkin kamu ngeliat sejarah berjalannya Rrq makin cinta lagi berarti ya.
Ya,
RKK nih, hasilnya RKK. Betul sekali, melihat perjuangannya pasti gak main-main. Tapi kalau Dita sendiri udah dari kapan nih jadi Kingdom setia untuk Rrq?
Aku sebenarnya udah lama sih, tapi kayak nonton ke MPL itu baru ke stake-nya pas lagi season 12 pas RRQ pulang ke duluan yang lawan BTR kalah
Jadi memang
pas di Jakarta.
pas di Jakarta, berarti jauh-jauh juga tuh pergi.
Iya, aku dari Cirebon ke Jakarta juga nonton RRQ.
Demi nih ya. Tapi boleh dong, mungkin ini kan saatnya kalian untuk menunjukkan cinta kalian, menunjukkan seberapa cinta kalian. Boleh langsung ingin mau disampaikan sesuatu atau mau ngajakin Kingdom di seluruh dunia untuk jatuh cinta juga?
Ya, buat Kingdom yang di luar maupun yang di dalam tag, ya jangan lupa lah dukung RRQ biar bisa juara di M6 sama juara di MPL Indonesia.
Ridwan, saatnya kamu semangatin nih tim Rrq. Let's go!
salam buat RSI Bahari Korn yang dari Tegal yang sedang mengadakan nobar di Warmindo Hita. Itu aja udah.
Buat Rrq-nya yang mau main
Buat
nih.
RRQ tetap semangat lah, fokus, riset semuanya pokoknya game ini. Kita sikat abis sisanya.
Ikat habis. Betul sekali. Terakhir, kalau kan ini sudah pasti masuk nih ke M6 di Malaysia. Bakal ikut ke Malaysia nggak nih untuk dukung tim tersayang?
Ya kalau ada rezeki pasti bakal ke sana.
Kalau Dita sendiri?
Aku udah ada niatan mau ke Malaysia.
Wow, fans setia sekali untuk Rrq. Dan kita harap yang terbaik ya pastinya untuk hasil hari ini. Terima kasih banyak Kak Ridwan dan Kak Dita.
Ya, udah.
Betul, kita semua akan langsung melihat bagaimana Best of 7 ini akan berlangsung. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan langsung ke panelis mencari tahu seperti apa game kedua akan berlangsung. Inilah dia, Rrq dan juga tim Liquid ID, tim kedua. The gag duo. Trio, sorry.
Trio.
I meant trio.
Keep your BL fantasies to yourself, woman, okay? Look, we've got professional things
Oh, yeah.
to do on our
I
hands
forgot.
here because honestly, considering that how everything has been kind of playing out, and honestly, even your regular season MVPs have been looking good. Coming into these playoffs here, at this point of time, like I cannot figure out who's going to get the MVP.
That's a big question, right? Season 1 it was Watt. Season 2 we have Ayo Rrq, Ayo Rrq, Vin, Albert, Luminaire. Oh, Luminaire. He got
Season 7.
interesting. Okay. CW, we have Clay, Kyrie, Suns, D-Boy, and then CW. So, I mean, for the most part, it's always been from, Fnatic and RRQ. But the big question is, who will it be for this, upcoming grand finals, right? Okay, let's say RRQ, or let's say TLID. So let's talk from each one, seeing as we've seen the progress that they've, undergone through the playoffs, as well as our first game in this grand finals.
I mean, it's the finals MVPs, right? We can't really see their playoff.
Yeah, a little bit of
I'll
a
indulge.
guess, again.
I'll play around.
Okay.
RRQ, I really like Tsujin.
I'm going to say Idol. I think despite being the rookie, I think he is one impactful player. He's one of those players where it's like, oh, if he's doing bad, most people aren't going to even think twice about him. But then it's too late because when he makes like a 5-man ult or something crazy out of nowhere, or even his Franco hook, right? I think that alone is enough.
Nightmare. You gonna stick with Tsujin?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I've never been asked back. This feels new, guys. Thank you. I feel important. RRQ, I think I would go for. Just reflecting from game number 1.
You got a lot of good options here. I think, even Skylar has probably a pretty decent chance at it as well. He's been playing pretty well during the regular season too.
I think I gotta do with Gideon.
Diamond? Okay. Edok.
Yeah. I think
Edok
Edok
too.
as well.
He's great. I think definitely stand out for RRQ. I think that Dyron is kind of finding his own, but it kind of depends on the meta.
I
think
agree.
If the meta leaned more towards what Dyron likes to play, I think it would have been GG well played.
I agree. Okay, let's TLID.
Easy. This one's easy for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fabian or
Favorite
Witty.
for both of you guys?
Yehezkiel. I think he is the missing piece to both Witty and Fabian. Without Yehezkiel, I think both Witty and Fabian probably will be at each other's throats.
So you guys have included me in this conversation. Let's include the audience in this conversation too. Not about the MVP, finals MVP, but rather how can RRQ, it's okay, we'll go back to that later. But how can RRQ equalize in game number 2? According to you guys, statistics show 45% give Skylar space to farm. Alright, let's talk about that. Did we think that Skylar was not given space to farm? We'll start with you, Gunny.
We'll have the two things, right? Space to farm, meaning the other 4 distracting the, like going to the other lane so that, yeah, he has space, quote unquote, to farm, or someone babysits him, quote unquote, a lot, rotating towards gold lane a lot to have space to farm. Either way, I feel like it's hard against the LID.
I'll say right now, 68% of the audience is wrong. Because they need to be aware, specific now, let me preface.
I like this.
Aran, beware of Aran's aggression. It's not because he is aggressive, but what does that tell you? If somebody in lane is low and they start walking up to you, does that not seem suspicious? Like, you're already winning the lane, but he's still walking up to you. That means a gank is imminent. I think that RQ need to figure out what some of
breakers, i.e. Cho, if possible. Tempo breakers, i.e. Ruby, if open or if it accommodates the composition as well. I mean, now with TLID second pick, I see Eve being the hero that might go and fall in the hands of TLID. Does RRQ have the response to that? Maybe the Valentina for it.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. Because technically, Eve has been doing really, really well for all teams who have picked it up so far. Wait, are they still 100% win rate?
Game one, Eve, RRQ, they lost it, right? But
TLID is still 100%?
I think 80, 90 if not.
80, 90, if not they dropped.
If not 100.
Oh, no, they definitely dropped one. Yeah. Okay, so that means what would they have to do? I think we need to start thinking about the other lying majors that could be played. Valentina, as Bonnie mentioned, is great. I also think that Lydia needs to be taken into consideration. Oh, what's the risk?
Exactly, they have layers now, right? It's not just as straightforward as one spot. It's no longer just Tushin, Eve, Lydia, Eve, Valentina, right? There's layers to it, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Oh man, even TLID are going all out. It's not just the kingdom here showing for their team, showing up for their team, but the cavalry is here to show themselves as well. As we make our way to the drafting phase for game number 2 in this best of 7 series. This is the drafting phase presented to you by the official Premium Smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 And let's take a look. The bands are already in place. RRQ on blue side. We have the Fanny, Joe, Hilda ban. TLID, Chip, and the Suyo. Talk to me about this, guys. Matilda?
They want the Matilda.
I don't know. This is what I was worried about, right? SQ, he's really smart. He's already thought about it. He's tempo breakers. He got rid of the most important one, which is Cho, because they're setting up for Assassin. They wanted to man out the Fanny. I'm pretty sure they will always man out the Fanny no matter what side. And St. Lucas is like, okay, get rid of Chip, get rid of Cho, and now he has to make a really difficult decision. Do I still focus down on the Assassins? No. Goes for early game aggression bans, huh?
They open, or he opened the Matilda for RRQ, and RRQ will gladly take it / deny it from the hands of Weedy Device. TLID, they will pick up the Eve and the Alpha, so they will deny the combination that, cheeky Matilda Alpha combo.
And so, does the Natan come to play here for RRQ?
I think that's, I think they should pick up the Natan, or if not, they might explore the focus, perhaps the Bane. They are going to prioritize the jungler here, because if you remember upper brackets, Bane was always banned at second phase from side of TLID.
Yeah, but also Bane makes it really annoying specifically for Yehezkill on this Eve, because now every time you drop the RWM, you are put on a timer when the deadly catch is coming at you. You want to get as much damage as you want to, but you're not going to get the full extent of your ult.
Wait, does the deadly catch cancel the real manipulation?
It doesn't, but you don't want to eat the damage.
Right.
You don't want to be put to 1 HP because of one shark.
Alright. So Ixia here gets banned by TLID.
Very smart.
Yeah, I mean, TLID actually brought the Ichia yesterday, but it does seem like TLID knows that RRQ that definitely can rock this Ichia. They do not want to give that opportunity to RRQ, though. It seems like they will ban out bodies, right? Hero for Iran, I think that will be their main priority.
I have a big question. Do you think the Angela might surface here for TLID? We've seen TLID fight support with support before.
As a last pick?
If not that, Rafaela?
As a last pick. Yes. I think that is going to be the case, and Barat, as expected, right? EXP leaders will be the target of Iran. No Hilda, no Barat, no Khalid.
I think there's not much of a winning matchup here, because right now Phobius does pretty well into most things, even against the Ruby to a certain extent, but it's a skill matchup, right? Also, one more thing that needs to be taken into consideration for the EXP is whether or not they need to like get their hands on something that can slow things down, right? But maybe even play a Drizzla here still to kind of keep them in place and force out ultimates, or they go straight into the CC and just purely focus on winning the lane.
Oh, the CC, I like that. But RRQ, it seems like they are, now they don't want to deal with the heavy spins that the Kai can produce. TLID, they should just pick up the EXP here. What EXP? Rock? Is that the desperate play? Is that the only play?
They can go X-Morg if they wanted to. Or
Hylos! Forgot about the Hylos, but
I think Hylos is kind of like mid here, only because I don't think it's a bad hero. I think by all intents and purposes, it's great, and that's why it's in the meta. But against Bane against Matilda. That's where it gets a little bit iffy. If they add one more layer to it, a means to kind of slow them down on the glorious pathway, or even just taking up a Valentina for themselves, it kind of just evens out the draft anyways.
So Valentina is definitely on the board here. So again, real world relation, perhaps here of Alpha can be stolen, but no. They are going for that Tushin and the Irithel, most likely with Sprint.
Okay, so the signature Irithel for Skylar does pop up here, but this is a Jushin pick into a Yves that has been quote-unquote the theoretical counter.
Angela, no. Support me support.
I feel like this last week might not necessarily matter. Because looking at RQ's composition, it's push and pull, right? It's all
Ruby.
I think they need a stronger initiation tool, but then most of them have already been banned.
So you don't have. Is it a Grok?
Yeah,
there you go.
All right.
Yeah, so it ends up St. Lucas decided instead of going for a full down composition, tell you what, let's just change it back up. We're also going to play the push and pull. So this game is going to be very adaptable. Both teams are going to be playing a very strategic game of ping pong where they're going to be rallying against each other. And once we get into the late game, that's when we see the very big smashes where Phobius comes in, Deadly Catch even, and even the RWM. So we need to see that evolution of the ping pong into the tennis and then the tempo breakers.
Oh, that's it. Let's see. I think TLID, with that draft, we might see a 1-1.
Oh, okay. Okay, the bold statement here from the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see exactly how this ping pong tennis match proceeds between both of these teams as we throw it over to our casters for game number 2.
Game number 2 on the cards. CLID, they have 1 foot in the castle of the kingdom. But now it is the time for the kingdom to once again reinstate their oppression.
Gonna stake their claim to try and get that early game dominance. We were expecting something completely different, man. With the bans showing up earlier, we thought an assassin was gonna show up, but once again, it's a jungle, utility jungle, fighter jungle
Around. Don't you think it's situational? But before that, the emblems are actually.
Ooh. Wow, Litho taken by Fabian there. Emblems by Home showing the tenacity for Yehezkiel, respecting the aggression coming in. Dyron with the agility and the Festival of Blood, so he's trying to play that massive frontline role, but ooh,
This is the thing, it's still a skill matchup in the bottom lane, man. It's not entirely a win for the Irithel. You do have an advantage, in a way, for poke and wave clear, but Aaron can do what he's doing best, laning.
Yeah. Back to my question though. The Irithel Matilda combo, and they still like it? I mean, sure, they have a high loss, they can charge at them, and as well as the Alpha maybe, but oh, Skylar.
Good juke, but the damage still. Oh, can't really ignore that. Skylar almost taken down, has to pop in sprint. Sutsujin rotating over, has it, and they catch Witty! Bit down by the Sharks.
wow, out of nowhere, Sutsujin playing it aggressive, matching the Alpha, getting the gold buff as well. And on the top side, even with Aran trying to be sneaky, avoid laning, cutting the wave, Dyron actually came in to punish him, kind of equalizing the situation. Looking kind of okay for RRQ, but the big... Looking kind of okay for RRQ, but the big moment is this turtle fight. Can they actually get it done? A lot of zoning tools for RRQ. It's tanky a frontline technically, but Team Liquid has a lot of damage and a lot of true damage at that, and more sustain.
Yeah, TLID, they want to contest this turtle. And Yehezkiel already level 4, has the RWM to just push them away. But now Rin's coming in.
Comes a begin to flicker backwards as well. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha over Rins. Now the glorious pathway to the back as well. Is now giving the Infernal Pursuit all the way to Witty. Sutsujin able to utilize the distraction to go for it. Rins still able to spin. Witty very low. Dyron on the chase. Infernal Pursuit from Dyron. And he gets the kill down. Aran is next on the chopping block. And it's RRQ with an amazing win in the first turtle fight.
They strike hard and the cavalry off their horses. 3 kills in 3 minutes, and they get the turtle as well.
We've seen this before, dude. The Sushin, deceptively tanky and doing a lot of damage, a lot of distraction in the early game, diving to the back line. It was looking so weird, so wonky, and we've seen it go wrong before, but it worked out right there, and Dyron on the Phobius, man, putting it down. RQ doing a great job utilizing the strong pick that they first picked, and now can they maintain it? Can they find more?
And now the Rafaela pick, right, in the hands hands of Witty. Yesterday, Key picked it up as well. Now it's in the hands of Witty. What are the comparisons you could draw in this composition, at least, to fight off RRQ?
No, whoa, wait, what? Witty pops the flicker. Okay.
Every time I ask a question, something happens, but that is not what I expected.
Maybe it's really eager from Edok to kind of get information, trying to find control, and with that moment, with that exchange of resources, they're gonna go for the third goal. But look at this!
Oh, Crimson Beacon, Witty gunned down again. Rins with a lantern flare. Aaron gonna enter Entropy, and now it's gonna be Fabian with the flanks as well. The Spear of Alpha able to find another kill over Super 2. Fabian caught in the bad spot. Sutsujin does a bit too much damage. Now Yehezkiel gets Rins, flicker out, and Yehezkiel gets the kill. 3 for 3 at the end of the day.
Comfort zone for RRQ. They're able to dive into the tier 2 turret and force a fight into Team Liquid ID's waiting hands. RRQ, is this the lead they're looking for, Arashi?
It was looking so good. I thought the tower was definitely gonna fall, but they kind of overextend a bit. Team Liquid ID, the fact that they were able to actually get somewhat of an equal trade there is definitely concerning. But right here, there's so much control over the turtle. You can see Fabian immediately just going for the clear, going for the other resources available on the map. But look at the duo on the top side.
That 1v1. They run with a flicker. That's a mistake. Skylar will capitalize on that mistake. A solo kill. Tyron all alone. Able to flicker out of the Holy Baptism, but you cannot flicker out of the Glorious Pathway. TL will get a trade.
What is it with Team Liquid ID and their flickers in game number 2? That was a miscalculation from Matt on Chicky.
It certainly came out of nowhere. Looking at the items here. Whoa, hang on a minute. 1v1.
Deadly catch now. The spear. First in the shot. Sutsujin soloed. Fabian getting the shutdown now. Getting the Lancer Flare to throw him back around. Fabian traded back again.
Wow. That's Sutsujin 3 and 0 taken out by Fabian though. So they're both having 3 kills, but in theory, Fabian shouldn't be able to win it out there. And from that engagement there, Skylar also wasn't able to get the turrets. So both teams are hanging on to their early game objective
Very well. Yeah, the baptism again whipping this time around. Aaron Chicky has the entropy backwards. Circling Eagle, knocking him up. Aaron very low, and now the Lantern Flare on him. Skylar with a heavy crossbow takes them down under the tier 1 up top.
The power of the Irithel Matilda combo. This time around, the Crown Prince has company.
And even with the Has Cross, there's no need for Skylar to go back. He can stay on the map indefinitely. No mana cost. RRQ using it as pressure. They're gonna for sure be able to get the tower on the top side. But even on the bottom side, Sutsujin being very active here. Which one will Team Liquid actually move towards?
No. One will have to address the wave created by Sutsujin down bottom, but this just gets scarier for Team Liquid ID. But in this scenario, Arashi, in this sort of circumstance, can they still bank on an attack?
I think they definitely still can. That's a lot of damage.
That's disgusting.
Oh man!
That's
just spoken away.
Axe. That's just one War Axe, man. Around in the back now, looking for it. Oh, Spear of Alpha missing the Glorious Pathway. Dodged away from now the circling eager to go onto Aran. Meanwhile, Diamond in the back, forcing real world. The Palladium will be shredded down, and it will be a trade 1-for-1. But Witty picks the kill. It's an XP for an XP. RRQ get all the turtles in game 2.
The big deciding factor here is the fact that both frontliners, the Hylas and the Phobias, one can kind of delay you, right? The Hylas is too beefy to kind of push through, but the Phobias can actually take you out, having a lot more damage built into the kit. So now RRQ can actually be a bit more aggressive because they know that Dyron, however you want to spin it, becomes a bigger threat compared to Aran on the Hylas. And that a single advantage is allowing them to just control more ground. But again, Team Liquid have that late game.
Circling Eagle, Aran, no vengeance this time around. The Holy Baptism again from Witty, only landing onto Dyron.
Yeah, and the Phobius can somehow skip the high loss as well, right? You could practically target the backline of TLID indefinitely as EDOC just opens up the map for RRQ. Now the question becomes for TLID, how do they want to deal with this Phobius, Arashi?
You just have to wait until they get a bit more damage, but even then with the Vengeance, it's going to be difficult, so they have to kind of play the back and forth. That is what we theorized earlier with that Rafaela pick. They wanted movement speed.
And Beacon, Aran still trying to go for defense in the mid lane. Pops the Glorious Pathway and dives all the way to the back. TLID, is this a mistake? The Holy Baptism catches on. caught by the real world manipulation and TLID. They'll have an advantage. Skylar shut down 20 seconds. And it will be a Lord that is in the Lanadon, up and ready.
Mistakes after mistakes, both from the marksmen of their respective teams playing today. Now the Lord, though, they want to blitz it, but I think they're just waiting for Skylar to respawn to get even more source of damage.
Oh, that burst, man. Circling Eagle, force the vengeance out now.
Oh!
Deadly catch, Winnie! Disappears straight to the back now with the Crimson Beacon. Able to get some damage down as Fabian goes and gets rid of the back as well. Here on Shiki with the entropy forward. Fabian slices heel, gets the kill back, but Sutsu Jin shoots Aran down. Another 2 for 2. Skylar back online. Heavy crossbow onto Fabian. Will use the spear about defensively, but the circling Eagle to the back will be able to find 2. Aaron getting gunned down. The heavy crossbow is too much for Aaron to handle. And the Kingdom again are able to make it work.
Team Liquid ID overzealous. They saw that momentum. They saw the mistake from Skylar. They thought that they had that Lord for sure, but they overstayed. Rrq were able to fight. A relatively equal trade, and the moment Skylar returns, that was a signal to retreat, but the cavalry just did not notice it.
Wow! Almost just one-shotted.
What is the damage?
Yikes! A lot of damage from the Kingdom. They're angry. They don't want to give up. Give up their throne that easily. They don't want the castles to be usurped by the Stallions now. Aaron Shiki 1-5. Astonatan. Is there still a late game angle?
If it goes long enough, there's definitely a late game angle. At 10 minutes, 6,000, we saw that G5 were able to come back from such a deficit, but Rrq, what is the plan here to crack open the base? Is that Nathan Eve combo with the Hylos? They do have Siege, they have the Irithel, but the Mage, it's a Sushin. What's the plan here for Keskyun to really crack open this base? It might be some kind of dive.
Yeah, it's more of a zoning mage with the Zeusin, right? You want the CC to keep on going, but the Lord will blitz and march forward.
Lord in the bottom lane. No, first Lord, so should be able to defend this. Again, it's a Yve and a Natan combination. Last time we saw, I would think it was day one. Fnatic Onyx having a 12,000 gold lead, but struggling to end against a Natan and a Yve.
Now we talk about it, right? The Natan and the Yve. Two of the best base heroes for defense in this patch, in the playoffs at least. Will Rrq be able to topple down that foundation for TLID?
Oh man, we'll have to see. Looking at the items right now, already the Glowing One and the Divine Glaive. So he's Yehezkiel here, not playing to shred the front line. He knows the Iron's gonna be taking up too much damage, too much sustain. He's gonna focus more on having burst damage available in case Skylar makes a mistake, in case Reedy finds a great a big stun onto Skylar. He can spawn a lot and deal a ton of burst damage. For Iron Shiki, it's only about scaling up here. Holy Crystal almost completed. It's gonna be a massive fight. But the Radiant Armor is completed for Dyron, so again, it's kind of neutralized for a bit. Maybe one more item will be required before Team ID can reclaim to have that shredding potential.
Yeah, he has his Holy Crystal ready for Aaron Shiki. Now the big problem is he able to exert the damage? Because the problem is he has been overextending and creating, minute plays that is not necessary flickering forward on entropy as well. That has been the criticism. As well. Now it is a matter of how he will hold himself when the time comes.
Now this is a delicate situation for Team Liquid ID. Rrq is gonna get the Lord, can get some structures, that's fine. But Team Liquid ID, if they fail here, they falter and lose their front line, there's a lot of ground that Rrq can chase them through, and there's a ton of mobility available for them.
Yeah, this Lord is important. 7.9k gold lead in the hands of Rrq. They look to even subjugate TLID further. They look for the zone, and here goes the circling Eagle.
They spawn Fabian in the bush. Fear of Alpha, eat up. Able to flicker out, but whoa, the healing's there. Tyron with the flicker, finding 3, and now Skylar gets rid of all of them in the back. Sips a Jim with the red tree. And the Kingdom, they will take the fight here in the second Lord fight of the game. Skylar is a goddamn maniac.
The Crown Prince might look for the Savage, but it's way too far. Yehezkiel still riding into the dying night, but the Kingdom is here. They wanna reinstate their oppressiveness towards the cavalry.
A lot of damage, a lot of burst. Yes, Gil going for the play.
RWM on the Skylar, very low with the Wishing Lantern, but again now in front of pursuit. The demonic force onto them. RRQ will level the game, will level the series in a best of 7.
Oh.
It is 1-1.
Woo! The kingdom, they will not go down without a fight. 1-1. They equalize the score. TLID. The revolution still on hold.
Wow, what a recovery from RRQ. We saw the draft, we kind of doubted it. It didn't seem to connect, but maybe that's exactly what RRQ wanted. Who needs connections when you approach the fight from 4 different angles? One was that last fight. Before Team Liquid understood, they were charging into an ambush.
They were running to the back line. They had their target. They had their eyes on the Crown Prince. But his soldiers, his army, protected him. And RRQ at least, again, that fight, that spirit is still there.
Ooh, man. Seen great moments from Team Liquid ID still, but RRQ somehow, they're able to just maneuver around the expectations. So many times you saw that guiding wind used to just bait out resources. I think Fabian even showed a bit of discomfort there. Prodded at, poked at, you know, approached from multiple angles, not knowing where is the real attack coming from. Let's take a look at it again. It was looking so weird because Ayo Rrq made the move so early, and I thought for sure that he might get punished for it, but he flickers out again, baits a ton of resources, including the entropy, and look at the backline. What backline for RRQ? The backline is diving towards the backline of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they were giving and handing themselves on a silver platter, offering themselves in the very eyes of the kingdom, in the very eyes of the maniac Prince. 1-1.
That's very just unlike Liquid, I would say, man, in game number 2. The flickers randomly from Ayo Rrq, those miscalculations.
Yeah.
And fighting with an 8,000 gold deficit. Fighting when clearly the power spike has been kind of delayed for the time. They got the Holy Crystal and they thought this was still a normal 11-minute game, still a normal 12-minute game. No, it's a game with an 8,000 gold lead. They didn't defend, they just went for a fight.
Well, panelist desk, break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. What an amazing comeback by the Kings of Kings, RRQ, to equalize this to 1-1. And obviously in the grand finals, we wouldn't expect anything less from both of these teams, but we have got to talk about this game. Man, I completely agree with the casters, especially Mirko bringing up the point that TLID made a lot of mistakes, and RRQ, being the strong team that they are, completely capitalized over them.
This is the thing, right? We mentioned that TLID, they're a team that is addicted to the rush, but they're behind, so they need to keep their addiction to that rush. When they're behind, they need to, just slow down their pace.
Rein it in.
RRQ, they got the early game, they got all the newts, important fights as well. Yeah, of course they want to push the pace. TLID, they need to tone it down when they're behind, especially Euron and Natan, who got the Holy Crystal minute 12.
Yeah, I think the worst part about all of this is had the team just kind of kept even against RRQ, this would have been a very different story here. But like multiple times we see that Ayo Rrq tries to go for this 1v1 early against Skylar and misses just one ability, makes one singular mistake. Because had he shut down Skylar early on in this lane, he probably would have been able to be more effective in fights like this, for an example, trading maybe 2 people before the double kill happens.
It's again, from the draft, we know that the Rafaela, sure, it's good. It adds mobility, it adds sustainability, but yeah, that's why RRQ, they know they just want to push the tempo from the get-go. They can overwhelm them with mobility with the Matilda as well, and we saw how multiple times as well the guiding wind came into clutch, saving Sutsujin, saving Skylar, and with sprint as well, Skylar is able to mobilized very, very fluidly in the line of dawn.
So we're gonna see who gets crowned the MVP or the player of the game for game number 2, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. We talked about Ayo Rrq, we talked about Skylar, but let's talk about Dyron now, as he's able to claim this title for our second game. What did he do to deserve this title?
Get his hands on Phobius. It's just so good for what he is required to do. Because again, at the beginning of the game, I told you, these compositions, it's going to be a constant push and pull between the both of them. They're both baiting each other out. But the beauty of this Phobius is that I could make a mistake and I press one button and I basically buy myself 0.5 seconds worth of time every single time he taps that ult. And then he can effectively do it as many times as he wants to because he has Ayo Rrq as a way to bail him out of tough spots. So it's interesting because for me, I thought maybe he was gonna go, if he had full faith in Ayo Rrq, he would have taken a vengeance. But with the flicker, it makes him very flexible, but it also could potentially punish the Natan. He takes the entropy, goes all the way to the backline. You flicker, passive mark him, and then instantly initiate.
And again, you mentioned initiate. Without Dyron here, multiple fights. There's no point of initiation without the Phobius, right? You have the Matilda that can't really initiate because you were just there to cover. You've got Skylar who will protect his position. Dyron was the sole potential initiator in this game, and he played back to a T. It does seem like TLID, they got ahead of themselves. They weren't really ready in this position. They took the fight, which costed the game.
Which is why I think what Gideon said was very important, right? He mentioned that technically RRQ don't really necessarily need the tools to initiate. All they needed to do was work around and trust that TLID are a team at the moment that can't hold themselves back, right? There were so many moments that they were so behind, they didn't have the necessary skills available, equipment available, the gold available, the items available, and yet they still wanted to go in for these engages. And RRQ, they were very happy to just get and receive it on a silver platter.
I think, overall, Skylar, the fact that he was able to find kills in his lane, would I say it's an outplay? Maybe the first one was the outplay. The second one, probably not. The onus was definitely on Ayo Rrq, and all the kills afterward definitely were Skylar. He's ending this game 11-2 and 5.
Maniac, by the way.
Maniac skipped his movement straight into the Haas block and played purely off the timing of his sprint, which is, again, very bold of him, right? Not everybody is comfortable doing this as well. But in that mindset, right, because your scaling hero has already kind of caught up very fast to the item power spikes of everybody else, like Dyron, for example, when he got just the Thunder Belt alone, you can just see, if people are focusing on that Phobius, Irithel gets a free access into that backline. And honestly, if I'm in TLID's position, I'm thinking that by the 5th, 6th minute, our two biggest problems is Phobius as well as this Bane on Sutsujin.
And it's evident in that game, right? Sutsujin getting the important fights, sustaining in most of that team fights as well. And that Zushin is so annoying, Gideon. And also, why? I can touch on the draft. Remember, you guys can ban out them Hilda. Against Zushin, the Hilda would do so much. It would get so much value. That's why Keskiu, he wants the Zushin, and that's why he banned the Hilda out. So that Rins can focus on elsewhere instead of hovering around looking for Hilda in the jungles of Sutsujin.
Oh, come on, Skylar. 945 GPM. I guess it did make sense, right? He got to that power spike so quickly, on top of the mistakes that Aaron made.
I mean, if he didn't die
Talk to us about that, right?
Well,
You think it would have hit 1K?
it would have if he didn't die twice. Because that was a huge shutdown when he overextended. He was like, all right, Ayo Rrq, take me out. Ayo Rrq. No! And Aran just stuns him before he gets it and dies to the RWM. Like, there's only so much you can really do. And honestly, this isn't even Skylar's highest score of yet. This game was going very well for them, but at the same time, I hope to see that Team Liquid ID is going to take blue side for this upcoming game. And RRQ Hoshi, I want to see some innovative ideas for red side. Because again, now that we've kind of like taken away the identity of these teams and gone back to the standard meta which we're used to, blue side has a huge advantage of predetermining what kind of a draft is going to be coming out for the game.
Really shows that the blue side really dictates the draft. And first pick value, seems like the Matilda is just popping off. Also, Team Liquid Game 1 blue side, they picked up the Matilda and it really supplements their victory. On the other side, red side here, yeah, that last pick value, not really showing in the series.
Which is why this is such an incredible matchup. Because notoriously, even if, let's say, TLID gets red side, if they let the Matilda go on blue side, not a lot of teams can actually utilize the Matilda to how well Weedy as well as Ayo Rrq utilize it. Because yesterday with Bigatron Alpha, he picked up the Matilda.
Yeah, it's a different mindset here, right? It really boils down to how connected you are with the rest of your team when you are playing that Matilda. You want to be able to like communicate, oh, I could save you, without having to say that verbally. It's a kind of like a sixth sense almost.
Chemistry comes into play as well, all right? Communication, coordination, and RRQ, they got the better coordination in that game. They know what to do. They press the right buttons as well. TLID slow things down. All right, I think that's just my recap for TLID. RQ, keep doing what you're doing. TestQ, believe in you.
I think I have a slightly differing opinion on this one.
Oh.
I think TLID need to play an early game composition right now. Because I think that honestly, Ayo Rrq is doing pretty good against Skylar. He made a couple of mistakes, but he was like, it's Natan versus Irithel. It's like a 1 auto worth of difference between the two heroes at equal level, at equal items. So, this is the lane phase, of course. So, if you play something a little bit more lane focused, I think he's got a very good chance, and it might actually force Skylar to play something a little bit more on the scaling half of the thing, the scaling half of the marksman spectrum.
Yeah. I agree, but also TLID need to be able to adapt from that. Like, you can't just be able to play with an early game comp and utilize that to that's it. That feels so one-dimensional, Gideon.
No, it's not one-dimensional. I think there's a lot of beauty in early game aggression because it builds up to something big. And honestly, it builds up to something bigger than all of us, some may
Wait,
say.
are you talking about? I like how he's mentioning big things.
Yeah. Okay,
Building to
phrasing.
something big, bigger,
Guys,
better
Greater
than ever.
Don't even. You talking about Kadia here?
I am. I'm talking about Kadia, ladies and gentlemen. Feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you can only experience that in Kadia City because it's not about just esports.
Okay.
It's about all games and communities and fans as well. And a new era of play awaits, so don't forget to follow them on their social media at Kadia Gaming. You can also scan the QR code down below. They also have a Discord that you guys can join to, really feel that community vibe on Kadia.
Yeah. Based on what I've heard, apparently like Kadia, as much as a city for all the gamers, apparently they've got like an in-city game thing.
Wow.
I don't know how to explain it because it's so massive. Like you go around to different checkpoints, having to do like mini challenges and stuff to get like points to eventually build up to something bigger. I don't know the full details about it, but this is what I've heard.
Sounds fun.
The little rumors going around.
Dude, that's not fun.
What do you mean that's not
That's
fun?
like super duper fun.
There you go. Always get me with that one. It's not just fun.
Super duper.
Super duper duper fun.
Yeah, just the more dupers you add to it, the better it gets.
Of course, guys. But okay, let's go back. So 1-to-1, let's tackle that a bit because I feel like Aaron has this continuous behavior of making plays like that. We've seen this throughout the entirety of the playoffs. And sometimes he gets away with it because his team is already leading. But isn't that something that he needs to fix, that discipline?
Well, I think it's Ayo Rrq. He is that type of player, right? He likes to take the
Risk.
50-50. He likes to take the risk. And this time, what bothers me, or what bothers perhaps the TLID fans, is he made a lot of miscalculation, which is unusual for Ayo Rrq.
I feel like he rolled the dice maybe a little too many times here. Like there's obvious moments where it's like he clearly sees Skylar's kind of low. If I land just one ability, I can kill him. I can for sure kill him. And he did it twice and failed twice. One wasn't his fault because Edok was able to save Skylar with the help of the shield and the Flask of the Oasis. So instead of addressing Skylar as the problem, I think they need to address Edok as the main issue here. Because right now, if we are comparing Skylar to Aaron, I would say out of 10 games, it's 5-5 in the laning phase.
It's not even.
I think that Skylar's great in team fights, but I think that Aaron holds up the snuff against Skylar when it comes to the laning. Here, obviously he made a mistake, but we haven't seen Skylar. We have seen Skylar actually make the same mistakes before.
Interesting. I don't know, do you think it's an ego thing? Because,
honestly, maybe.
It's play style.
No, here,
I would
wait.
love to imagine if it was.
An ego play style, maybe.
Give me a second. Because look, we know how Aaron is as a player, as a person. The personality that he exudes on the stage every time he goes in for the interview. He's very confident, he's very cocky. Person that he's actually said that he respected was Skylar. And he looks up to Skylar. So is this kind of him trying to prove a point. Like, hey, if we're talking about best gold laners in MPLID, maybe it's not Skylar anymore. Maybe you should be looking at me.
Or maybe this is one of those like from idols to rival situation.
Yeah.
But he hasn't made the full transition. He's still kind of nervous. He's just like, oh my god. Skylar actually respects me in lane.
Oh my god.
He's
Idolizing, fanboying.
He's playing footsies with me. He's keeping perfect distance all day. He's just fanboying in his head. That'd be so funny if that was true.
That's like how we all feel when we're casting with Gideon.
No. That was me with Coach Tic Tac. Just I jumped the gun straight into like I gotta know this.
So you think that is a potential factor or layer to why Aaron is playing the way that he is?
It would be funny if it was. It would. I would. If the interview comes out and it happens to be true, that would be great. But I think right now it's about the outside factors. How can you get your supports involved? How do you get your mid laners involved?
So with that, we're gonna throw it over to our host first before we start in game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what are they doing?
Satu sama poin yang didapatkan oleh Ayo Rrq Hoshi sebagai penyeimbang dalam game kedua match Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14. Begitu ramai dan begitu ketat tentunya, apalagi yang lagi nonton ini dakdikdukser. Gimana tidak kedua tim saling membalas. Dan kalau membahas tentang ketegangan di Eldorado Dome Bandung, pastinya kita bakal membuat suasana ini lebih tegang lagi. Betul sekali Bude, karena kita akan kembali bermain Franco Hide and Seek bersama salah satu penonton yang di sini kayaknya win rate-nya nih tinggi banget nih Bude. Benar, karena hari ini spesial banget di hari Grand Final. Hadiahnya bukan hanya redeem code saja, namun juga ada Samsung Galaxy. Jadi pemenangnya akan langsung mendapatkan satu buah Samsung Galaxy. Dan pastinya penonton juga akan mendapatkan redemption code yang akan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Ya banyak banget pastinya yang bisa didapatkan. Kita akan happy-happy bareng. Jadi kita langsung saja panggilkan Franco hari Grand Final. Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Halo, siapa nih namanya?
Andre.
Andre. Dari mana Andre?
Dari Bandung.
AA Bandung.
Bandung asli.
Asli. Asli. Ya, sampurasun. Nih gimana kalau ngomongin Franco Hide and Seek, win rate-nya berapa nih Andre?
Untuk saya 701 match 63,6%.
Lumayan ya, keren naik loh. Kemarin tuh 57%. Oke, sebelumnya 40. Oke, naik ya setiap harinya karena hari ini hari Grand Final jadi spesial. Kira-kira di hook tiga-tiganya akan langsung mendapatkan pada bedak-bedaknya tidak?
Semoga aja.
Semoga aja. Tapi tahu kan hadiahnya sekarang apa?
Belum tahu tuh.
Tadi, jadi kamu harus mewakili semua yang ada di sini. Harus menang, harus dapetin biar ada redeem code. Dan kalau kamu bisa ngedapetin ngehook dengan tepat, kamu juga ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy.
Terima kasih.
Belum dong. Belum nih.
Semoga aja.
Jadi siap nih?
Siap.
Oke, jadi kita akan panggilkan nih untuk lawannya Andre yang akan bersembunyi. Silakan tim MPL, let's go! Oke, ini dia penonton yang akan mengumpat di sekitar area bus yang telah ditentukan. Maksudnya di area sungai dan juga di area Turtle Pit. Oke, dari tim MPL. Jadi Andre harus bisa mencari 3 bedak-bedak yang bersembunyi di area tersebut. Jadi kalian punya tempat persembunyian khusus gak bertiga nih?
Punya Bude, aman ada.
Aman ada?
Ada.
Jangan jauh-jauh ya.
Iya Bude.
Nanti yang di sini bantuin. Oke.
Ya.
Ready?
Ready.
Andre ready?
Siap.
Siap. Semuanya siap. Kita akan countdown bersama-sama. Kamu Sunda asli, coba hitung mundur dari angka 300.
Jauh ya Bude, jauh. Dari 3 aja Bude, dari 3.
5 deh, 5.
Apa boleh 5? Sampai 3 aja.
Ya oke, 3.
Tilu, 2, hiji.
Yeay, mari kita mulai. Inilah dia, Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Let's go! Oke, ini akan bersembunyi dulu di area yang tadi sudah disebutkan ya Bude. Jadi hanya boleh di area sekitar bush, area Turtle Pit, dan juga di area sungai. Benar, dan kalau satu aja udah ngedapetin, kita akan langsung kasih aja redeem code-nya. Kita lagi baik hati ya.
Betul sekali, karena hari ini hari terakhir pasti kita mau semua ya hari ini senang dan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Turtle Pit ya, Turtle Pit. Ayo jangan ngumpet di tempat lain, abang-abang Q. Ngumpet yang bener. Ini cloud-nya, kayaknya apakah itu tempatnya? Cloud? Di Turtle Pit, let's go.
Ini untuk para penonton dibantu ya nanti untuk Andre biar bisa mendapatkan redeem code-nya dan pastinya membantu Andre mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy.
Tim MPL sudah? Sudah? Oke, Andre silahkan jalan. Rulesnya gampang banget, jadi 3 tim MPL ini harus stay di tempat Turtle Pit. Dia nggak boleh bergerak-bergerak, dia harus bersembunyi, nggak boleh pindah. Sisi satunya ya Andre ya. Sisi satunya. Yang sebelahnya, yang satunya. Bukan yang situ Andre. Oke. Dan ini akan menarik banget karena Andre harus mencari 3 kali kesempatan. Kamu nggak boleh masuk ya Andre ya.
Penonton boleh dibantu ya.
Waduh. 1 dapat, padahal 3 kali kesempatan. Tarik semua Andre.
Oke, kita lihat
mana lagi nih, mana
kedua.
lagi nih.
Boleh maju. Kemana?
Kanan, kiri. Oh, Andre 1 kesempatan lagi nih untuk mendapatkan 1 player. Mana? Lah. Waduh, terjadi. Kemana?
Kemana penonton?
Lomang. Gak dengar. Mana? Ya, 3 kali kesempatan sudah dihabiskan. Dan tadi siapa ini yang recall? Benedetta? Hey, kenapa kamu recall? Gak apa-apa, gaya dulu. Gaya dulu, recall, malah kepencet. Ini nih harus hati-hati. Namun karena kamu sudah berhasil mendapatkan 1 tim MPL, kamu berhak memberikan redeem code dan juga Samsung Galaxy.
Yeay, selamat Andre mendapatkan 1 buah Samsung Galaxy dan pastinya untuk penonton bisa mendapatkan redeem code dan berkesempatan dapat skin gratis.
Yap, tapi Andre, kamu kan udah ngedapetin 1, tadi menculik 1 cloud-nya. Apa tuh rahasianya kamu bisa mendebak dengan tepat? Apakah kamu habis semedi atau apa?
Feeling aja.
Feeling
ya, terbukti kali ya win rate 64% ya tadi ya? 63%-nya ya langsung mendapatkan.
Terus Andre, udah penasaran nih, kan kamu bakal ngedapetin hadiah. Coba dong kasih sesuatu buat kita, pantun.
Jalan-jalan ke kota Bandung.
Cakep!
Aing Bandung bukan aing maung.
Maung.
MPL ada di Eldorado. RRQ Liquid sama-sama gacor.
Mantap! Dan langsung saja kita akan buka redeem code dengan pantun yang cakep ini. Inilah dia redeem code. Jadi siapkan device kalian, langsung aja cepat-cepat dia dapat. Dan semoga kalian beruntung dapetin skin. Dan inilah dia, jangan sampai salah huruf, jangan sampai salah angka.
Betul sekali, karena ini kodenya yang bisa membuat kalian berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Gak usah difoto, langsung aja dimasukin karena siapa cepat dia dapat.
Betul. Dan pastinya hari ini seru banget, tarik menarik. Dan dari Andre sendiri udah ngedapetin handphone ini. Mau kamu buat push rank biar mungkin win rate-nya naik gak sih?
Push tiap hari.
Push tiap hari, mantap.
Dan pastinya kalau dari Andre sendiri nih pendukung dari Rrq atau Liquid?
Saya Liquid, khususnya Iron Siki.
Ayo Rrq, berarti Kalvari ya? Boleh dong dikasih semangatnya dari Kalvari, boleh dipanggil? Kalvari, mana suaranya? Oke, jadi langsung aja ini kita akan serahkan ya hadiahnya. 1 buah Samsung Galaxy yang akan diberikan kepada Andres.
Betul sekali, ini spesial langsung di tangan. Hati-hati ya, ini nanti bude kantongin. Enggak dong, ini untuk Andre karena sudah bisa ngehook di Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Congratulations Andre, kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Dan thank you udah memberikan kita redeem code.
Ya, dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita pastinya bermain Franco Hide and Seek. Masih banyak lagi keseruan lainnya dan pastinya game ketiga yang jauh lebih menegangkan karena di sini kita akan melihat siapakah yang bisa mendahului skor yang sudah didapatkan. Kalau begitu langsung saja Bude, kita akan lempar kemana?
Kepada panelis kita untuk mencari tahu seperti apa game ketiga. Let's go!
Oh my god, I can't believe you got the S24!
I'm jealous.
I'm so jealous.
Not for free. I don't know. You guys are handing this out.
Hey,
Just-
he got a hook. It wasn't
It's
free.
not for free, Gideon.
I mean, it's
come
basically for
on.
free.
Come
Are you saying you can do a better job with the hook? Are you a better hooker?
You know what? Now that you bring it up, I think generally the fact that you guys are handing out these phones, because again, this isn't the first time you guys are just handing out these phones. Even yesterday somebody was doing that as well, and the day before that you're handing out phones.
Hey, this is how much we appreciate the audience, man.
I
And
mean,
the fan base, the support for MPL ID so far. We've been hitting records, and hopefully we get to hit some records as well today for our grand finals.
he earned it, right? I mean, he earned it, Gideon, for that phone.
I'll trade that phone for a Labubu. How about that? Think about it. Think about it,
I
right?
haven't received my Labubu.
I think it's in the back somewhere. I'm pretty sure
Popmart.
it's just waiting to get. I think Popmart is just waiting for you to walk in their store to make it a whole event.
Okay. Oh, what?
Interesting.
Dude, what?
Yes.
How packed is it outside?
It's not funny. Here in Bandung, the weather is usually cold. There's so many bodies in here. I think it's like gone up by 4 degrees.
I mean,
That's
hopefully
true.
it doesn't rain,
That's
right?
true. Whoa.
Oh man, we're in the dark for the top 3 combo picks, literally in the dark. In each region. So, you know, let's take a look at this. We have all these 5 regions actually all the way up until NACT. What do we see is like a thing that we need to point out?
I mean, NACT really likes the Julian, huh? With the Aurora, with the Cho. And it does seem like the NACT here is the only region that really likes the Julian.
But these are combo picks, right? So
True.
bear that in mind.
True.
Combination between Edith and Suryo.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. I can kind of see the combo potential. But then again, anything with Suyo is like dangerous. As long as you deal somewhat like enough, like 50% of the person's life total, like Suyo will do the rest of it for you. The interesting ones that I have to say, like Ling Tigreal, okay, sure, that one's like not as common as I would have expected. But Sana Tig is the more go-to. Phoveus Moskov.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the synergy between the two. I guess you push the guy away and then Phoveus jumps in and then like you all
Create space.
and then you knock him up to like I'm not 100% sure what it looks like.
So there's absolutely no Matildas on the board, by the way.
Nope.
No Matilda Iritel, no Matilda Phoveus, no Franco Butrick.
Yeah.
We don't see that at all in all the other regions. So very interesting. But for those of you at home,
Yep.
we want to ask you guys, how can TLID regain momentum? How can they bring another victory under their belt for game number 3? It looks like statistics show 42%. All right. Aaron Shiki is more disciplined. Yeah, we touched on this just a little bit. We do still have a contest early objectives as 39%, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And give Woody a what?
Give Woody an initiation
There you
hero.
go. An initiation hero.
I think 39% of people are wrong. I think 2 out of the 3 were correct. I think that Woody does need an initiation hero. It feels really bad when he's forced to play on like specifically the Rafaela. I think Matilda is still okay. But I do think that Aaron Shiki really needs to like kind of calm down here. He can't keep forcing these 1v1s against Skylar, especially after you lose the first one.
Yeah, I think most audience got the right
Right
department
idea.
there, right idea here. Aaron Chiki was one of the main factors on why TLID lost their footing in that game, especially in the early game, mid game likewise. So in Game 3, if TLID or Aaron Shiki specifically can tone his game down, especially being under, yeah, I mean, expect TLID can bounce back.
Especially him being on an Aton as well, right?
Exactly.
Usually we see Aaron. But we're gonna see now, it actually looks like TLID have chosen to come back on blue side as we get on to the interaction phase for game number 3, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
So far, I think most people are going to be like, yes, he needs to be disciplined. I agree he needs to be disciplined, but I think the mid lane matchups are really important right now because there's a lot of opportunities for TLID to kind of set themselves up for their mid trio to influence the gold side of the map. I mean, they can predetermine what's going to be strong side still. Even so, I think that RRQ has been doing some really interesting scenarios. Like Sutsujin, the way that he's starting on these jungles, he's changing it up. He's not consistent with how he rotates across the map when he's doing his jungle pattern now, compared to like 2 days ago, where he always follows one path.
So no templates here for both junglers as well. It's going to be the main key, but for the bans here, right? TLID, similar to game 1 here, right?
Whoa!
Matilda out.
Chip's
open.
Chip is open, so there you go. Witty will rock the chip again like game 1. RRQ, they need to readjust. They need to have a different scenario here from the drafts.
Guys, here's the thing. This is so unsettling because RRQ purposely left the chip open. They went in for the Cho ban, understanding full that the chip will be left open. So what do you think is the game plan now? Do they go for an early counter towards this chip, pick up something early like the Carmilla in the first phase?
I think Eve for sure. The Carmilla, I think they might want to hold off on that. Because it's really difficult to play Carmilla when your lanes are already in a lot of trouble. So it's one after the other. You cannot go before and then before.
I mean, Gatotkacha is also open, but no. They actually deny the Hilda pick from Iran. So maybe that's the way that he wants to invade the jungles with the Hilda, possibly. Even though TLID locked the Alpha and the Even, now that's going to be a problem for the Hilda.
It's going to be quite a big issue. I don't know if they're going to throw it into the EXP, but I'm just going to assume for now that it's going to be the support. I feel like the Eve would have been a better pick here for RRQ. They technically could still play Jushin to kind of slow things down if they wanted to. If they want to take it even a step further, they could play Charm. But that means the whole team has to play like very vertically, which isn't ideal considering how fluid both teams play.
I mean, Lilia's still on the board. Valentina's also still on the board.
True.
But I think the point of this Hilda is that you're trying to deny the early invades, right?
Yep.
Because with the chip being in the hands of TLID, they need someone strong in the mid lane. They choose the Jushin. The Jushin in lane against the Eve. Is that mid prio?
I mean, game 2, right? Jushin against Eve as well. From Yaheskel, it does seem like Rins was able to somehow monitor the members of TLID second phase. RRQ, they can somehow eliminate the gold lanes here, right? They have the first pick. So yeah, they can, oh no. Instead, they eliminate the possible of a penalty zone. They're really targeting Iran here. Hilda picked up, Terizla banned out.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with like secondary engagers, and not to mention, I think this is like a dead giveaway that most likely this Hilda is going to go into the EXP. Because as much as Hilda can like, you know, beat down the Terizla clears the wave way too fast compared to the Hilda. And by the time he's like down to 50% of his HP, it becomes a pillow fight at that point. So I think that Keskun is thinking ahead, he's thinking about the EXP matchup. He wants to hold the support matchup for later down the line.
All right. Okay, here's my question. If the Hilda does go into the EXP lane, the only way to prevent the Hilda from roaming around is to win that lane. Who wins lane against the Hilda?
I'm thinking
Thomas.
Edith.
Edith also
banned out.
been pretty good, yeah. What other really decent ones? I mean, it'd be weird if they pick Yutong now because like against that comp, it's just you're gonna get like peeled away so easily.
Dairoth, if you're talking about 1v1 Raw, Dairoth wins. Then again, Thomas, Dairoth though, I mean Hilda can roam around, but let's see your first pick, second phase. They can actually hold their marksman pick.
But do they really want to eliminate the flex of the Hilda this early?
Probably not. I think I'm with Eterna on this one, that this is where they could start considering maybe going for... Oh, okay. They reveal it so early on. I mean, technically this doesn't say much, right, about the matchup. It's
True.
double flex at this point. So they can still hold it up until the very end. So yeah, we're both wrong, but both correct at the same time.
Avatar of the Guardian can definitely like counter the chip shortcut, right? From range, can actually just jump your formation out. TLID with this in mind, they need DPS for Hiran. Natan is untouched for the first time in the series.
Natan may be untouched here. I guess they could pick it up. I think it's between Natan and Carry at this point because they're mainly dealing with the frontliners. I don't see for them for a way.
Benedetta.
Oh!
Okay.
Huh!
Very ambitious pick.
That was one of my questions, right? Because I've been hearing that a good... Oh, Iritel, okay. I've been hearing that a really good counter towards the Hilda in the EXP lane. This is assuming that she does go into the EXP lane, is damage EXP laners. But the current trend is Benedetta tank. What are we expecting here?
No, I think Benedetta tank is kind of illegal right now. Doesn't provide as, especially if you take Revitalize. If you take Revitalize Benedetta tank, I think that you should be punished for that. It's a heinous crime. I prefer Petrify a lot more because there's a lot more scenarios in which that is useful. Because when you have Revitalize, you have to go in, but then also have to figure out a way to go back to your team to actually get value from it, just to maximize it.
So with that, Aran being back on one of his signature heroes from way back when, we're gonna see how this pans out. Will it succeed or not for game number 3? We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
2 down, 5 more to go. We are at game number 3 of the grand finals of MPLID season 14. Still equal. Stretch from Kaon against Team Liquid ID. A Benedetta pick finally in the hands of Aran.
Man, I mean, this is an interesting situation. Aran, target banned technically, and target picked away from as well. The Hilda that was such a menace, such a problem in game number 1, now is in the hands of RRQ, even though now there's the chip to kind of consider.
Look at Tyron. Whoa, go back and forth. Oh, this is a bit of a different Hilda. It's a revitalized. Now, the vengeance that Aran has been able to take, and it's actually not the revitalized Benedetta. It's a vengeance Benedetta.
What difference does it make? The Hilda with the Revitalize and the Hilda with the Vengeance?
The Hilda with the Revitalize can get more value from the shielding of a bush and the regen from a bush, but to a degree, it's already limited when you're in a fight. Whereas with the Vengeance, you have a lot more resistance to burst damage, and you can argue that throughout this match so far, the resistance against burst damage has been the more important factor here.
Yeah, that would be the case, but now Edok will be able to be close to Skylar, but now add on Shiki. A lot of critics towards him, but Dyron.
Uh-oh, a deep cut. Ooh, great eye for an eye. Comes to the vengeance. Rin's Lantern Flare, even with that eye for an eye. Aran should still fall. Dyron picks up first blood.
Aran in no man's land, punished. And Dyron, with his own weapon, with that Hilda snatched away from the hands of Aran, he has to fall.
Smart moves for both teams. I mean, for Skylar, kind of knows that, hey, there's a lot of movement from my team on the bottom side, and they don't see anyone. So most likely they'll be on top. So he played safe there on the Irithel. Hard to catch anyways, but look at Dyron already roaming around.
Wow. Dyron will give a lot of prio towards the laners of RRQ as they prepare themselves for the turtle.
Ooh. Well, not level 4 just yet. Lantern Flare will pick him up. Now Crash Course on the 2, real level Blades into the back line. Super J to be compromised in this position. Aran is the one who takes the turtle. Now Rin's caught in the back spot. No Crimson Beacon just yet. Slowed down, and Aran will be looking to go for the kill. It's a slow back kill, but our Aaron Shiki actually will pop into Entropy to rotate to the mid lane too. So they're looking to capitalize on that turtle fight win.
Definitely a bit more of a spontaneous reaction there from RRQ. Not having the level 4 is quite, quite detrimental to their success there. No massive link coming in from Rins that we've seen RRQ use to try and sow chaos in the formation of Team Liquid ID, and no Avatar of the Guardian. Those two massive ultimates could have swung things in favor of Team Liquid ID, but they didn't get the turtle, but they got a couple of kills, they got the level 4s, and they were able to get a bit more of a momentum in this early game. Now it's about maintaining it, especially with that EXP lane peskiness coming in from Dyron.
Yeah, and Aran is still just roaming around again. Like, it's almost the same, similar playstyle as the Hilda.
Great read.
It's witty. is scouted out by Sitsujin. He needs to get that purple buff. Uh-oh.
Skylar in the back spot, that's a Guardian. Shortcut coming down, Skylar with a heavy crossbow, Aaron! Oh no! He flickered, he went away, but he got all the way to the bottom lane, but there's another skirmish happening! Aaron just teleported to his demise. Dyron walking forward, Fabian taking a brunt of the damage. Dyron with a double. He might be able to get a triple now. Chasing the chip, trying to run away desperately with the crash course. Aran stun down, yes, with the slow. Dyron with the chase, one more shot, triple for Dyron. Is he really going for the maniac? Pops to revitalize, in the bush, that shield, that regen. Edok walking forward, looking for the help. And it's another revitalize. Dyron versus Aran. He will be able to escape, but my goodness.
The sustainability from the Hilda provides Dyron the cover to pick up the triple kill. That is insanity.
Oh, Witty now caught again. Still, just a deadly catch, but man, they have been able to handle this chip really, really well.
They've been able to find him again and again. That's the big problem. Witty has not been able to find a way to sneak around. And if he does get spotted, Aran is absolutely on the case, man. He is a marathon runner. It's not about the sprint. It's about how long he can chase. Look at how far it went. It was from above the turtle pit all the way to the bottom side turret almost. But look at this engagement.
Again, the shortcut. Adok just gets out with the AOG. Skylar up top winning the trade as well. So, man, RRQ really just winning on all fronts right now.
Is that Witty's flicker that was burned? There is a slight problem over there, of course. Flickerless chip now. STLID, they want to try to match the pressure. But how exactly can they do that, Arashi?
It's so difficult because they don't really have the best of catch. Again, it's only the chip and maybe Aran that can kind of have some kind of stun. Everything else are just slows, are just knockbacks. And against a Hilda, that's difficult. Against a Gatot Kacha, even more difficult too.
Oh, nice one. A blink and another. Oh, Tyrant, Raid Boss is here. Not taking any damage. He laughs at the face of TLID's damage.
Raid Boss for a reason. And other items, Arashi, it's a Thunderbelt Benedetta, so still the Diablo way of the Benedetta, but now it's with the Vengeance.
A Thunderbelt in the hands of Dyron, and he has been proccing it left, right, and center, dude. With the War Axe completed for Sitsujin, it's gonna help with his sustain as well. And look at Dyron, almost taking the position of the roamer here, looking for info. And just how fast you move in the bushes, in the river as well. The Benedetta from Aran just can't really match this pressure.
And the only thing he can do is to cut the waves, make sure it doesn't crash towards his turret. That's about it. The Benedetta needs to also match the pressure, maybe come to the mid lane as well. For the chip, we'll try to open up the shortcut, maybe no. Edok, and just scouting around. This is a very, very well dictated game played by RRQ.
Yeah. RRQ is doing a great job just making sure that the Hilda and the Gatot Kacha are the ones in the front, but look at Tyron's damage!
What? Of Yehezkiel's HP. Flash on the Dyron, but the AOG will find one. That's gonna be fake. Locked in. Dyron's still able to survive. He's not gonna miss of it all right now. AOG, he pops in the entry, but Sitsujin was looking for the kill. Fabian shreds through the HP bar, wins no flicker, has a Crimson Peak and a Lantern Flare. And now Skylar comes in again with the heavy crossbow. Yehezkiel, who teleported in, will teleport to his demise. And Witty, who has been isolated, will fall as well. RRQ. Wow.
Dyron cheats death for I don't know how many times. Around 1v1
against Skylar. One more dash should do it. Skylar solo killed up top by the assassin, but the turtle still falls in the hands of the mercenary.
That might be the only real problem for RRQ. The fact that Aran can go. Oh, Dyron! Woo! Oh, no damage! What is this Hilda pick, man? He cheated death in the previous engagement. Edok almost gets the catch there. Again, they're just sending the Gatot and the Hilda and alternatively. And if they jump on Dyron, Avatar of the Guardian, if they jump on Edok, he flies away. There isn't really an easy way for Witty to find an engagement at all.
Talk about tankiness, right, Dyron? And the fact that RRQ, they have a lot of disengaged tools to just further themselves away from TLIDBs. They can prolong the fights. Ooh. Be able to sustain even further shortcut.
If you want to go on to Edok though, right? So
exactly.
Every single time you see Edok, the crash course, it's literally just a crash course. It's a test. You don't want to go for the shortcut, but I have a question for you, Rashi. In the bottom lane, Aaron getting sandwiched there. Oh, okay. No crab claw cannon. Fabian rotating as well. Red tree already used up. Oh, what? Fabian, a rare mistake. He dashed into the deadly catch. He wanted to go up on it. Sutsujin, no deadly catch, real manipulation, and the mobility locks him down, but he has
Oh!
top of the AOG. Around with the final blow, really gonna be taken very, very low. Diamond again swings that sword or swings that spear, whatever you call it. It's him dying. Around next eye for a knife, trying to turn around. Finds it. That's one. Shut down though. Poor Dyron.
How do they fight this? Every time they want to try to fight back, every time they want to try to revolt, Rrq just collapse upon them out of Shiki.
No flicker. Aaron, entropy to the back, goes in for Rins. Oh, the flicker, but Rins gets the kill. He puts the light on Aaron Shiki's head.
Illuminating him, finding him in the darkness of the jungle, but Edok, does not get hit. Dyron, 7-0, not really going with the same build Aran was going with the Vengeance, with the Blade Armor. He's going for the Dreadnought instead, trying to make sure that Fabian gets mitigated, that Aran can be chased away from the backline. Again, solving these issues for Skylar. And again, even with the global presence, the movement speed alone from Rrq is allowing them so much prio. But now the Lord is here. Team Liquid ID definitely have more emphasis in getting control around this area.
Okay, I have a question, Arashi. Is this Dyron Hilda thing a hero that he's practiced before? Because he's 7-0, he's doing better than Aran.
Oh, when you talk about that Witty getting shadowed,
I don't know about this, man. Even when he pops a conceal, I don't think there's any threat. Rrq want him to pop in the shortcut. Because if you shortcut in, you shortcut to your demise. Witty with a flicker forward, pops in the shortcut. No one should take the Spear of Alpha to the back, finding Skylar actually. But look at the damage from Sutsujin. Crab Claw Cannon, look at the sustain from Edok. Aaron Chicken with the entropy, still able to shot some damage. Dyron continues to chase.
What?
But slowly but surely, Aaron is able to dish out some more. Rins melts Aran down. In the end, it's a 3-for-2. But Rrq take the Lord.
The Hilda in the hands of Dyron. It's acting like the castle wall for the kingdom.
Dyron Wilderness smack. Boom! Right in the head of Aaron Shiki.
He's legendary. How do you stop him?
Dyron with the guitar solo, putting it down once more from the EXP lane. Dyron dictating the whole pace of the game. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Liquid ID has the great late game combo again with the Yi and the Natan, but Rrq, what's the plan here? Dyron alone. It's just so much for them to handle. They're gonna lose a bunch of structures right here. Expect the gold lead to really increase in gap.
Yeah, the Lord marching up top still. A relatively easy Lord to take down, but the Deadly Catch will zone them out. Now the problem becomes the Hilda, right? But when the Hilda is there, Erythal will also scale. Sutsujin as well with the Bane will also be a problem for TLID. Do they really want to bank on a base defense again and again?
Oh, hang on a second. Really? Ashley has made his way to the back, but Dyron is zoning Aaron solo. But watch out, man. Skylar does not know he's there, but Edok is the one opening the way!
Great read from Edok. Gets the taunt. You don't want to pop the shortcut there. It's a shortcut for Witty to get back to base. 5th death this game on the chip.
Edok reads minds. Is able to know that Witty was in the back looking to pounce. And now, Dyron, this is his lane. Everything is just onto him right now. Look at the way he just moves.
Look at Aran.
Whoa, Fabian.
Fabian, good damage. Pure Valve put to the back, respecting the damage. Skylar, oh my goodness! Forcing the reload, the blink, and even that doesn't really matter. Skylar surviving. Deadly catch, the shots on the Fabian. Aaron Chicken with the kite, but now he just smacks him to the ground. What's the counterplay?
Insanity. The Kings, they have divine intervention behind their very backs. Repeatedly, they cheat death. And death is something that they want to bring to the cavalry.
Chase him, Dyron. They're just gonna get him round and round. Aran gonna be chased down. Final blow. Lantern flares up. Aran brought back. Rinse constantly putting the Lantern flare on him, but Aran has the dashes to escape. Meanwhile,
really?
What? A desperate play to the back. He pops in a shortcut. Fabian takes it. Skylar. Caught a Spear of Alpha. They go in and they find him, but they all get fed to the shorts of Sutsujin. Fabian, there's no way you can 1v3, not on the Alpha after you use the Spear of Alpha. He gets taken down. It's a shutdown over, but now it's the AOG to the back. Edok very low, taken out. Aran running away. Dyron continuing the chase. Doesn't see, it just feels like a stalemate at this point.
Oh. What was that fight, Arashi?
It was just pure chaos. Rrq are living for it. Gonna get some more right there. But look at the gold lead, man. I think that was actually favorable for Team Liquid ID. An equal trade when they're at a goal deficit with an infinitely better scaling late game. The fact that Skylar got caught there is part of the win condition. Let's take a look at the replay here. Presented by the official from my smartphone. Oh man, this was that worst damage. Skylar even goes under the turret casually, chunking Ayo Rrq to half HP. And Edok, the Battle Kacha, that's the roamer, my guy. Flies out of danger. Now, securing the area around the Lord. But Team Liquid ID are trying to make a play with the chip here, sending Witty to the top side instead.
Uh-oh, Aran. Oh, times it well. Teleport to the back line. Witty pops in a shortcut, goes for the crash course. Skylar going to be confident. Enemy Cat will be able to find the ball. Fabian. Spirit of Alpha. Oh, now the Edok. Big bonk into the head of TLID. Oh, no. Hezkiel caught the base. Aaron in the base, still looking for a possible split push. He gets a base turret down, but Skylar's able to recall. Aaron should be able to recall as well, but Rrq will not go onto the Lord. Fabian, not back up. 18 seconds on the clock for Witty. Aaron, can you defend it without an entropy? Skill 2, skill 1, used up Divine Glaive. Aaron against the world. Rrq will not risk it. They will go back to the Lord. They'll take the base turret.
Public execution of the usurpers in front of the Lord pit. And it's Ayo Rrq having to watch his teammates die. Now the Lord is going to be conceded by TLID. Rrq 25 kills in 14 minutes.
Oh man, Divine Glaive is completed for Ayo Rrq, by the way. But he is just so vulnerable, especially if he wants to kind of enter the fight with that shortcut. But the Skylar was kind of kite away from Witty, and then recognizing that he has the protection, he ran back into Witty, into his team, to allow that wombo combo to really get used to its maximum potential. The deadly catch, the avatar of the Guardian. Oh, and Aran now facing danger.
Uh-oh. He's gonna try to cut the wave. Skylar having Cosmo already. Aran still has a shortcut, that's why he's staying up top. Riz walking up. Fabian, Spirit of Alpha, able to find Riz. Big mistake. Direct isolated. Now gonna be melted down, but he has the winter crown as Fabian. Will pop in his own winter crown, but it is inevitable. It's a shutdown over for Fabian to take big taken down as well. 2 for 1. Oh, Lord cleared. Crab Claw can't do it a lot. Witty. Shortcut over, crash course as well. Full lock-in, got to catch up. Ida finding them. Skylar able to cut away, and again, Sutsujin gets the deadly catch on him, forcing Hezkiel to back away. Ida will chase around as Skylar makes his way back to the mid lane.
They have to hold. Hezkiel has to hold with Aran as well. Can they hold? Can they defend?
How do you do it? How do you do it? The Crab Claw cannon will be used for the passive, but just go for the base as Skylar gets the kill on Hezkiel. That is game number 3. 2-1 over to Rrq.
Absolute cinema. But it's Rrq with the public execution of the usurpers. TLID, they had to try to match the pressure, but it was way too much for them to handle. 2-1 Rrq. They have their foot up front.
What was that game, dude? So many moments looked so good for Rrq, and it got overturned by Team Liquid. But just when you expect Team Liquid to finally get some momentum, there was a fight that looked so good for them, and Rrq turned it back around. That base tower take in the mid lane didn't seem like a massive factor. But right after that fight, they found the window, they recognized the calculations, and go straight for that end.
They were looking for a Hail Mary play. That was split push up top. The way Witty wanted to dive to Skylar, open up the shortcut, get the Crown Prince, steal his throne, steal his crown. But it all didn't work. He has 4 soldiers circling him.
And let's not forget to mention Dyron, man. We've seen the Hilda in the hands of Aran. It was oppressive. We thought, man, this is a great pocket pick that only Aran can use. Dyron comes up, steals it away, and look at what kind of chaos he's able to just demonstrate in the Land of Dawn for this game. Again and again, just not dying, just doing so much damage. And the fact that this composition again was found by Keskewed, letting go of the chip, beating the team fight, and then getting all the combo, man. Every single team fight just looks so tough for Team Liquid. Where is the front to back? We didn't see Aran get to kite Ayo Rrq get to kite back and forth properly a single time.
They can't play the front to back when Rrq is just running rampant into the face of the cavalries. What a way What a way to win game number 3. Dyron with the revitalized Hilda. The shielding. Felt like no one could kill him. But we want to ask our panelists on what they had to say on game number 3. Take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 3. And I mean, I gotta say, you know, despite me being a full TLID fan, I swear that was one of the most amazing games I've seen from both of them. Honestly, RRQ putting up an amazing fight in the early portion of the game, and the way things just really progressed, the outplays, the skirmishes that went down, that was a very high kill game.
I mean, Iran basically carried the team back. I believe Iran made a lot of plays that game, but Dyron, sure, right? 8-0. Gatot Kacha, such an underrated pick in that game. He made it work. Where the shortcut, sure, it may surprise Skylar multiple times, but the AOG has been connecting like crazy that game.
It really has. And honestly, when we look back at some of these moments, right, dropping the AOG, it feels like he can't miss. There's so many things that can go right for him, and worse yet, the chip ultimate as well as the RWM are huge signals that the Guardian, Avatar of the Guardian, wants to come in for, and it cuts them off from that backline, which is all Skylar needs, because he's doing a phenomenal job when he's allowed to free hit.
And that was the biggest problem, right? Because even the casters mentioned we didn't really see Aaron Chiki be able to get that front to back. I mean, Gatot Kacha didn't really allow that to happen. So chaotic. It really messed up with the formation that TLID really wanted.
I mean, yeah, it's surprising because technically Gatot Kacha was available to be banned in the second phase, but a very, very strong performance yet again coming from the Kings of Kings. MVP goes to the highest kills in that game.
Yep, Dyron, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And for the longest of time, he was sitting at 8-0.
Yeah.
Eventually, he got shut down. But I mean, at that point, Dyron already kind of did his job, right? That oppression in the early game. I think Arashi put it really well. We thought that this was a specific signature hero for Iran, but Dyron picked it up and showed us a different layer that the Hilda could offer.
Not only showing us a different layer, but at the very least, just maintaining so much control over the early game, right? A lot of these, the fact is, Dyron knows that despite getting these kills, he's not going to be able to scale into the late game as a penultimate tank. He's going to be on the weaker side of things. He can't really wave clear like Iran, but at the very least, he is slowing down Aaron Chiki from getting that third item. He is making sure that Yehezkel always has to keep an eye out for that Hilda to peel away from Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, this was the only fight where I feel like TL got the better of RRQ. Even then, RRQ, they were responding, right? It's a 3v3. Aaron Chiki got some kills, but again, I talked about Gatot Kacha being an underrated pick, but generally speaking, Hilda, game 1, caused havoc. Game 2, game 3, Kescue denied the Hilda away from Team Liquid.
I also think the Hilda addition into this game, there was a reason why it was first pick prio, especially for RRQ on red side, right? The fact that the Hilda had so much oppression into the enemy jungle disallowed Weedy to have that information into the opposite jungle, and therefore it was very difficult for Weedy to utilize the chip to its utmost value.
And we see him getting punished because of that, right? With the bot side gank or initiation, or with the help of maybe the split push from Iran to try and pull attention away, they just eliminated the possibilities, right? As long as you're standing on top of 2 of those portals, and one of those portals is in a spot where you don't expect any action, it really just limits it down very, very quickly.
Such a good game, brilliantly played, and again, Dyron, Edok in this game played a crucial portion in why Rin's, Sutsujin, and as well as Skylar got the efficiency that they need, got the optimal farm that they need as well. All right, looking at perhaps the post game here, it's 15 minutes. It's not bad.
It was an average of 13 to 14 minutes for our first 2 games. Finally get a little bit of a longer game, despite it only being like a 2-minute difference. But the one thing that I really wanted to point out here is, you know, shout out to Reptar, or Redmar now, he always gives, I want to give my flowers to a certain player. And, my flowers go out to Aran. Despite this loss, we saw what he was able to do on the Benedetta. It's very nostalgic to the old Aram that we used to see. Do you not think so? Very individualistic. I mean, split pushing, doing a lot for his team macro-wise.
Yeah, Fnatic Onyx lost against Benedetta Aran. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, I remember. But this time, it's a tanky Benedetta. He was on the Vengeance as well. He knows that he wants to target Skylar, and one of the ways is that Vengeance.
Yep, and not to mention, not only did he have the Vengeance, he also bought Blade Armor, right? So every single one of his auto attacks reflect a good amount back at him on top of the critical reduction that you get from the Blade Armor. It's a very good idea, of course, but even so, Skylar, mechanically, you can see that he's hyper aware. He's
very sound.
He's playing a very hot game today. He hasn't made too many mistakes overall, and I think, with the supplement of the consistency of Sutsujin specifically, these neutral takes have been looking better and better and better, and Sutsujin, he's focused on the Lord until Skylar.
So they tried to target the Irithel. They tried to target Skylar. Skylar was able to outplay. Do you think it would be different if Skylar died there?
Ooh, yes, I think it would be different. It would be different because I think that Aaron Shiki would be able to kite back Sutsujin, who would be the only other person to deal some real damage to that Crystal. I'm not sure whether he will be able to buy 11 seconds worth of time, but clearing that wave seems very likely if he could.
I think it actually might be. I think it's Iran mispositioning because he could not recall in that moment. He had to walk to the base, which made Rrq, the base wide open basically. And yeah, Iran, unfortunately, in that last sequence, he was out of position to recall safely.
And the gel of the chemistry in Rrq in that final moment was insane.
It's ridiculous.
Right? Oh, the outplay from Skylar, but that was facilitated by Edok jumping in.
AOG.
It was beautiful to see.
Oh,
the new pillars of Rrq wreaking havoc in this game. I love to see it.
It kind of reminds me of something like, when R7 and even Clay decided to join Rrq that time, and everyone was like, man, I miss the old guard. And then they became staples themselves. I think we are seeing the next generation of Rrq really solidify themselves as one of the best teams here in MPL Indonesia.
I agree. And for the past 2 games, we've been highlighting so much about Skylar and so on and so forth, and we actually even mentioned, Dyron's a good player, but we haven't really seen him shine. Finally, Dyron gets the recognition he deserves for game at number 3.
Which makes me wonder, right? If he's pretty decent on this Hilda, I wonder why that his performances on Tlid are a little topsy-turvy. Because they kind of do the same thing, except you have a utility ult that actually does something in team fights compared to Hilda, who is just I don't like you specifically.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of feeling as well, right? Is it though? Hilda.
Is it though? You just go in, you be like, bah! Just a little tap, just a little nut tap, and then you walk away. Be a little sneaky boy.
You're right, yeah. Quicksand guard somehow same.
The timings of the abilities are different, but the general concept is the same. So I would like to see whether Dyron can expand his hero pool even more. If Hilda is so good, I want to see him be really devastating on Tlid as well.
So now the big question is, well, what do TLID do now, right? What's the main problem here?
I think their main problem right now is that they don't necessarily have an answer into catching Skylar specifically because Cho keeps on getting banned. They need a new answer to this and something that doesn't require a hero to dash, if not be able to close the distance very quickly against Skylar. Because they keep forcing this Natan into Irithel matchup time and time again, and yes, it's a little more favored to Natan if he has full items, but half the time, and based on what we're seeing, the laning phase is where we see Irithel really take control.
So if that's the case, is Irithel worth to ban?
Compared
Switch to
Bane,
blue side?
I think Bane is something that they need to get rid of. I think Bane is the big deterrent here. Because every single time they're about to fight, they're like, oh, I'm gonna free hit. And then Bane's like, oh, but I'm gonna ult. And it's like, I don't want to be there.
Keep in mind, Rrq has been taking the Bane first phase.
They have.
So is it really worth to ban the Bane 1 slot in that first phase?
Maybe not. Maybe TLID should just pick it up for themselves. Because so far, in terms of rate, I don't know what the stats are exactly, but so far the win rate between Bane 2 Alpha against each other seems a little more Bane favored.
Right now, especially in this matchup, yeah.
Okay.
So they have to think about Bane, Irritao.
I mean, chip now, yeah, Gatot Kacha. That's the answer.
But what, like, okay, TLID, what if they choose blue side again?
TLID blue.
And then again, RRQ leaves the chip open. You can't allow the chip to be given to RRQ either, right?
They gotta open the whole draft up.
Okay, well, we're gonna see how it pans out before we get into game number 4, because we're gonna throw it over to our host to see exactly what they're doing over there. What are they doing?
Guncang, deg-degan sekali ya Bude pastinya. Iya Alisa, nih Bude tuh lagi bingung ya, mau upload juga untuk membagikan momen ini.
Wow.
Nih, pilih yang mana ya Alisa ya?
Loh, Bude itu lucu banget. Itu gimana cara ngeditnya, Bude?
Gampang banget kalau pakai Samsung Galaxy, semuanya bisa. Nih Bude tunjukin ya Alisa.
Oke.
Alisa pasti tahu kan sebenarnya?
Oh, yang pakai icon bintang itu. Oke, jadi tinggal klik icon bintang, lalu klik Portrait Studio dan bisa langsung pilih, wah ada komik, kartun 3D, cat air, dan sketsa. Coba pilih yang kartun 3D deh Bude. Dan klik buat. Wow, gampang banget ya, canggih banget Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini. Dan kita bisa lihat.
Tinggal dipilih, ini banyak banget pilihannya Alisa.
Oke, Bude langsung berubah banget ya. Wow, oke. Ini gampang banget menggunakan Portrait Studio dari Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Dan pastinya fiturnya banyak banget. Wow, pilihannya cantik-cantik banget Bude.
Bude mau upload, kalian juga bisa loh ikutan kayak Bude. Seru nih.
Betul sekali.
Pilih.
Pastinya dengan membeli Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini, karena khusus penonton MPL bakal ada diskon loh Bude.
Wow, diskon serius?
Betul, karena dengan pembelian harganya mulai 791 ribuan aja per bulan dengan cicilan 0%, bisa dapetin total bonus hingga 2,8 juta dan pastinya gratis 2 kali memory upgrade sebesar 256 GB, Bude.
Buset, seru banget, ditambah lagi khusus penonton MPL nih, ada yang spesial karena kalian bisa ngedapetin travel adaptor 25 watt, lalu ada Google Play voucher 200.000 dan gratis screen permanen MLBB untuk pembelian di samsung.com/id. Pakai kode voucher promo Galaxy S24 FE X MPL.
Dan gak cuma itu aja Bude, karena kamu juga bisa dapetin tambahan diskon sebesar Rp500.000 untuk pembelian pertama di Samsung Shop App.
Waduh, jadi buruan ya, karena promo ini hanya sampai 31 Oktober. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Get yours now.
Betul sekali, jadi bisa langsung aja dibeli di toko Samsung terdekat kalian karena promonya khusus untuk penonton MPL aja.
Benar, dan atau langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat.
Betul, atau bisa juga langsung scan barcode di bawah ini atau di deskripsi. Jadi kalian bisa langsung gampang banget check out dan punya HP yang sama kayak aku dan Bude.
Yeay, tapi nggak hanya itu, karena ada sesuatu yang spesial dari Samsung Galaxy juga nih, karena ada Samsung Galaxy Quest. Buat kalian yang mau ngedapetin ini nih, bisa.
Betul, caranya gampang banget karena Samsung Galaxy FE24 ini prosesornya sangat cepat juga, dilengkapi dengan vapor chamber yang bakal dukung kamu untuk win streak seharian tapi HP kamu tetap adem. Jadi buat para gamers wajib banget untuk punya Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini, ditambah lagi karena ada fitur Galaxy AI yang bisa bantu kamu jadi lebih kece pastinya.
Iya, jadi kalian bisa ngedapetin ini secara gratis. Samsung Galaxy Phone gratis, mau? Gampang banget, kalian tinggal jawab aja pertanyaan yang akan Bude berikan. Pertanyaannya adalah, berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE?
Yes.
Berapa ayo, berapa?
Langsung dicari tahu ya Bude, dan cara jawabnya gampang banget, tinggal langsung aja follow akun X dari Samsung ID. Pastikan juga akun X kamu tidak di private supaya kita bisa lihat jawaban kamu. Dan langsung ketik dan cari pertanyaannya di Google. Berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Lalu posting hasil pencarian kamu. Dan pastinya bisa berikan alasan kreatif kamu kenapa kamu harus menangin HP ini. Mungkin para gamers-gamers yang HP-nya aduh udah panas dan lemot banget ya kan. Dan tinggal langsung aja masukin hashtag Galaxy S24FE, hashtag Galaxy AI, hashtag Fun Experience, dan jangan lupa buat mention 3 teman kamu.
Dan tentu saja, satu pemenang yang beruntung akan mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Phone. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Yes, dan pastinya periode ini hanya berlaku dari tanggal 23 sampai 27 Oktober 2024 aja, dan pengumuman pemenangnya
akan ada di X dari Samsung ID. Jadi buruan sekarang ke X, langsung follow dan jangan lupa untuk jawab pertanyaannya. Dan kita ngelihat kalau pertanyaan itu banyak banget ya untuk saat ini. Selain dari untuk ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy tadi, kita juga bertanya-tanya nih, kira-kira mana nih yang masih semangat dari para super fans untuk grand final kita?
Boleh kita tes dulu kali ya Bude, aku mau dengar suara dari Kingdom, mana semangatnya?
The Cavalry, jangan mau kalah, mana semangat untuk tim Liquid ID? Semuanya riuh pastinya karena kita akan menyaksikan, akankah ada raja yang akan mengambil kembali tahtanya atau akan ada juara baru di season 14? Jadi untuk melanjutkan permainan, sudah saatnya kita melihat bagaimana jalannya pertarungan untuk selanjutnya. So panelists, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, Monster, and Alyssa, and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. Once again with us three, the GAG trio.
JG.
The gag trio.
We really gotta come up with a better acronym.
It sounds... Why? What's wrong with gag?
Let me think
Is there
about it for a
something
minute.
wrong?
Wait,
What is it?
that's
You're
why.
gagging, yeah.
That's why. That's the problem with it. Look, we're professionals here. We need to be at the top of our game, and I don't think gagging's part of that. But even so, I am starting to get a little worried for TLID because at this point, TLID have a lot of problems that RRQ continue to pose to them. A lot of it has to do with the draft, and I think even in their gameplay, they made a couple of weird decisions in both Game 1 and as well as Game 2. I think right now, TLID are just looking for a way to kind of break out of the stalemate.
It's a very good challenge here, but I really want also to touch on TLID and RRQ. We made it to M6. There will be new faces in M6 as well.
Yeah, for the first time ever for M Series, we're gonna crown a new champion, right? From PH.
Yeah, no AP Brand.
No AP Brand.
No Echo.
No Echo.
Liquid Echo.
TLPH now.
Yeah, no Blacklist.
No, who else? Oh yeah, that's it, right? Wait, how many M Series have we had? 5?
Well, I mean, if you really want to go into
no EVOS.
Evo, exactly, Evo.
Evo.
M1, baby! M1!
M1. I mean, it's exciting to see these new faces because it's not like we haven't seen them before. Some of these people, like Aurora and even Sanjay, came through the wild card even, and even when it came down to EWC, Twisted Minds was part of it as well. So I think that it's great to see teams who have been longing to get that championship spot actually achieving it now.
And especially now, it's gonna be a Swiss round, right?
Yeah.
So possibilities are endless.
Woohoo!
Speaking of endless possibilities, what did you guys think? If RRQ are now leading 2-1, how can TLID come back for game number 4? 59%, is that right? 59%. Aaron must avoid mistakes again? Are we... I understand game number 3 being... Aaron related, but for game number 4, do you guys agree that this is Aaron related?
Game number 3.
Game 4.
Specifically for game number 3.
Oh, 3, yeah.
I don't think it's 100% Aaron's fault there. I do think generally there is a bit of an issue with the draft right now. It's hard to answer it because if you are taking away something, you're giving away something. And I don't think that TLID have been put in this type of position where Woody is losing out on his really big playmaking heroes, but at the same time having to deal with a draft that is technically pretty passive, that wants TLID to over-aggress and over-commit.
I think that's why I'm more inclined to agree with the second point, right? Don't overcommit is where I feel like TLID needs to repair for Game 4. And for Game 4, speaking of second pick for RRQ, meaning
Yeah, they're gonna get
TLID.
red side.
Yeah, TLID will have the blue side.
Okay, avoid overcommitting and overextensions. Name me moments in game number 3 that you believe TLID made that problem.
Bank again. I think wanting to kill Darwin in the early, I don't think is wise.
Is that a discipline problem though?
Discipline problem?
Because I feel like in game number 3, the discipline was a lot better for TLID.
Yes.
The discipline
Yes.
was very, very high. I think the biggest overextension probably was around that very first Lord that we saw glimpses of it, and then even when we got on over to like the fight, the overextension of the fight afterwards, which inevitably led to like their mid inhibitor breaking and, and things like that. I think that was as close as you can get to the overcommitment that people are worried about. But I agree with Eterna. I think so far, coming into game number 4, TLID in terms of discipline is looking a lot better, but they need to find a clear solution in the draft, if not show us something else. Because if not, I feel like Hescube, he's just going to keep replicating this draft again and again and again. Take the chip, I don't care.
I agree. So we're gonna get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen. For the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy FE.
Yeah.
There it is.
The shake-up.
Let's go!
Suyo, Jushin, or Matilda.
Oh, Sushin.
Suyo, right?
I mean, Fabian, he's been having a tough time in Alpha, so I think he needs a bit of a change of pace.
If they want to go, okay, yeah, I don't think giving Suyo to Sitsujin is wise. Picking up the Matilda here, they need to go Suyo, and there you go. RQ, Matilda, Phobius perhaps,
Phobius bad,
Bang.
Jushin?
Oh, Matilda. Hilda again.
Oh!
So game 2, they banned the Hilda. Game 3, game 4, they picked up the Hilda.
Dang, Kescu. Oh, this is so smart. Both of these coaches, very, very smart. They know what they're doing against each other. I think the Lucas is still going to have to go in for the Jushin, but he's going to pair it up with the Tlid, and this is a great flex pick against specifically the Hilda.
Okay, Ben Irithel. RQ going for the Cho ban is signaling highly that they might want to go for the Irithel. Do you think it won't work against the Suyo and the Khalid?
I think the worst part about this is that not only do you have to ban out the Irithel, there might be some consideration for Ixia as well. Because again, we're thinking about things that work well with the Matilda at this point of time.
Oh, you're right.
Man, Kai, woof.
Just like game 2, RQ, they banned the Akai out. Okay, TLID, you understand that maybe Hilda, Bane, and Paramis, and of course Matilda with favor. They do not want to combine Matilda and Paramis in the same composition. So, yeah, TLID, they're running out of bans here. Ixia, or Ska, or Irithel, or let them both open.
I think might as well let them both open. It'd be really annoying if we see like Harith into Lunox once more, but I think the iframes are going to be very useful in this game. We'll see what these next 2 bans are before we get into that.
Okay, what is going to be the choice here for RRQ? Why did they go for the Akai ban here, by the way? The Akai hasn't found as much success. Sure, it has worked, but the amount of times it's succeeded as compared to it kind of failing in terms of that execution is quite huge. They're shutting around down now with the Benedetta now taken off the board.
Okay.
Let's go.
Ban out the Benedetta, they want to force it, yeah, ban out the Irithel, and now keep it standard here. They know that Skylar can play Lunox, so it doesn't really matter if you get Harith at this point of time. I think that Skylar might even play a more safer option because the Tan is still wide open, right?
I think leave the gold lane.
Yeah.
Leave the gold lane.
So, what, high loss here maybe? No. They already have Hilda and Matilda, so Mage, he's banned out.
Probably Lilia, right?
Lilia, I think, I like Lilia.
They need some kind of wave clear, some kind of high ground. Vixana is all right as well. It doesn't look like there's too many good ults anyway, so Valentina doesn't seem like ideal just yet.
Or do they want to go crazy Luo Yi? Okay, they open their card with the marksman pick here.
Very safe, very safe.
Natan finally switching over for the Kingdom.
This is concerning.
You're so stressed.
I'm so stressed right now. Oh man, alright. So they already have a nail in the late game now with the Natan. Early game control with the Bane, the Matilda, and the Hilda. TLID, what's the stopper here? They choose Hyros as well as the Beatrix.
I like this a lot. At least Beatrix can hold her own. For a little bit. There's a lot of combo potentials. With Bojushin as well as the Tlid. Let's not forget. I don't want to put Suyo out of that picture as well because he has an inbuilt start, but he was more to set up for the other two.
Yep, Aurora.
Oh, so good.
Perfect. It makes sense, right? You want someone a little bit safer as well. As compared to a Vexana with the passive that the Aurora has, if Suyo wants to go in for a trade kill, it's a lot easier to weave in and out of this with the passive that Aurora has.
Honestly, that Aurora pick might be the pick that makes the RRQ to the championship point.
I think it will as well. I mean, Eugloria's pathway, you don't want to get hit by that frigid breath. It really forces you to think about your zone of influence. Taking the traditional front to back might not be easy, but you gotta make things work.
So, will we be heading over to championship point, ladies and gentlemen? Number 4.
One game away from that ever so coveted MPL Indonesia trophy.
Smash them.
2 steps away.
2 steps away.
2 steps away. 1 away from that elusive match point.
There we go.
Welcome to
It's a battle for match
Legend.
point for RRQ. As we get into the land of Dawn for game number 4. 2-1 right now for RRQ and TLID. They got their hands on a Suyo.
We've been waiting for this possibility. Fabian on the Suyo. How crazy can it possibly be? Rins, though.
Yo.
How crazy is he?
Oh,
Sacrificing the passive.
Whoa, bottom lane. Getting ganked on the Hilda and the Fabian dash forward. First blood for Suyo.
Well, we talked about the Hilda being the pick to kind of keep the Suyo in check,
Not like
contain it. But what is it supposed to do in the situation now, Arashi?
That was the idea, right? Cut the wave, go into the jungle, be a nuisance while your lane opponent, Aran, is supposed to stay right next to the turret and kind of, you know, wait around. But look at Weedy do. Ooh, that's a roam. We thought it was going to be the Hylas, I think. I at least expected Weedy to be on the Hylas. But on the Tlid, we've seen it match up to even the likes of a Cho. So it's going to be a lot of damage in the early game for Team Liquid ID. But the poke, the AoE, definitely favors RRQ. Movement-wise though, Dyran with the Wilderness Blessing, going to be roaming around a lot more. And Skylar, despite being up against all the aggression, Brother Hunter and the Witness Finder, but look at that damage!
Forced out a flicker already.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very important resource because he has burned the passive, he has burned the flicker, and next up on the menu would probably be the turtle, so you have to be ready. As Widdy is there counter invading the jungle, Fabian has so much freedom on getting and plundering Sujin's resources down bottom in the jungle. The problem with Suyo now is, of course, he has level 4, he has level 5 even, and they're ready to take this turtle.
Should be free, you know. RRQ can't really go for the battle with so much pressure on the hands of TLID. Fabian gets it, saves his retreat. Trying to go for a cheeky little steal, but knows that RRQ will have avenues to try to stop that from happening.
The early damage is what it is, man. I mean, it's the Sushin, it's the Tlid, it's the Beatrix. So many ways for Team Liquid ID to pressure. So Edok and Daiwan even, they're both kind of a bit more concerned about their survivability, unlike game number 2 earlier, where they can kind of do whatever they want because they were just too tanky with the Gatak and Hilda, but oh, look at Edok.
Something. But won't be in much trouble. Of course, TLID, they have better rotations, I suppose, with the Tlid always on its toes. But Safeguard is to heal up, and Fabian has the Hunter Strike. But Dyran, good so far.
All right, maybe not. Maybe you can't take that damage. What the heck? Suyo, very balanced.
Dyran is punished now twice. What's the difference between previous game, Arashi?
Maximum missing HP damage in the Suyo allows them to really burst down targets like Daiwan. They want to play with regen, but all things considered, the Natan really hasn't really been the recipient of a lot of big pressure items, and Edok is doing a great job just monitoring, shadowing Weedy, ensuring that not a lot of laners really fall behind. But from the jungle, from the farming difference alone, already a 2k gold lead in 3 minutes. Quite significant. Where did Sandstorm dodge from?
Wow. Good dodge, Witty. Knocked out by the circle eagle, able to flicker out with the regen too. Gets a bit of HP. TLID will just respect this. Well played RRQ to escape from that. Well played Witty to escape from that too.
They want to brawl out in the early stages of the game. Now still Dyron with the same scenario that it has been in previous game. 1v1 down bottom.
And we get to see how much damage you can truly do on the Suyo. If you can burst a Hilda, that's a lot of damage. Revitalize even. There we go, power wall on this. Now Yehezkiel should be able to lift him up. The stun connects and the execute should get him down. Turtle up top though, gonna be dealt with here by RRQ, held down. Good snipe over to Rins, now walking forward, throws it down. Frigid Glacier will lock him down. Jin with the help of the guided wind, not able to survive. Winning just slashes him down. Rins cannot sustain from that damage, cannot take that damage. Lantern Flare, Ayo Rrq will gun Skylar down, and Edok will be forced back.
The cavalry recharges their energy, and now they are ready for yet another revolt. Everything is going south for the kingdom.
Wow. They have lagging potential, but the early game is looking really, really rough. This approach from Team Liquid ID to just double down on that early game aggression. I mean, we talked about this a bit, Mirko. Hey, if the game never reaches the late game, because the fights keep happening, because both teams, you know, have it personal. They want to just win it out and show everyone they're better in these fights, in this early game. Then why even get these late game tools? Look at this though, Circling Eagle on a run. Nothing available for RRQ to really realistically get. You're only trying to make sure that Tlid doesn't fall too far behind, and Skylar at least gets some really good farm.
It's gonna be okay. Ron pops the glorious pathway.
Running through Ray Sandstorm on the Jin, Frigid Glacier. Able to stop the deadly catch as well, but now Faven comes in. A snipe from Ayo Rrq down in the mid lane. Will be the end of Jin. 0-2-0 right now.
Problematic for RRQ. We actually talked about how the Hilda is actually a very good pick against the Suyo, and the draft planned out by RRQ is way solid compared to the previous one. But it's now going so hard for them. What's the big problem here, Arashi?
I think it's just Suyo damage. I mean, are you seeing how much damage Faven is doing? Oh my lord. I mean, even against Dyron, he's been shredding him down. It's way too much damage. I think RRQ, in theory, have a good composition, but individually, these heroes are way too strong. And considering the gold lead has increased to 7,000, RRQ are definitely in survival mode. You can see Witty understanding that, recognizing that, looking for avenues to set up traps in the jungle.
Jin.
The execute. Fabian. Whoa, please take him away. Skylar walking over the entropy. Now Frigid Glacier able to lock Fabian down, but no, he plays out the safety. Witty zone Skylar away, and they will be able to steal away the orange buff here. Fabian takes it. Witty trying to zone RRQ away from the tier 1 of the mid lane. Only shot over to the Hilda. They can't take it, and it should be a perfect turtle take for Team Liquid ID.
What's the call now for RRQ? What do they want to do? Back on late game again?
They might have to really bank on that late game. Again, the Suyo in the end is still an assassin, but Skylar!
When he walks up, they try to go for that shotgun for the Wesker on Skylar, but he has the entropy.
It's a scary situation. Skylar also doesn't have the Purify, so Raging Sandstorm, the stun from the Suyo from Iran, there's danger everywhere, and Dyron zone away immediately, dude. These towers are falling down like dominoes.
The bully gets bullied in this game. Dyron is not having a good time. And take a look at how much pressure, how much control TLID has. Circling Eagle.
Ooh, quicker. So much respect. Knowing that if you do get knocked up there, Rins could just flicker forward and, you know, combo them together with the Aurora.
So in theory, for the late game, they still have a good composition, but survival, right? Is that even possible with all the pressure? And Jin actually gets his purple, but man, Witty is just relentless, dude. Always in the faces of RRQ, and that gives all the time. But look at his play, though.
There he goes, though. Once you use the flicker, you are going to be susceptible to that. Dances to the back. Whoa! Hey! With a flicker backwards, but still, look at the sustain coming over. TLID Fabian with the blink backwards. Skylar trying to go for the chase right now as Edok walks forward. Breaks the quad. Wow! Over Skylar. Entropy getting the range. I did not expect that. A shutdown, a big one at the 8th minute mark, and it went to the worst target for TLID. It went to Skylar.
The castle walls are shook by that one retaliation that is made by the kingdom. They get a lot of kills on that altercation. TLID shut down after what was looking like a very good initiation from Witty.
Iran, maybe locked down again. circling equal everything. Sutsu Jin crab claw cannon. He was 0 and 2. He's gotten 3 kills out of nowhere.
We know this issue, man. Aurora is so annoying to deal with if you're the fighters. If you're Weedy or Aran, and later on, it's gonna disjoint the formation of Team Liquid ID. The Lord is up, but Aran is not around.
Uh-oh. This Lord, they want to fight for it. They want to blitz it. They want to dance together on this chance. Conceal open by Witty.
Very early Frigid Glacier. Now Raging Saturn.
Oh!
Redemption. Now Fabian in the midst of it all jumping in. Deadly Catch used up as Ayo Rrq deals with Tyrant winning. Quick Sandguard still healing, still buying time. Finally frozen and taken down. Fabian with the flank again.
Fabian!
For the Soul Severed will be able to find it. Ayo Rrq forward.
Oh!
Skylar gets shot, but he will not fall.
Almost he assassinates the Crown Prince. It was so close. And on TLID, they have a time frame to control even deeper into the map for RRQ.
Fabian is showing on the top side. He's gonna be forced to go for a 1v1. Fabian is absolutely on the hunt.
Ooh. Sutsu Jin stunned.
1v1.
Now slash down. What is Bane gonna do against Suyo? He's just gonna run. But even then, Suyo can chase. Glorious pathway in the bottom lane and cut them from the Lord. Still Skylar, able to find a space to go for some hits over to the Lord. 2,000 HP. Diamond gun down here on Cheeky. Nibiru's passion, but again, RRQ has dealt with the Lord.
TLID, they contain any possible pressure exerted by RRQ. They want to play with the side lanes. It was Sutsujin overextending and he was punished for it. Now they might look for a siege. A few more minutes, but still, the passive from the turrets standing strong.
The Holy Crystal is completed for Skylar though, so the man has absolutely enough damage to be a real threat. The fact that he was able to get that shutdown earlier definitely was a big value moment. We're looking at the items here. Queen's Wings completed for Fabian, trying to get the reduction just to survive long enough to use the output potential. And Ayo Rrq on a vengeance here, going with the Heptases, the BOD, the Malefic Roar. He wants burst damage. He wants to take down RRQ. He's not trying to do DPS. Therein lies the concern though. He can be great in sieging down turrets, but in the defense, RRQ have so much ways to kind of deter a Team Liquid ID from moving forward. But as of right now, the gold lead that earlier shrunk down to 4K is now back at almost 8K, so Team Liquid ID have regained that momentum.
Yeah, pretty late Hunter Strike there from Sutsujin, but 7.6K gold up for TLID. They're waiting for that Lord to spawn so that they can get that Lord and maybe stage yet another siege. The talisman as well for Edok. That extra cooldown reduction, but now TLID, they're playing the safe. Even Yeheskel is itemizing towards that Blood Wings. He wants that extra shielding, Arashi.
Extra shielding and extra movement speed on the shield. Plus Skylar though, whoa!
So he's all good.
There's limited crowd control for Team Liquid ID, but there's a lot of burst damage. Skylar might want to be a bit more careful doing that. Look at the damage!
What is that? Disgustingly good. And on Shiki, accurate. And so impactful as well with the Renner's Apathy.
Man, Ayo Rrq with the gun fu is gunning down the members of RRQ. Diamond now not having a lot of chances to proc that Thunder Belt. Not nearly as tanky as he was in the previous games. Oh man,
again? Whoa, let's repeat. Ooh. Really has to Raging Sandstorm defensively. And that is one engage 2 taken down. But the cooldown, of course, it's not going to be a big issue for Witty and TLID. Free Lord Arashi, they blitz it.
Oof. Divine Glaive completed for Skylar, so damage is there. But can he survive though? Team Liquid ID are notorious for being able to find their targets in a team fight. And Skylar just isn't on the same kind of hero like the Iris though. He isn't really as maneuverable. If they're gonna let go of a Lord, I will think it with the previous one instead of this one. But now circumstances has pushed their hand with the Lord for Team Liquid ID marching down the mid lane. Do they have enough right here with the Frigid Glacier, with the Entropy? In theory, in the base, Skylar should still be able to just stay safe, to really be that, you know, static defense for the base.
Yeah, proper dive though, Liquid.
They do. The Raging Sandstorm will open up the map and the way as well. Glorious Pathway popped up.
No, Skylar gets caught. Raging Sandstorm from Witty! All the way to the back, finding them! Skylar will fall, unable to utilize the Flicker. Tyrant gets gunned down and slashed down by Fabian before he can even do anything.
Crystal,
the Suyo, we thought it might be countered here, but maybe the Suyo's just too strong. Fabian on the Suyo, 12,000 gold lead. 2-2. We got a game 5 in our hands.
Domination by TLID. They will still ride into that dying night. RRQ, they are shook that Hilda wasn't even able to contain the Suyo.
Is that the solution? The Beatrix. Mr. Dyron tries best to do the exact same thing he was doing on the Hilda. Zone away the backline. Be too tanky. But against the Beatrix, has that Hilda bitten more than she can chew? The Weskers, the Nibiru's passion is absolutely melting Dyron down. No pressure at all coming in from the EXP lane. And then a certain amount of damage coming through from the jungle. Team Liquid ID has just powered through the draft through brute force. In theory, Rrq had a chance, but in practice, Team Liquid ID has just stomped all over them.
They don't care about the odds. They like those odds. They equalize the score. We got a game in our hands. Game 5 imminent. And TLID, their young blood's boiling again. The revolution, the rebellion is not done yet. TLID. What a game that was.
Phenomenal stuff from TLID, man. Again, you know, I think there was a miscalculation for me, right? I expected the Hilda to, I think they expected the Hilda to be able to match that damage of Fabian, but man, I don't think so. I think this is just why Suyo's has been auto-banned every time. Even here. Dyron just disappear, man.
That mini Balmon ult though.
Mini Balmon ult, you have an alpha.
A mini retreat.
You have an alpha 3-time swing with that hold of the skill 2.
Yep.
You have a stun, a dashing stun with
you have
skill
an
1. You have a
sword.
Yeah, you have a blink.
You change it to
skill
Mia.
1. You know what? Nerf 1-1.
Nerf. Hey.
Yeah, probably, man.
But give some respect to my girl.
You want to talk about the elephant in the room, though? Skylar, he doesn't know to purify. Is that too greedy?
Answer our questions, panelists. What do you think about the non-purify Natan in that game? Take it away.
The Suyo.
The Suyo!
Thank you, casters. I mean, I personally am not complaining about the Suyo, you know, being given over to TLID because, man, yeah.
TLID.
Super balanced, by the way, in the early game.
Very much so.
Perfect hero with no flaws whatsoever.
It was evident in that game. But yeah, speaking of Natan Flicker.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's greedy. I think that like Skylar, as good as he is, has costed his team games for one reason or another. Sometimes it's like a too many recalls. Sometimes, most of the time, it's battle spell choice. And finally, we get to see him punished hard for this one. Because previously, didn't want to go for Purify. Takes a Flicker. Irithel. We've been through a whole meta of Irithel. Most people were like, okay, we can go for Sprint, but as soon as there's CC, give me a Purify. Man still goes for Sprint. He doesn't care. He trusts in himself, and I respect that, but man, TLID, good punish this time. I don't think they're going to get away with it again.
Okay, I mean, it did bring TLID now back to 2-2, so we're back square even, dead even between both of these teams as we take a look into the highlights again, right? What I find interesting, we talked about it before, one of the highest amount of survey votes was the fact that TLID really need to be able to secure that early game, and this is just typical template TLID gameplay that we saw earlier on.
Don't forget about the factor of that Khalid flex, right? I mean, I think 80% that Khalid we thought EXP, then yeah, you pick up the high loss. Maybe Skylar thought that high loss was going roam. That's why he opted for that Flicker. But then the switch up, right? It's Weedy on the Khalid, game changer.
He was so active, landing perfect moments as well with the Raging Sandstorm, and therefore he deserves the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone.
I think Weedy is, honestly, Weedy had a really incredible early game, and I think that Rins unfortunately forgot what Khalid does. Losing losing Aurora passive level 1, absolutely unforgivable. It's just how? There's no reason for you to lose it that early on. At the most, you lose a battle spell, but your passive as well, that's when it becomes ridiculous. And as Gani mentioned before, having that double flex the double flex pick in both Khalid as well as the high loss is really interesting, because now if you play the Hilda, no matter what the matchup is, it doesn't feel very, very nice. And specifically against the high loss, you're just gonna get sandbagged. That's why you see the constant proxy of waves, and that's why you see the positions of Fabian as well as his boy, Witty, just pathing down from purple all the way down to orange, knowing that this could be a possibility.
So Hilda, meta undebunked?
Well, on condition that high loss isn't there.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm about to say. SDL, he brought the Hilda quote-unquote trend to Iran. It seems like Keskut, he denied it twice already, and suddenly with the Tlid, it's an answer from SDL himself, right? He knows the kryptonite, and it shows in this game that, yeah, Darwin was nowhere to be found in game 4.
Yep. Could barely play the game. And honestly, like, even Scholar getting his signature in that Natan, Ayo Rrq feels a lot more comfortable playing this Beatrix. Like, he doesn't even need the setup sometimes.
Whoa, I didn't realize 13 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yeah. And Natan, this series, for the record, very low percentage.
It's not looking good for Natan all across the board, but generally, I feel like at least TLID is back in their element, right? Playing towards that early game, having a couple of late game securities, but generally just designed to team fight and to end this game as early as the mid game. Because RRQ, as you can see, once Sutsujin is put on this Bane, they immediately go a more passive route of play.
I think this is going to be homework for TLID once again. I'm still sticking to my opinion that TLID really needs to work on this. If they don't get the early game, they need to figure out a way to adapt in the game and just recollect themselves to be able to play into the mid towards the late game. But in this particular matchup, how do they replicate that same purpose of finding a better early game setup? Because I don't think that the Suyo will be let go again.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is why I think that blue side was very, very important for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a consistent back and forth until somebody figures out something about the red side that could maybe turn the tables for at least a minimum, for Team Liquid, at a minimum 2 games. If not, I mean, RQ is going to get the match point first, and then an immense amount of pressure is put on the team.
It's going to be very interesting, you're right. It's going to be very intense, and it does seem like for this series, that first pick value has been delivering like crazy instead of, if you compare the last pick value, all right? Remember that Aurora last pick, it wasn't really as expected. I expected more from the Aurora.
I mean, Rin shouldn't have lost his passive at level 1. Like, so much happened because of that, right? Had Rin's not lost his passive, maybe he could have been able to contest that mid wave so that he could maybe save Dyren when he was proxying, you know? So many variables could have been tweaked significantly. Because again, as much as Edok wants to be able to kind of pull people out of these tough positions because he's playing Matilda, if you don't have the backup, you're pulling them into yourself for a free double kill.
Very interesting, but I want to go back here.
Go back? How far?
Go check that.
Okay.
He mentioned 4-2.
4-2.
And for now, it does seem it's 2-2. Will it be 3-2 and then 4-2? Just
I mean, like, calm down, because RRQ are also playing impeccable games.
They are.
Okay, they have been looking clean, they have been executing it well.
That's right.
And it always just boils down to the drafts. Because I'm not saying that RRQ had a bad draft, but this was a really good draft for TLID with the identity and where they find their strength. Early game.
Man, you can tell that your blood is blue. At this point, you don't even need a blood test. It's just, oh, no, sorry. It's B for blue. I agree with you. I think that, like, even RRQ right now, it's not about the performance. It really just comes down to, like, can we get a better draft? Maybe Skylar, let's not, you know, take a Purify every once in a while. You know, this is starting to get really, really nerve-wracking. But at least for TLID, especially for the Cavalry fans here, with this game, it's a refresh. It's a reset of mental.
So we'll take a little bit of a refresh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into that championship point, we're going to throw it over to our hosts up on the stage. Bye. Right.
Ca, sini dong. Ca, welcome Bandung. Udah nyapanya gitu aja?
Dio, lihat mama.
Bah. Begitu ya. Ca, akhirnya setelah hari pertama datang, sekarang datang lagi untuk menyaksikan grand final.
Kemarin nggak datang, hari ini datang lagi.
Tapi kamu nyangka gak sih kamu bakal datang hari ini untuk grand final?
Nyangka dong, nyangka banget. Kemarin udah pede banget sih, meskipun kalah waktu kemarin, tapi pede banget dia pasti bakal masuk ke final.
Kepedean itu datang dari mana nih? Apakah feeling-feeling dari Echa? Atau mendengar bisikan-bisikan?
Pede aja sih karena ada Fabian Acu kan.
Oh, Fabian tadi jago banget gak sih?
Jago banget, parah.
Parah. Tapi ngomong-ngomong kita bakal kilas balik nih. Karena ini kan pencapaian terbaik dari tim Liquid sepanjang sejarah MPL Indonesia. Dulu, pada saat dulu biasanya kita ketemu
Dark
sambil
Era.
Dark Era.
Dark Era kita pulang sambil ente, kadang-kadang ente. Kita paling bestnya tuh masuk 3 besar guys. Jadi ini sebuah kebanggaan sih buat kita. Kemarin aku capek-capek ngecas HP aku, tapi yang full malah perasaan bangga aku ke Liquid. Anjay.
Oh, asik.
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 Gokil.
Keren. Echa. Tapi Echa, ini kan perjalanan yang cukup panjang, apalagi Echa bersama Liquid tuh bener-bener dari Dark Era. Sekarang era apa nih?
Apa ya? New era ya? Nggak tahu sih apa sih sekarang.
Eranya baru, era kuda nih sepertinya ya.
Iya, era kentang. Hah? Kentang kentung. Ah nggak tahu Bude.
Nggak tahu.
Pokoknya GG aja, era GG.
Era yang GG.
Ya.
Melihat sekarang mereka bertarung sekuat tenaga sebagai brand ambassador dari tim Liquid ID. Apa yang Echa lakukan dari tadi?
Teriak-teriak sih. Aku disuruh maju-maju. Aku dari tadi waktu game pertama merinding banget sih meskipun sempat kalah, tapi aku percaya pasti bakal bisa comeback. Kan ini namanya final, kalau misalnya nggak balas-balasan nggak seru kan. Kalau dibantai gitu kan kurang seru ya. Jadi emang sengaja sih puring kayaknya.
Bukan puring.
Apa namanya?
Ngepur. Enggak dong, ini semuanya udah memberikan yang mereka miliki ya, Echa.
Iya, benar.
Rasanya di panggung tuh biasa, Echa biasa di panggung juga ya?
Iya.
Mengalahkan rasa nervous itu seperti apa sih?
Nggak tahu sih, jujur kalau aku jadi player kayak tanganku gemetaran sih.
Gitu?
Iya. Tapi mereka hebat banget sih, maksudnya kayak player Liquid kan banyak yang masih muda dan first time masuk ke MPL kan, dan mereka hebat banget bisa ngalahin rasa demam panggungnya gitu. Itu big deal banget loh buat anak sekecil itu berkelahi dengan rasa deg-degan
di panggung besar
di
MPL.
panggung besar itu.
Wow. Tapi Echa ngelihat semua yang ada di sini, The Cavalry, ada nggak sih mungkin yang kamu ingin sampaikan sebagai brand ambassador juga dari BA untuk The Cavalry yang ada di sini, yang lagi di rumah, yang lagi nonton, yang lagi deg-degan juga, mau digombalin boleh nih?
Aku makasih ya udah dukung Liquid dari dulu sampai sekarang. Kita dukung terus sampai Liquid menjadi juara. Kalaupun enggak, mereka udah lakukan yang terbaik. Terus aku nggak mau gombal buat yang nonton, aku mau gombal buat Fabian.
Langsung aja nih.
Aku dari kemarin sibuk nontonin kartun Mickey. Tapi Mickey-nya bukan Mickey Mouse, Mickey-nya mikirin Fabian Acu.
Tapi sekarang Fabian akan melanjutkan permainan. Coba semangat terakhirnya nih, ayo.
Semangat Fabian dan tim Liquid, semoga kalian menang menjadi juara.
Kata-kata buat barudak Bandung?
Wow.
Dan itulah dia, kita akan melanjutkan bagaimana keseruan dari hari ini. Final belum berakhir, Grand Final masih akan berlanjut. Dan ini akan menjadi game yang akan mendebarkan siapa yang akan mendapatkan poin berikutnya. Mari kita cari tahu bersama para panel dan juga para caster. Monggo, hand of down.
Thank you so much, Bude. Thank you so much, Echa Aura. She's actually, okay, she's not Echa Aura anymore. She's Echa TLID, sorry. There are differences. Get with the program. But yeah, we gotta get with the program here in the best of 7 because we're now down 2-2. We're going to the 5th game. And we could potentially, well, not potentially, we are definitely going to be seeing championship point. But the question is, who will be able to get there first? Will it be RRQ or will it be TLID?
So intense.
I genuinely don't know anymore. As much as I've already predicted that it's going to be a 4-3, it could go either way.
Right now, seeing RRQ's performance is so spectacular and awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Eterna, what are you doing right now?
Sorry, you know how So TLID are going to M6, right? And,
Yes.
And I think I could be potentially going there as well.
That is okay.
But I don't know how to ask Yaoi out.
How do you? Okay, there's
Just as friends, by the way. I just want to grab like
Yeah, totally.
like coffee. Or
there's a
something.
feature there where you
Okay.
can actually ask the AI. Do you know that?
Wait,
The
what?
AI feature on a phone?
Wait, what do I do?
Yeah,
Oh, is it this?
I mean, practically, ladies and gentlemen, the Galaxy S24 FE. For those of you who are looking for a phone, it's flagship performance, but also a very budget-friendly price.
All right. How do I ask
That's that's
Yaoi
AI
out
feature.
in M6 Malaysia? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm using the AI feature. So I could choose whether to have a casual or professional response.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's very convenient.
What does that even mean?
Like
I'm
if
gonna
it's
be
like,
like,
a professional setting.
Is casual gonna just be like, hey girl, how you
Wait, I
doing?"
forgot to set it in English.
Oh, that's kind of awkward. But for those of you who are curious about it, the Galaxy S24 FE is a perfect choice. Price only at around, I keep forgetting the Indonesian numbers are huge, 9 million IDR. Its gaming performance is 2 times faster than the previous version. Not only is it great for gaming, but the Galaxy S24 FE also has impressive Galaxy AI features that Eterna currently is exploring.
And also one of my absolute favorite here, Gideon, the feature that is it's called Composer. All right, this feature helps you create chat messages, captions, emails, and more with the help of Galaxy AI. And it's also perfect for inviting your crush to play together. How it works, Eterna is showing how it works.
Eterna, show the audience. Stop indulging in it. Eterna,
What?
Eterna, show the audience.
Oh, right, sorry.
Show it to the audience.
I forgot. So basically, all you need to do is like open the keypad on whatever, you know, chatting thing you use, guys. Super easy. And there's like under the chat box, under the chat box, there's the AI icon.
Yeah. Oh.
You just press it. Okay, I'm gonna press it now.
It's very simple, by the way.
Super simple to do.
Yeah, I press it, and then all I need to do is write what I want.
Ask away.
Ask Yaoi, yeah. And then you can choose standard or not, casual or professional. You can also change the language, which I just did. I changed it to Tagalog. Okay, and then
choice.
And then it auto-generated it for me. Okay.
Very simple.
It auto-generated?
That's how AI works, apparently, Gideon.
Dude, I was thinking like small stuff. I was thinking about like, yeah,
There you go.
emails. I'm like, no problem. But now you can even open up to your crush like, that's the whole paragraph.
There you go.
And luckily, we can check it first.
Okay.
So it doesn't auto-send.
That's a
We can tweak it here and there. I don't understand what this means.
It even added emojis into it, right?
Yes.
What does this mean?
Very, very interactive indeed. So you guys, what are you waiting for? Get it. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, for you MPL viewers, you can get it a free 25-watt travel adapter as well, a 200K IDR, Google Play voucher, and a free permanent MLBB skin when you buy on Samsung.com/ID by using the promo voucher code of Galaxy S24 FE XMPL. I remember, repeat that, Galaxy S24 FE XMPL.
You can also get an additional discount of 500,000 IDR for your first purchase on the Samsung Shop app. Hurry up because the promo only lasts until October 31st, 2024. So buy the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE now.
What does Gandamo Yaoi mean?
Look, I don't want to get involved in this bit. This is the part where I draw the line because as soon as I don't know the language, I know somebody is messing with me. And I
Okay.
know that from my Filipino counterparts.
Okay, but you know, we don't want to mess with you guys.
Thank you, po.
Thank you po. Chantel po.
I'm sure she's watching this, by the way.
Kamusta? Okay lang. Let's go, guys. Filipino. Anyway, for you guys at home, once again, you know, whether you're Filipino or not, you know, everyone around the world, we want to ask you guys, not language tips, but more so, how can RRQ make a comeback for game number 5? Yeah, okay, pretty self-explanatory. 45% ban or pick Suyo.
Should be 0%. No, that's a balance hero.
What do you mean? I mean, 45% of the audience is correct. I don't know who the other 55? Yeah, 55% of people are
Quick
like,
math.
Suyo's not the problem in that game, man. He's not the problem.
You should limit Wheaty's initiation hero or power. Duh.
No, it's Witty. It's all Witty's fault. I think that Witty, yes, he has a couple of tells, but I don't think his initiations are great, but they're very, very telegraphed. And he only goes in when he knows he can guarantee get the hit. So it's like, why do you care so much about the initiations, especially when the early game was so heavily driven, not only by Witty, but this Suyo from Fabian.
All right.
Brave Fave to win work.
And I don't think that's gonna happen again. I mean, look at your screen right now. Second pick.
Oh.
TLID are now on red side, so RQ chose first pick.
I hope TLID has something interesting for red side, because again, it feels like they kind of figured out blue side, but they don't want to show it off again to RRQ to maybe pick up on some of those habits. So keep them on their toes.
You know what? I expect RRQ now being on blue side, they might ban the Hilda out.
Ooh.
Like game 2. I don't think Cute has a direct answer for this Hilda, even TLID has shown what they can do against the Hilda game 4.
So you think Fanny Cho Hilda again?
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Yeah, I think they want the Matilda, if not the Suyo. Or maybe TLID is trying to be cheeky. Let go of the chip.
Oh, to Edok? Oh man, I don't know about this.
I don't know about this. Mr. Gotti, I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Gotti.
Don't stress us out, don't stress us out. Okay, let's get into the drag team phase for game number 5, right?
5.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. There you go.
You hit the nail on the head with this one. It's one for one, each and every one of them.
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Fanny Cho Hilda. Game 2.
So what did RQ go for? They went Matilda in game number 2.
They did go for Matilda in game number 2, but at least St. Lucas has already like put a big clamp on that, right? They get rid of Matilda, they get rid of Suya as well as Chip. Now Phobia is going to get first pick for the side of Cute. To come back, St. Lucas. Let's see how he's going to manage this. Because again, I feel like Phobias for certain teams are a hit or a miss.
Yes. Yes. And based on what, game 3, I believe? Yeah, Dyron rocked the Phobias like crazy. TLID, they should have the scenario, right? They should have the radar that Phobias first pick. But it seems like they're taking their time here.
Wait, do they go? Do you want Bane or do you want? Do they just go Angela Ling? Okay, sorry, that's crazy.
I mean, it's a little tough.
Bane and Alpha is Alpha.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like TLID always lean in, especially when they have that first option. Rather the Alpha over the Bane 9 times out of 10. But Witty now getting access to the Tlid once more. Pretty big deterrent for RRQ. I mean, if we're talking about how Tlid is supposed to play in lane against the Phobias, generally Tlid has a slight advantage pre-level 4, but then afterwards, Phobias doesn't really care what the Tlid does at that point. He can tank for days, he can poke him out, and most importantly, he can break him out of the quicksand guard.
What about the clear?
The clear, Tlid is going to take 90% of the time.
So the Zushin and the Bane, okay. So RQ, it seems like they will not prioritize the Eve. It seems like Rince is more comfortable here on that Zushin as well. TLID, they will take the Eve. So it's a very, the theme is still as game 1 in this series.
Yep. They basically kind of given what their main laners are going to be. 2 out of the 3 of their mid trio as well. Ooh, they get rid of Irithel.
Yeah.
So does that mean first pick Natan and then they kind of say, you know, whatever happens, happens?
Beatrix, I think. I think now Skylar wants the Beatrix. With this Irithel ban. If not TLID, ban for that last
Actually,
spot.
I think Kesku should ban out the Beatrix, to be fair. It's red side, and they've already got 2 enablers. They've already got the Raging Sandstorm, they also got RWM as well. If you pair that up with the Beatrix, you've basically got a death trap.
But if they do that, what's to stop them from picking up something crazy like a Claude?
Like a Claude?
I prefer the Clint. If Beatrix banned from side of RRQ, I prefer TLID picking up the Clint.
This is specific for RRQ Claude.
It is.
Specific and against TLID that have picked up the Eve.
Yes. No, that's a very good angle to look at it. But two things that I was worried about. Number one was Hylos, which got banned out here. The second one is Franco, and that also got banned out by TLID.
Yeah, agree.
Dang, they are on top of this draft. Woo! This is a tough one. Do they ban out the Beatrix? I feel like they should, because I feel like RRQ's, especially Skylar's hero pool, is deep enough to take advantage of it.
Another body they are going for here. Terizla is one of the main factors. TLID, they will pick up the Natan early here. So they're not practically concerned in leaving the hero for Ayo Rrq last.
Guys, this 1-1, but outranged by you.
Yep.
It could still be Beatrix, right? Beatrix. Even Kaja is an option.
Because Kaja, you want to pair it with a mid laner who has more burst. Yushin is not very bursty here. And I feel like unless they've got like some... I mean, it could technically work with Bane, but I think Bane still would need items first before he can do that. All right, there we go. The Beatrix comes through. Shawhead. Okay. Jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, I hope Aaron brings Purify.
Owen, are you there? Owen?
Akai is good here. TLID can pick up the Akai. RRQ banned it out like twice last game, and if not 2 games ago. And I feel like Akai, proper disengage tool, great pin down possibility, and Jawhead is going to be very annoyed against an Akai.
How does it lane against the Phobius though? Because I don't think you can put the Akai in the roam.
Actually, well, I think against Phobius it does pretty well in the early game, right? Because his base damages are actually deceptively high, and when you're dealing with the poke, you need to just worry about Phobius' second cast of his first ability. Okay, Implosion instead. So they're really doubling down on this big wombo combo.
Want the big CC. Tigreal and Jawhead, both roamers first time in the series.
Okay. How are we feeling about the drafts this time around?
I think this is very snowball heavy for RRQ as well as TLID. I think First Blood is really going to matter between both of these teams. That first turtle is going to determine the next 2 minutes of the game. That's how devastating it's going to be.
Let's not forget Natan Yves late game though for TLID.
Huh? Let's not. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from the panel. We're going to throw it over to the casters for championship point.
2-2. A ceasefire to be cancelled soon, as they will all battle it out again in the Land of Dawn in game number 5. And it's still TLID against RRQ Hoshi.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. The battle for match point, championship point. TLID able to equalize the scoreboard, and now it's another Alpha versus Bane in the jungle. It's not really that crazy anymore, huh, Arashi, from the regular season. But still, so far, both these junglers, it really depends on the early game. Whoever seems to get the early has always just dominated through.
In theory, Edok on the Jawhead, again, can do so much more damage. It's so much stronger individually, right? 1v1, especially with the Mecha Suppression. Extra damage, 2% per each stack, up to 6 stacks, so up to 12% damage, additional damage for the team. It's like a mini focusing mark. Emblems of Indie Home though show that it's full movement speed, agility, and Wilderness Blessing for Edok. He's playing full utility, whereas for Widdy, he's always been more frontline heavy, going with the firmness for the extra bit of survivability. But the thrill of 3 members, they want to have that early game damage. With 3 agilities outside of RRQ, it's going to be an early game skirmish. It's only a matter of when. With Skylar having the weapon mastery, going for a kill. Whoa.
The shove over. It's not the ejector threat. And for TLID, it's really just all about getting the Natan to a comfortable spot. It's not really the best of matchups against the Beatrix, so playing it safe is okay, as long as they go for the control over the neutral objective.
We talked about the Akai, right, as the disengage tool against the Jawhead, but then you see Widdy in the Tigreal. Not one of his best heroes, of course. We haven't seen it that much.
Yep.
But we talk about the second hammer, right, that can really knock back the enemies from RRQ. Is that also a disengage tool to really just counter the Jawhead approaching?
In theory, that Symbol of Force can't really be stopped like that, but, you know, if he gets a pushback, he might be in danger of being picked up himself. Look at this though, control for Team Liquid, but RRQ are ready to contest.
Good shove from Widdy. Good ejector! Maybe be locked down now, the body force, oh, the sharks Edok! Is the one who gets him with the spark missiles. Tyrant First Blood, there you have it. Rins, Crimson Beacon to the front, forcing Witty to flick around.
Fabian thrown it through the Sharks, and he was stuck in the turtle pit. RRQ, they get that early game going. Ayo Rrq, it's not gonna go for the kill.
Darren has a level advantage. He's trying to bully Aran, beat him up here while he has the advantage. Going for a bit of a play here.
Being forced to use the Raging Sandstorm. Darren doesn't want to go for the dive. He's had enough. He got the dub.
Witty though, pressured by Rins and Skylar with the Beatrix. How is he gonna fare in this lane, Arashi?
In the lane, I think for Beatrix, it's about getting some poke in with the Renner, clearing the lane and rotating. And we've seen Edok. This be a big problem here for Team Liquid ID. If they're just waiting around, Edok doesn't really have to commit to really do damage with the smart missiles. He can just walk around and have that extra shield, and he'll just win the trade by default. But I think it's going to be a long wait till the next neutral objective here for both teams.
So I got confirmation. Witty, this is the first time ever that we've seen a Tigreal pick from Witty. A debut pick, you would say, for Witty in the grand finals.
Is it a card up his sleeve? Is it desperate times with desperate measures? Edok though, whoa!
Real world inflation and the Spear of Alpha. Aran walking forward. Edok, it got real low. Raging Sandstorm to take him down. Now Lancer Flare, Tyrant moving forward. Crimson Beacon. No Spear of Alpha means you're dead. Alpha down. Aran in the back. Yeah,
run!
Jumped down by Tyrant under the turret. Witty getting the shot, but there is no way that they can go for any kills. There's no one alive to do so. Aran forced back RRQ with an early game win.
They know they have the phobias. They know the longer the game goes, the fight goes rather, Tyrant is just gonna pop off, dude. As long as it's a front to back, as long as Team Liquid ID are kind of corralled together for safety, it's fine. But look at Witty though. Whoa!
Oh, with the shove back again. Aran into the front. Whoa! Good knockup with the Fabian Spear of Alpha. Rins, no Crimson Beacon. Big resources spent earlier. Fabian, no Spear of Alpha.
Tango, they want to fight this Aran.
Raging Sandstorm out of two. Retreat on point from Fabian. Gets out. Deadly catch from Jin will not find them.
Great trade there. Aran sacrificing himself to get the turtle, and Tyrant actually comes in to try and flicker in, disrupt the turtle take. A bit too late though. But RRQ setting up for something on the top side. There's gonna be surprise coming in from Fabian and Witty though.
Oof, they invaded TLID's jungle. They have control over this, and Witty getting tossed upon.
That's the ejector for you. Whenever you're in these bushes, opening up is always scary.
There's a lot of abilities that could just mimic the movements of TLID, and they can jump into the background of TLID as well. Talking about the Phobius jump, and then Edok with the Unstoppable Force. Does this mean the only tool that can keep them in place is the Trigger ult?
It might actually, maybe the real manipulation and the Raging Sandstorm, those can all be comboed together in theory. So RRQ for sure needs to be a bit more careful. Not for now. I mean, RRQ with this control, they can use the Joyhead even more efficiently. But look at this dive though.
Very aggressive on the Jin. Aran also walking up concussive blast. Ready, Jin will be taking down Fabian. Then will be traded back. Tyrant, Rins is the guy Tyrant has given the kill over to.
At this point, man, Tyrant is just absolute menace, but
implosion from Witty. A shove. Skylar, no Purify on the Beatrix. And that's why they picked the Tigreal. They know Skylar will be vulnerable.
This is a very good kill that also cements the lead up top. They get the turret going down. And this might be the chance, but it's of course Mr. Ade.
Is that an RRQ jersey?
Yeah, it is. Hey, Rachi, I'm just saying, man. I've been watching this guy's streams, or at least his clips. And whenever he wears someone's jersey, they lose, man. That's used to pick a chance jersey, man. You know, so
I want to see him flex his M1 medal. He did that in the regular season, right?
I don't think he'll do it twice. Maybe Edok will do it twice. Ejector again onto. Whoa! Good dodge with the Spear of Alpha. Away from the Menace Rage. And we have Ade acknowledging that he's been featured here.
Hey, cool. Just like Rrq with their engages, conceal play.
Shove over into the real room ablation. Witty looking for an implosion. Raging Sandstorm combo with the implosion. Two members, but Rins. Demonic force from Dyran. Onto the back. Ayo Rrq disappears. It's a shot over, trying to find them. Yehezkiel still gets out, but it's a big win for the Kings of Kings.
Dude, RRQ, they're just getting so much more value due to the clumping nature of Team Liquid ID. They've been trying to corral together for safety, but it's really working against them, especially when Dyran is just so out of control, dude. 3-1 and 4, getting shut down there, but having so much pressure. Compare his impact here to Aran. All Aran has been able to do is zone people away and get big crowd control AoEs. But for Darwin, he's doing everything. He's sustaining, he's doing damage, he's knocking people up left and right. It's just so good right now. His damage, he's actually the highest gold difference from both teams.
As an XP.
As an XP leader,
Insane.
Yeah, so good from Dyron. Has been able to get the targeting going on as the Phobies as well. Jumping into the backline, TLID, they have nothing that can protect them unless either Iran lands a peeling raging sandstorm or maybe an implosion also going on. As RRQ, they want to take control of top side, and Iran is there just to safeguard the players of TLID. But now for TLID, what's their winning condition, Arashi?
The win condition is to get Ayo Rrq on curve and get a combo, right? If they can actually land a massive combo and catch 3 members of RRQ, it could be a big moment. Oh, Witty!
Whoa, they go on to Witty. Implosion used up already. Demonic Force now. Dyron in front of pursuit into Ayo Rrq. Good Spear of Alpha from Fabian, but Dyron just flickers out. Meanwhile, Witty will be dealt with by Sutsujin. Prince picks Yehezkiel up. Fabian has been isolated by RRQ. Usually you see the cavalry run people down. The Kings are running the cavalry down.
The lone stallion beheaded by the kingdom. They want the revolution to stop, and they are on course of doing it.
E-Dog has Flicker. They have a window here with 2 members down. No Tigreal. They're gonna go straight for the purple. Go straight for the Lord. I don't know if they have enough damage to rush it. There's definitely a lot of damage available. But Rinse, that was a great play to really separate, to really break apart the composition of Team Liquid ID. This is the problem here for Team Liquid. If they go and group together, they lost earlier because of the AoE, of the combos. If they spread apart, Rinse just kind of wedges himself in between all the members, and they just can't win regardless. They just don't have enough damage just yet. 5,000 gold lead, Lord coming up, RRQ. If tempo is what they're looking for, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they're excelling in their own rights. Not TLID. The only thing they can do is just cut down the creeps, farm it up, maybe just wait for Ayo Rrq to get his power spike that holy crystal, maybe. And this Tatan will have a very, very huge responsibility of carrying this game. Is Skylar with the BOD. This will just even exert more damage towards TLID. But not the items though, Arashi.
In the items, Thunderbolt, Radiant Armor completed for Dyron. He's definitely up on the curve. Skylar has the Sky Piercer though. It's a Spa. Let's see. With that build, can he actually get some stacks going? As Hitsujin, as always, man, that damage is great.
Oh, there you
but
go.
Third item, Power Spike for Aaron. Now RRQ needs to be a bit more careful. Dyron can maybe tank some shots, but Rins, Hitsujin, and Skylar, they have to be very aware of where exactly Ayo Rrq is. And he has a Purify, so he can't really be stopped as easily.
Yeah, a single implosion towards Skylar can be the end of RRQ because Skylar is vulnerable, like you said. No Purify on the Beatrix. And this is the first Lord, right? So it's easy to take it down, especially when you have an Atan that you shred it down easily. And the Eve as well.
And a Holy Defense.
And a Holy Defense.
Yep. Well, Fabian, on top of that, goes for the Queen's Wings as well, so it's gonna be a bit more durable. As wow, a fast-moving Jawhead coming straight at you. Definitely scary, let alone the one piloted by E-Dog here. Finding a lot of opportunities so far, but RRQ, the patient just wait around right here, and we get a taste of that burst damage. Yehezkiel, almost.
The Renner.
More than half his HP.
It was almost Yehezkiel.
Hey,
oh.
Not yet. Is Yes alive?
Yeah, easy
alive.
killed.
Hey!
Whoa!
Dirty like that, because he'll play from TLID. They want to reclaim control of their top side jungle because the wave is shoving towards them. The bottom side, still a slow push for TLID. Dyron might jump in.
He does jump in. Ejector, not ready to get your Raging Sandstorm onto Rin, still has a Purify, good. Disengage here, you're not going to be taken very low. Real World Inflation, unable to find him. Dyron in the back, just jumping. Renner's happening, not connecting. Ayo Rrq finding Dyron, Winnie! Finding 2, but then, only then does Rins decide to pop in the Purify. Very, very patient.
Oh,
up top. It should be a base turret, it will. Free for RRQ.
Wow, look at how much effort needs to be exerted by Team Liquid ID to catch Dyron. Even then, if they were just a little bit slower, if Dyron was a bit tankier, he could have gotten an extra kill there too. The damage on this hero really is quite insane. Now with the base tower taken, unfortunately for RRQ, it is not on the side of the Lord, so they cannot use it for an advantage. But look at where Skylar is, already cutting, already prepping for the next Lord take. 7.5k gold ahead. Team Liquid ID with the golden combo, the Natan and the Yi. Do they want to contest this? Do they want to let it go and play that defense? Take a page out of Geek Fam's book.
They want to. They have to.
They have to.
They have to defend. They can't Testus Lord. I mean, Witty looked kind of confused with the Tickmill as well.
Yeah.
The implosion, it was hard for him to find and target a specific RRQ member. And I feel like, yes, you have to bank on that implosion coming from Witty, but how are you supposed to maneuver if there's so much layer towards RRQ's front line?
Especially with all the AoE like waves coming in. You have the deadly catch, but also the wave of the Phobias just knocking you up. If you're coming from the front, it's going to be so difficult. And I think the idea for Witty is that he wants to come from a different route, not go for a frontal assault, but the zoning. Look at where Edok is at every single time. It's almost like the entrance to the jungle on the bottom side is plugged by Edok. The one on top is plugged by Dairon.
Yeah, they have a tri-lane wave pushing up top, down bottom, one in mid as well. This will be the base defense we all talk about. Geek fam style, TLID, and they hold.
Let's see if they can. Edok walking up Rodin, zoning them away. That's an implosion onto Edok. Let's jump back to Edok. Able to flicker out. Rin's gonna be caught by the speed of Alpha though. Aran jumping in, diving in. 2 members down. RWM catching Dairon with the Raging Sandstorm. Dairon melted by Ayo Rrq. And they keep themselves alive in game 5.
The revolution still underway. They keep it alive. Renner's apathy to impale Ayo Rrq, but he will be fine. They hold the base, but they lose 2 turrets.
Very similar gold lead still, so all things considered, not a massive swing just yet for Team Liquid, but these are the moments where they can find some more turrets, more farm in the jungles, maybe even another pickup if Witty can get close enough. There is a flicker available and Skylar has no Purify, so now he needs to really respect it without the frontliners available, without Edok and Dairon around to just tank some of them.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, what happened to a run? A pull, but Rock ejector, Witty caught. Lantern flare over to Ayo Rrq. No! There is no entropy. Buys the Blood Wings. He pops the Purify, but he will still be cornered. Oh! Even despite dealing that damage. Now in the mid lane, it's a cut in the waves. Fabian will be able to buy some time. He has Keel gun down. RWM not enough to take this game, to save this game. Fabian chased down by Dairon. 1 cannon minion, another super minion wave up top. The Kings of Kings have secured match point. 1 game away from an MPL title.
The fashion, the closure of that game. It was unexpected. They won that fight in the middle. Sutsujin turning his back towards TLID, catching them all on their way back. And they got the team fight going.
It was just a great reaction from RRQ, identifying the Team Liquid. They have damage, they have high ground, they have everything going for them going into the late game, but what they don't have is mobility. Immediately you saw Edok burst into action. You saw everyone use everything they can to locate that fight, and Rins on the Sushin with the spam ability, with the movement speed boost, with 2 gap closers, was able to just get the slightest bit of crowd control onto Ayo Rrq, and just like that, we talked about this. You're the kings of the base defense, but dare you venture out into the wilderness?
It feels like it's a deja vu of the games they've played with the Natan and the Eve. They want to defend their base. They want to hold on to dear life. They want to hold on till Kingdom Come, but it just didn't happen. Why aren't they pushing outside?
At this point, it's just no discipline. Why would they push in like that, right? They have a Eve, they have a Natan. They're great at wave clearing. They got a win in the team fights, but they didn't. There's no way they didn't pay attention to the respawn timers. There's no way. They definitely knew it was coming. They decided to stay because they thought they could win the team fight, despite using all their resources for the skirmish already. That was just a bad call.
It seemed like they thought that RRQ were gonna come in 1 by 1, because we've seen it happen before. But RRQ waited. They sacrificed a structure and they got it done as a team.
We'll throw it over to the panelist desk to decipher what happened right there. Eterna, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for that game. Game number 5, and we're finally at championship point. RRQ just need 1 more game to be able to win the Raja Galaxy title for Season 14. Everything has led up to this point. And what a game by RRQ, very clean. They held control from the early portion of the game and it felt like TLID had absolutely no answer to that.
Again, I think the series, just first pick value again, Dyron just rocks the Phobius very, very well. And last pick value, that Witty Tig Witty. Yeah, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. I ain't feeling Witty on that Tig. And yeah, unfortunately he was, yeah, his implosions wasn't really game-changing implosion in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't, but I also think that they needed to focus a little more on an answer to particularly Jawhead, and I think they needed a better way to kind of get around the map. And as Arashi mentioned, you know, yes, they don't have the mobility, but they have if they execute well enough in these fights, it's basically impossible for RRQ to have any kind of callback to it, especially when it boils down to resources. This is a war of attrition between these two teams. Nobody wants to pull that trigger first, but TLID is more inclined to do so because if they're able to take at least one member out, the whole fight suddenly shifts into their favor.
But for some reason, if the pilot behind the Tigreal wasn't Weedy, let's say it was somebody like Key, I think it would have ended a little differently.
It's tough to say, considering that they have a Zushin as well here.
I understand. He gets caught time and time again. It was a huge problem for Weedy to find those combos. It's not as simple as that. It's not as straightforward as that. And beyond that, Weedy, we haven't seen this pick in quite some time. I don't think we've actually ever seen Weedy on the Tigreal. But going back to the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, it's Dyron on the Phobius. So we saw that the Phobius was first pick prio by RRQ. We thought that maybe that was a big gamble as compared to letting go of the Alpha and the Tlid, but man, just, you know, this guy, man. I mean, even in the lane, Aran was suffering so incredibly that he couldn't go anywhere.
He really couldn't. I mean, TLID found success in the previous match only because they had potential answers in their flex pick. Unfortunately, Phobius does really well into both Tlid as well as Hylos, so it really didn't matter for him. Dyron had the time of his life. You can see that Aran is significantly under-farmed the entirety of the game. By the time the game ended, he had like what? T2 boots, a Thunderbelt, Blade Armor, and then one more component. He was getting shredded by everybody at max build. Sutsujin, to me, is a very big standout in this match. He hits level 15, he's 4 levels ahead of Fabian pretty much the entirety of the game, and he can kill anybody who builds armor when he purchases Malefic Roar.
Oh, it's so disgusting. It really shows as well how Keskut is always the one to step ahead on the draft. And of course, execution, there is no doubt. RRQ is definitely up there. Dyron, take a look also this last sequence here. Yeah, I think TLID, they snoozed a bit, right? They snoozed a bit in this last sequence, which cost them the game. Aaron and Shiki really know where to go. And they know when Aaron Shiki's down, yeah, it's just over. Again, very good call from RRQ, but a very bad call, on the other hand, from the side of TLID to overstay. I know that they want the inner, but it's really not worth it.
I think that, like, even so, at a certain point, you need to just throw your abilities out, right? You know, I feel, unfortunately, it's starting to look like everybody is looking for maximum value at all times. Sometimes I think that Yeheskel just needs to drop the RWM to stop the bleeding, man. If you're missing a leg and you're running out of blood, you're gonna die faster unless you cauterize it. So he's got to be able to slow them down.
And in the end, RRQ, they completely capitalized over that. Oh, man. 14 minutes and 35 seconds, that's all it took. When it comes down to it, is there anything that we should note about, you know, emblems, itemizations, or is this all standard?
It's all standard all across the board. I think the Winter Crowns are really making the difference here. I think the only other thing to point out is really Skylar going for the Sky Piercer because his job generally is to finish off his targets rather than chunking them out. It's, you know, 2 different play styles, and that's why he's 3-1-1. It's not his job to be that guy just yet. He's just letting the rest of his team kind of bully Team Liquid ID into submission, and just before their last breath, they just see Skylar on top of him.
So does this warrant Jawhead being a good replacement towards the Franco and the Kaja as that, you know, combination with the Beatrix?
Not necessarily. I think that Jawhead was in a very unique position here because he is good in the early game, but he's not a game changer. He is more so a lead extender. Any kind of small lead you have, he's like a 10x multiplier who walks in and is just like, big money for you, big money for you.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jawhead picker, they're taking a risk because if they win the early, they will surely control the mid fairly and, of course, control more, snowball more, which RRQ evidently showed in that game. But if RRQ slipped, let's say, yeah, it's going to be tough for a Jawhead to be that game changer if Team Liquid got the lead early. So RRQ taking a risk, but very well calculation or very well calculated risk because they have Dyron on the power pick, right? That Phobius was the center of that early and mid, and RRQ Oshi, they banked on the XP, that first pick value very, very well.
So again, right, the general theme still reigns through. Not through, true, I mean. Still reigns true. Early game. Early game,
No.
early game.
Yeah, no comebacks, right?
No, not just yet.
I think so far RRQ was much better throughout every phase of the game in comparison to TLID. I think TLID, their early game looks good. The mid game is solely dependent on their early game.
Yeah.
And their late game, sometimes they've been making some weird calls. So at this point, really this marathon is starting to kick in, the exhaustion as well as the overthinking to certain scenarios as well. Right now, we need the TLID that is responsive, very quick on its feet, because that's what RRQ is looking like. Every opportunity presented to them, they clamp on it so fast.
Yeah, I agree. RRQ, they're so solid. No, Rashi!
There's a reason why the Kingdom's been looking good all season.
Oh, man.
Really
I'm freaking out a little bit.
I mean,
Ship points, guys.
their job is not done that yet though. If they snooze
Yeah.
this game, momentum will shift.
But like essentially, we can't even consider this momentum based anymore.
No.
At this point,
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's been the back and forth for a long time.
exactly. So we're gonna throw it over to the host first before we get into the next and potentially the final game of this best of 7. Take it away.
Superfans, mana suaranya? Ramai banget pastinya karena kita melihat Grand Final nggak hanya yang ada di dalam Eldorado Dome aja yang benar-benar penuh, di MPL Festival juga sampai membludak.
Membludak Bude sampai parkiran tadi aku lihat dari jendela mobil nonton Bude buat nonton Grand Final MPL Season 14.
Seru banget pastinya. Gimana? Seru nggak? Kalau seru tepuk tangan semua. Memang apalagi sekarang poinnya lagi kejar-kejaran banget dan RRQ memimpin dengan 1 poin.
Betul sekali, 3-2 nggak dikasih kendor baik dari tim Liquid Indonesia maupun dari tim RRQ Hoshi. Tapi ya Bude, karena kita sudah sampai di MPL Festival, kayaknya nggak lengkap kalau kita nggak kasih challenge buat penonton.
Betul, Bude akan challenge semua yang ada di sini, kita bikin wave. Asik, tahu kan yang wah, siap nggak? Pakai tangan aja ya, jangan berdiri, nanti kesundul. Sundul Bude nih, kita dari arah sana dulu, dari kiri Bude. Nanti akan dilanjutkan untuk wave di MPL Festival. Dari kiri ke kanan, siap nangkep? Siap semuanya.
Oke, kita cek ombak dulu sebelah kiri apakah sudah siap?
Tengah siap? Kanan siap?
Yang belakang siap? Oke Bude,
Mantap.
langsung aja kita hitung pakai bahasa Sunda ya Bude.
Monggo, ayo.
Oke.
Mangga, ayo.
Mangga, kita coba.
Tilu, 2, 1.
Wow.
Berinding. Balikin. Dari kanan. Tengah. Kiri. Seru banget. Udah berinding sini MPL Festival Bandung Baruda. Wow banget.
Super well ya, saking luar biasanya memenuhi Eldorado Dome. Tapi gimana nih prediksinya, siapa yang kira-kira bakal menjadi juara pertama?
Ramai. Semuanya berbeda nih.
Siapa? Wow, oke.
Di MPL Festival, memang semuanya itu lagi nunggu-nunggu tim favorit mereka untuk juara. Yang RRQ rame banget, yang tim Liquid juga rame banget. Semuanya menantikan kalau di sini semuanya rame untuk menunggu nih. Akankah tim RRQ bisa mengambil kembali tahtanya?
Ataukah tahta tersebut akan jatuh ke tim Liquid Indonesia?
Bisa ada juara baru, kita nggak akan tahu bagaimana pertempuran best of 7. Para player sedang berjuang, mereka harus menguji semua yang mereka miliki dari segi mental, gameplay, dan juga tentu saja bagaimana mereka bisa mengalahkan diri mereka dari hasil-hasil sebelumnya.
Betul sekali Bude, jadi kita akan lihat sama-sama ya di game selanjutnya apakah tim Liquid Indonesia bisa kembali mendapatkan skor dan kembali imbang. Jadi game of 7 ini akan menjadi full series. Langsung saja kita akan lihat analisa dari panelis, silakan take over.
Dadah!
Thank you so much to our wonderful hosts, Clara as well as Alyssa. And we're back on the English panel for potentially the final game in this best of 7 if TLID can't work themselves a way to come back from this 3-2. I mean, earlier on I was like, to Arashi, but he's like, okay. I mean, it's very possible at this point.
I mean, your feud with Arashi is back and forth just like this game. So far, I was pretty surprised. I thought maybe that, TLID, based on how playoffs has been going, it's just been like, oh, first 2 games, no problem, and then after that, a bit of a coin toss.
What about you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. I'm
feeling
this
good,
is
really?
For the first time.
I feel like I'm gonna.
Hey, for the first
drop,
time,
like, my
I
heart's
don't
gonna
have
drop.
to worry.
Oh yeah, because I
go
forgot your team's not here. History of Finals MVP though,
Hey.
right? This is potentially the last game. So now we got a little bit more of a taste as to the performances of all these 10 players. So let's say RRQ are able to go 4-2 with this. Who do you think is arguably someone that could potentially get the Finals MVP?
From RRQ, I'm looking towards Sutsujin. However, I think he needs that one, especially in this grand finals, he just needs that one big play to send him over the top for me.
Very interesting, right? I see the vision, I see your point, but he has been playing the Banes. Not, again, I'm giving not enough credit perhaps, but I feel like Dyron has potential to beat the finals MVP, being very, calm and collected, being that X factor, especially if we're talking about the series, that early game, which is very crucial. And Dyron really allowed RRQ to really have a great foundation in that early game. And if he did, or if he do spectacularly in this last game potentially, yeah, I see Dyron being the finals MVP.
Here's the thing, right? For Finals MVP, are we looking at someone that has spectacular moments here and there? Or are we looking at somebody that has stayed consistent throughout the entirety of this best of 7? Because it's different.
I like consistency better.
I'm gonna say big play. I'm going to say big play because right
Okay.
now in the meta, I feel like a lot of things are streamlined and as consistent as a team gets right now, and I think the level of MLBB competition across the globe has increased to a level where it's like consistency has already been hit. The question is, how do you get that extra 5-10% over your opponent? And that's with the big play. There's a reason why it's called most valuable player, and I'm not talking about valuable in terms of like, oh yeah, you have a positive KEDA. No, you could be 0-9, but you make that one 5-man implosion like Keyboy did on a world stage, you get it straight away.
Interesting.
Impact.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm not saying like consistent like Rins is being consistent. I'm saying somebody that has always remained consistent in a matchup that maybe isn't favorable to them. What I'm hinting at is more to Skylar, honestly.
Oh, I mean,
Skylar.
I feel like he's too easy of an answer. Because to be fair, he's got a long history in professional play, and there's a good reason why that RRQ keeps on trusting him with not only leadership, but and to guide the next generation, but to also hard carry the team if necessary.
Yeah, so I think if it were to be Skylar, it will have a better story, right, in that sense. But let's see here, right? I mean,
I think, sorry to cut you, but when we saw the earlier poster, it wasn't even Skylar getting the Finals MVP for RRQ Season 8, right? It was Clay.
It was Clay.
It was Clay.
So technically, he has never gotten a Finals MVP.
To be fair, Season 8 Clay getting the MVP.
Season 9,
Feels bad.
The reminiscence.
Guys, it won't feel bad if you have a Samsung Galaxy, because you guys can sit over at the Team Galaxy Zone, you know, with all the brand ambassadors, the talents, just everyone. And not just that, you guys actually get front row seats to one of the most intense best of sevens we've had in quite some time. Like, I hope it goes all the way, so you guys also still have time to head on over here. Because, you know, who wouldn't want front row tickets, front row seats?
And don't forget to bring ear protection, because you still have the entire kingdom behind you. Every time they say the Viva RQ and start with the air batons, you know that the first like 10 rows is just all RRQ.
And even in the game, it's like a single kill, or they get like a turret.
Little Wanderer, yeah!
Oh my god, that's so true.
Passionate, man.
And yeah, on the camera you see the brand ambassadors as well as the talents from TLID. And guys, you know,
your friends.
Imagine sitting behind them right now. Starstruck.
At least you don't have to wear ear protection.
Hey, they're allowed too. What do you mean?
They are allowed. They are allowed, to be fair. Whoa!
Yeah, they're wearing protection of their own. They're using Head and Shoulders over there.
Oh my goodness, that is some lush hair.
Beautiful.
Beautiful hair, right? One solution, Head and Shoulders.
That sounds like a very guy thing. It's just like one solution, hair, body, conditioner, no problem. But Head and Shoulders got you guys covered, especially if you got dandruff issues. One-stop shop, the same clean, beautiful hair.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but I just realized why it's called Head and Shoulders.
Don't you dare.
Because dandruff, it falls on your shoulders.
Oh my, where
That's why it's called Head and Shoulders.
have you been,
Oh my god, guys. Oh, wow.
Why do you think?
I am today years old.
Have you heard of their sister product for psoriasis that I use all the time?
What is it?
Knees and toes.
Are you making a joke or is that for real?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
Hey look, a lower third.
Oh yeah, what is that? Match point for RRQ. How can TLID win in Game 6? Just play. I'm kidding. Audience topic voting, let's see the answers.
Natan is not the power.
That's so funny.
I love almost every like lower thirds for TLID is just Aaron Cheeky.
Is it?
Aaron Cheeky.
Oh my
not
god.
making a mistake. Aaron Cheeky.
You're actually right.
Yeah, Natan is not the power, Aaron Cheeky.
Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, the Natan.
The Natan has been a little bit of a curse, not gonna lie. It hasn't been looking too great. Even Skylar has, you know, taken an L on his Natan as well.
Because the problem is with the Natan, you need a little bit more time to scale, and so far, we haven't really seen Natan get to that point, right? The early game being the #1 theme so far.
Yeah, and I think, you know, both times. Well, then again, I feel like RRQ, as much as we expect them to actually drag it out to the late game, feels like TLID really opened themselves up wide for the end game scenario for them, even when they're behind. So I feel like it's more on TLID than RRQ.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm blanking here.
Second pick.
I'm blanking.
Second pick. Okay. If you're a TLID fan, I think they have a chance. Because the first pick selection has been rocking the win rates here in this series.
It really has. It really has. Let's jump into the drafting phase here. I'm excited to see whether or not we're going to see something different, something new, innovative, because right now Blue Side has been crushing it despite teams picking red.
Gold for the first time here in this best of 7.
Please.
As we get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Alpha being banned out. And the Bane! Let's go!
Okay. Got your wish.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
RQ, what do you want to do here? Suyo is still open. But remember, Matilda is as well. But remember, for TLID, there's the Ling Angela combo that has been broken by RRQ with the Hayabusa.
It has
Just want to
been
put it on the table there.
Well, to be fair, that game, I feel like that game's a bit of an outlier. It was like one mistake, the game was basically over at that point. I mean, when you're 4-0 at 3 minutes into the game, you know you're not gonna having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, RRQ, they learned from game 30, I believe, right?
Yes.
Suyo banned out here. And
first pick.
TLID neglecting the Matilda. They went for Phobia's understanding that Dairon was too power. They denied his hero from Dairon.
Okay. So if they do decide to take Matilda, we've seen teams have two opinions about Matilda into the Phobias matchup. One being, yes, I am building up his passive. What are you going to do about it? It's still good because I can heal you. Or B, we better not touch it because now two people are going to get affected by Phobias.
But the big question is, if they pick out the Matilda here, who are they going to combo it with? Bane Alpha Band out, Suyo off the table.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I mean, I definitely think B or even,
Oh.
That's dirty.
Oh.
That's dirty.
Rats making a comeback.
Guys, Barat's where though?
EXP, most
EXP
likely.
or jungle?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's usually it's
Right?
the
It's dirty!
This current patch. The Angela Ling. So this draft is TLID did this draft, Phobia's Angeling combo yesterday against RQ in the upper brackets.
Yeah, they did. I'm just going to assume that this Baratz is going to go into the EXP lane. Baratz actually has some pretty decent odds against Phobias on account that Baratz gets his stacks first. That is the big thing. If he doesn't have his stacks, he's just like any other hero, if not weaker.
Okay, and now we're going to the second phase, and the band's starting to make sense, right? Ruby gets eliminated by RRQ. TLID, by the way, guys, you know, first glance, RRQ's composition right now, does it not look like a Blacklist composition? Baratz, Matilda, and the Pyramid.
Maybe a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. It does reflect it quite a lot.
Shout outs to Blacklist, man.
Oh.
But, you know, we're taking a look at this asset as well, right? A little data. Hero pool, RQ right now with 60 unique picks.
Wow.
What else do they have under their sleeves?
Let's see.
A little too much. A little too much. I feel like they've been hiding a lot of stuff from the longest of times, and now that we're at match point, I think that RQ have nothing left to lose, right? I think so far TLID with the Bruno ban makes sense. They generally want to maintain this early game, especially if Skylar is going to try and win and dominate that lane. But at the same time, it's like, we don't really see where what jungle would be effective here for the side of RRQ. I would argue that it's probably going to be the Hayabusa, because at least you have iframes to work with.
X-Borg possibility.
X-Borg I think is also good, but then where does the Baratz go, right? Do you throw the Baratz into the jungle at that point? Do you put the X-Borg in the jungle just so that you don't die against the Ling Angela combo?
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see here. TLID seems like they commit to a Skylar man here. Bruno and the Natan. RQ, will they show their card with this composition? I see a possibility Clint might make to the composition of RQ.
I think, I mean, with the Matilda, it could be, this is risky, but Irrital, I know it's against the Ling. We have a Brody possibility against the Ling as well. We've seen Skylar utilize it against an assassin. Oh, okay. Julian gets picked up for Sutsujin. So the Barat should be going to the EXP lane now for sure. And there's also a possibility of Moskov for RRQ.
I don't know if RRQ really want to play Moskov here. I think if they are locking in that Moskov, they just want the global presence and the potential to knock Ling away, maybe even Phobias, because again, you're just stacking up this Phobias at the end of the day. But I guess they're really confident that Baratz is going to make sure that he doesn't go any further.
No, Ruby's banned.
Oh, Ruby's banned. Beautiful. Great iframes, and they need an AoE.
All right, so there you go. All right, Khalid Rome, Angela mid. Angela, yes, will be the choice.
Last pick for RRQ.
Oh, it's really tough. They can't go Ixia. I think Brody's okay. Moskov would be very, very safe. You're up against the Lunox as well, so you don't have that many great matchups. Maybe the Beatrix, but even then it doesn't feel that great. Not a lot of setup other than the Barats and Julia. Okay, Arifel.
Yeah.
Doubling down on Arifel.
It's a risk, but I mean, it's Skylar.
It is Skylar, and it's also the Matilda as well for Edok.
Yeah.
We saw that combination earlier before. Guys, championship points. Tell us what you think.
I think that right now Skylar needs to absolutely smurf on TLID. Take sprint, you have to win your lane, you have to skill as fast as possible, because generally RRQ, their team fighting is nasty, but they're going to lack damage.
I think Lunox will be the hero that will take us to Game 7.
Game 7. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, championship point. We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
One game away from the trophy. One game away from glory. One game away until the kingdom finally rejoices. It is game number 6. Match point for Rrq Hoshi against Team Liquid ID.
The cavalry will not have it. They will not have it without a fight. Fabian on the lane. The usurper wants the throne. He wants the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, in the land of Don we go for a possible final game in the series, but a possible comeback to equalize on the board from the cavalry.
A signature strategy from the cavalry. Great macro presence, great dive in the team fights. And look at that, even in the lane. This Lunox pick certainly is a curveball. Rrq, can they withstand it? Can they find ways to kite back far enough? Skylar!
That's the guy with Whitney! Flickers forward, finds first blood. Will be taken down, but that is a wave. That is a cannon minion that he will lose on top of his life.
Oh, Skylar gets assassinated. Haskell burns his flicker. And this lane, the Airtel against the Lunox. Talk to me about that lane, Arashi.
The Airtel against the Lunox, it has so much more sustain built into the Lunox, more burst damage too. So the traits that usually the Airtel can win by being more maneuverable, by just having a lot more burst in the kit, can't really be exploited to the same degree. But look at this!
Super Jin on the Julian, knocked out by Fabian, slain by Fabian. The mercenary down, the usurper will take that kill. Now Dyron trying to stop the farm from being taken, but again for Fabian, it's like taking candy from a baby. You just take it away. Dyron, Dovan, Witty will try to tank it up. Dyron low, Aran tanking it up. Fabian just needs one more shot. Defiant Blade to take him down. Brings in Edok, rotating up top. Witty still trying to heal up. Fabian will let that happen. The Shadow Stampede before he backs away. In front of pursuit, Edok will get away.
They were juggling the agros to dive into Dyron, and Dyron has to die. But TLID, they come out unscathed.
Aaron, gotta respect this. Jin saving the chain, saving the not side. Aaron still able to sustain for a bit. Another level of sustain, but Skylar with a crossbow will get it again on the board for Rrq.
Great move by Jin to just be patient with the usage of the skills there, ensuring that he has it guaranteed. But with that play on the bottom side, more pressure for him to get to the top side. The turtle and a purple ball.
Last time Darrow was able to get a miraculous death to this welcome. Will he be able to find it? Wow! A run takes it for him as he goes for the infinite pursuit. Fabian gets a turtle. He gets a Tempest of Blades, and Dyron will fall for the second time this game.
The usurper plunders the resources of the kingdom, but that was Aran jumping into the backline and giving path for Fabian.
Damage from Weedy, man. And us too, so even in the late game, if the idea is to just burst down this Phobius, Team Liquid ID has a lot more solutions to try and make that play happen.
Oh, big Sandstorm into the back. No Purify for Skylar. Good Netherrealm baiting Witty. Skylar throws the crossbow. Up top and down below. That is Witty again. Taken out.
That was almost a kill and a half for Witty. He was able to Raging Sandstorm forward. Thankfully, Rinse was close by. You're behind the block, and he pops the Netherrealm.
Fabian actually out-farming Sutsujin at this point in time. Skylar actually gets the cart held onto him by Rinse. Great coordination as a team there, but Fabian has gotten the Berserker's Fury. Already a big power spike, and every single lane for Rrq is actually in a losing position. The EXP, the gold, and the mid lane all pressured down, even the jungle. So Rrq are playing it super defensive.
We talk dual bot. That's true. We talk about the losing lanes, right, Arashi? But Skylar is able to collect 2 kills. Do you think that is still a losing lane for him?
Dyron gonna be engaged. Dexter's welcome coming down. Iran trying to tank up the turrets. Fabian does get picked up. And it doesn't find the wall. Fabian gets another kill without the purple buff, and it's still off. Take a look at this. He's delaying the purple uptake so that he has it for the turtle. Good brilliance to escape. You're not gonna be taken low. Iran Shiki will go for it. Finds the kill. Hard guard over. Flicker. Iran Shiki wants the cavalry to keep fighting. Wants the cavalry to keep charging.
Chaos Shiki with the double kill. He's able to stampede on the kingdom. 2 kills for himself. And TLID, they gallop into the castle walls.
Oh man, that's a great fight by Team Liquid ID, winning across the board. Rrq. The issue right now is so many players, so many members of Team Liquid ID can really go invulnerable. The Tempest of Blades, the Brilliance Order, so many ways to outplay, but Witty.
Good Sandguard, getting him a bit of HP. That's a Flicker Shadow Stampede to pull him back, but Witty was able to get the Raging Sandstorm. Now Aaron put some damage back. Skylar, that heavy crossbow starting to hurt now. But Aaron will be able to respect it, will be able to get the healing from Yehezkiel, who has rotated bottom lane.
3 of the 4 kills only onto Witty though. Definitely far from ideal for Rrq. The gold lead, however, was at 3,000 more or less. Now it's down to 2,000. You're seeing the mid game here for Rrq looking a bit more alive, especially with the power spikes for Skylar. Being a crit build, you actually get a bit more value from the first few items compared to the whole shred that requires the Trinity to really get things going. But of course, Fabian has a lot of damage.
Really trade, hard guard comes down. Skylar able to escape for now. Julian, Sutsujin, walking to the bottom lane. Aaron will just shove this wave to get the hard guard on him still to get Pryo on the map. Meanwhile, Fabian up top, getting the turret. That is a tier 1.
Look at how much attention they're giving towards Skylar. Skylar's just getting bullied over and over again by Witty and the Lunox in the hands of Ayo Rrq. The rotations, he's pulling apart the players of Rrq.
Rinse. Stampede, Aaron! No flicker. Dead. On the brilliance. Chaos to escape. Aaron jumps into the midst of it all to help his teammate, Circling Eagle, to knock 2 up. But Witty's right there to prevent that from being a full dive.
Rrq transitioning to more of an Ube style here. You can see it. They're moving together as a unit. It almost seems like right now, the deciding factor is whether or not Rinse can make the right call. If he follows the movements of Team Liquid ID and identifies which lane is going to be under aggression from the cavalry, then he can use a Netherrealm to negate that whole outcome and keep the game going just that much longer into that mid game that Rrq can use.
When we talk about the DLID composition, they're more of a dive composition, but you talk about how Iran is there to become the front line. You have the peel as well from Witty. How is the Julian supposed to access the backline? What happens?
Enhanced sword trying to run away. Netherrealm already baited out now. Cover the blades on the Sutsujin, who will fall. The mercenary down. Skylar very low. Fabian leaving the blades again as in for the pursuit. Back 2. The demonic force procs are eternal. Iran will continue to zone him away. With a stampede brings him back. Iran will jump in. If you're gonna kill me, it'll be on my terms.
Just relentless aggression. That is the way the Phobias operates. That's going to be a neutral objective. Some turrets as well for Team Liquid ID. Extending it gold into 4K. Rrq making maneuvers happen, trying their best to read into Team Liquid ID, but there's just so many tools to kind of keep your eyes on. The Raging Sandstorm, the Tempest of Blades, now Sutsujin.
Purple buff stolen. Fabian stealing it away. This time Aaron has the flicker, so Rrq will not continue that chase.
Sutsujin pulverized, torn apart by the cavalry. He hasn't been able to come online. 3 on the Julian. If the Julian is this beaten into a pulp, how effective it is going to be as the time progresses, Arashi?
Fortunately for the Julian, you can kind of still operate as a card control tool technically with an enhanced chain. But ideally for Sutsujin, he still wants some more damage. But Skylar face checks!
Raging Sandstorm over to Skylar, has a heavy crossbow, has his Shadow Stampede to help him as well. Zeta walks forward. Witty will actually be threatened there. Now able to heal back up. Aaron, that's a big power spike.
Second item, Holy Crystal. Talk to me about this, Arashi.
It's more scaling, right? More numbers to really add damage to your kit. And for now, there's not really a lot of magic damage, especially in the 1v1 against Skylar. And magic defense, I mean. So Aaron can really abuse this. And he's been playing very aggressively because he knows he has an invulnerability tool to get out of the ganks of Rrq. They don't have a lot of repeated engagements, but look at that. Witty.
Stampede, Witty. Enhanced chain finding him. Witty will not try to commit any of his resources. Heck, he doesn't have any resources to spend, but Fabian, on the other hand, Usurper will stay busy. Flava Fave with a tier 2 traded for the Roamer's life. Dyron Unable to get that cheeky Decimus welcome. The flicker was not up.
He's turbo farming his items, right? 3 item power spike, BOD completed. And now the question becomes, how is RRQ going to match that side lane pressure the TLID will constantly have in the hands of Fabian?
I don't think they have any easy way of doing so. The best they can do is use Mathilda to kind of elevate their movement around the map. But even then, the way that RRQ is playing this Ube against this assassin, it just makes it so difficult for them to actually get any winning circumstances. And keep in mind, later on with the Vengeance, a run can last a lot longer in the front line. So it really feels like RRQ have to bait out some spells and then make their way back in. Use the Mathilda Guiding Wind to just allow themselves to bait out some of the resources. Because in a full-on 5v...
Run in a 1v3 so far, not even.
Yeah, they're all running away for dear lives. And look at that. The Lord free, conceded by RRQ. They can't really pressure back TLID. Ooh, Skylar.
Good poke. That's an ultimate down though. Lord is still pushing on the top side. And the purple buff always, Team Liquid ID. Playing classic. The right way to just shut down your opposing jungler. Just keep going for these invades, knowing that you have the frontline advantage, you have the damage advantage, you have the macro advantage even. There's not much that RRQ can do here without really making a lot of sacrifices elsewhere.
They have total control of the second half of the map. The Lord even wanting to siege towards the turret.
They're on Shiki with the Ruby DD combo. Darren taking very low. Netherrealms is safe in the Vengeance pot. They're ready for a run. Coming to blade from Fabian. Darren trying to go for the dance as well. Will not be able to find a Fabian now. Darren, did he find Fabian? And the usurper shall fall in the hands of the mercenary. Skylar on the chase. Freya has skill. But TLID, they back away. They think it's worth it to trade Fabian for the base turret. And I think they were right to make that call.
Again, the soldiers of the kingdom, they hug the crown prince, protected with their palm of the hands, and Fabian, he falls down in that altercation.
That is a bold move from Team Liquid ID to go for a dive under a turret against a Faramis, against a Julian. Wow, they just kept going for it, and I really believe, obviously, that the plan wasn't to really trade Fabian for that pickup, but hey, a familiar face.
LJ, LIDX streamer presented to you by or coffee. Good day.
He's out there. He's out there, man, just lingering, just watching.
There you go. Oh, revelation.
He realizes. There you go. Woo!
W man.
Oh! What the heck was that? Where did Enoch go, Fabian? Wants to dive in over the rims this time. Comes the blaze used up, Darren. Then the realm cancelled. And there you go. Raging Sandstorm on the 2. Darren still has immortality, but now it's gonna be Aran with Infernal Pursuit in towards the base. No minions, they will lose Aran. But they've taken Enoch and Darren down.
Oh, they're knocking on the doorsteps of the castle that the kingdom has been able to build. But I feel like no, they don't want to exert even more pressure. They will back away. Discipline, as they've learned from their mistakes.
There's nothing to get right now on the map anyways. I think what that was is Team Liquid ID making a statement to RRQ. Hey, you wanna walk out of your base, you have to remember that we are danger. And we will punish you if you just overstep your limits. Purple buff secured by Syzygy though. And you're seeing level 15 for both junglers. RRQ slowly but surely trying to catch up with the farm. But man, when it comes to pressure, not only they can do right here, Darren taking so much damage only with a handful of spells.
Is there a scenario where RRQ is able to match TLID in a 5v5 Lord take?
The longer the game goes, in theory with the Netherrealm, it is possible. But the problem is, Team Liquid ID don't have to go for that. They have the macro play with the Angela, with the Link. Why would they go for a frontal 5v5 against a Faramis, against a marksman?
Look at Witty.
Oof, Witty. Looking for a flank angle. He might be able to catch Syzygy, but no backup close by. So he's all alone, stranded in an island. Just becoming a distraction for the TLID cavalry to take down the Lord.
Interesting play right there. Witty with the movement speed bonus from the passive, actually going and threatening the bottom side. And again, RRQ can't afford to split apart from each other. This almost seems like the same idea with the Yves Natan, just with a different format with the Faramis Irithel. But it's just not the same kind of shred. There'll be more bursts available by Skylar, but he needs to find the right targets. Technically against the assassin it can work, but with the hard guard, this is why that Angeline combo is just so difficult to deal with. And especially with the fleeting time available, there will be no hesitation from your head skill to just pop that hard guard again and again. And Fabian, man, he is just up there at this point.
Yeah, this Ube combo is working at its best for RRQ to defend their base, but now can they hold the second Lord marching in?
Chunk load, plant blade, and the tempers of blades. Lord, will not be utilized to its fullest. RRQ dealt with it quite well.
Is that a loss, Rashi?
I think that is a loss. Team Liquid ID get some ways to push to clear on their own, denying gold from the Team Liquid ID members, and then the waves can get caught by RRQ, no problem. There was no dangerous moment there that they can go for a fight, they can punish. They did not get more damage or too much damage onto the base turrets. Team Liquid ID, it really felt like they didn't really set up the waves at all there.
Yeah, it was all just done and dusted. The Lord evaporated in mere seconds by RRQ. And it feels like it's harder to be able to lay claim on the backline of RRQ. The fact that they have a lot of layers before they could access their hands towards Skylar. Uh-oh.
Witty. No, whoa, God, wait. Gotta reflect this. Oh! Fabian gunned down. Well, now it's starting to hurt. Now that hard guard isn't able to save him all that well. A run. So able to run away. Fabian clearing up top. TLID escaping from the clutches of RRQ.
Look at that though. 3 ultimates for the side of Team Liquid. Now the full beast doesn't really count, but RRQ are forced to just blow everything almost immediately. That is the amount of danger that they can sense from Team Liquid ID. But especially for Fabian, he needs to be very careful right now.
He does.
Burst damage, right? Assassins, surprisingly, are quite weak to it. From the Irithel, from the Beatrix. We've seen it before. 3 hits in the late game will be enough.
Whoa, look at that.
Wow.
Fabian able to react in time. That would have been game-changing had that hit.
And now for TLID, of course, they want to bank on Fabian, but Ayo Rrq hasn't been able to see much of daylight with the damage that he's supposed to deal, with the way that he was supposed to dive to the backline of RRQ, but it seems like he's not getting the airtime that he needs.
Right now, it's just unfortunate for Team Liquid that the Lunox pick allowed them to be so aggressive to just bully Skylar, but now in the late game, when they just go for that big engage and they use all the ultimates, it's almost like game over, right? RRQ, if they can survive the initial burst, will be able to do a lot more damage. But Syzygy need to be careful. Preemptive plays have been rampant in Season 14.
Now it feels like they want to try to contest the Lord, but this time around TLID is just juggling it, enticing RRQ to come inside.
They can't.
Shrouded in secrecy, they have this done. They get the 3rd Lord, courtesy of Ayo Rrq.
And again, the Kings are forced into their own castle against Skylar, though. Ooh, wow. Aran able to stop that engage from happening.
Only a mere few seconds, almost 9,000 damage. The fact that Witty was able to just Raging Sandstorm out, and the leftover damage actually splashed over to Aaron, taking him down to almost half. That's a lot of burst damage. 4-1 and 4. Skylar hasn't technically been shut down completely. It's only a 5k gold difference, and we've seen that with the right composition, even 10k can be mitigated by the base, by the safety that the base provides for you. Aran though, going more and more tanky. Ooh, look at the damage though.
Ridiculous damage.
In and out.
Ridiculous healing too.
That was a Holy Crystal purchased by Yehezkiel.
Seal. Witty, Aran walking up. Oh my god! Now goes over to Pursuit. Raging Sandstorm onto them. It's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. Just another round right now. It's just gonna be one member taken out. Syzygy still able to deal with the waves.
They hold.
That's another block come from Dyron. Fabian will be cut. He buys the immortality, but I don't think he can live. He buys the winter crown. The usurper is hard to kill. Oh, but he is not immortal.
Is this the turnaround the kingdom is looking for? They defend their castle, and they will advance forward.
The risky play by Team Liquid ID, and they did not even get a base turret for their troubles. In the bottom lane, it was saved. RRQ with 22 seconds before Fabian, the menace, the usurper, is back on the map to have an impact. They can use this to set up all the traps, all the pressure. But look at Rins.
Ready, Sandstorm! And Ayo Rrq capitalizes! Now with a hard guard onto Aaron, as an enhanced chain onto 2. Aaron still able to reach out some damage with a crown and immortality built by Syzygy. With the help of the photo and enhanced chain forward. TLID now on the chase. The cavalry.
They advance.
Will charge. Witty walks forward. Dyron tied up by Yehezkiel. He will be mobilized. He will be taken out. Yehezkiel is on a killing spree. And TLID have been able to bait RRQ out of their castle. Now, another siege into the base.
Fabian's here.
With no nether realm. Just yet. You'll have to wait. Such a Jin will use the enhanced sword to escape. That's a circling eagle. Eat out with a flicker. In front of pursuit.
Skylar.
Forward. Nether realm coming down. Now, Super Jin trying to clear out the waves, and he won't be able to do it right now. But no, the cannon minion. One cannon minion was all it took. TLID. Stay alive in a best of 7. They will not let their dreams be shattered just like that.
A game of inches. The cavalry, steadfast, still galloping, still in the dreams of the revolution. One hole in the castle walls. We take it to game number 7.
Game number 7. And the final game of this match. It is a close grand finals. Tlid ID, after a series of moments that had us doubting the possibility of a full series, they have done it. One moment is all it took. This is exactly why we're watching high-tier Mobile Legends.
My oh my, there was a chance. There was a scenario where RRQ was able to turn it around. They got the assassination towards Fabian, towards the usurper. They execute him. But still, TLID with a Hail Mary play coming in from Yehezkiel and Chaos Shiki. It all turned around, and game 7 it is.
The cavalry have always bowed down to the king. In the regular season, 2 legs it was. But they had to bow down, kneel before the king. In the upper bracket finals, we expected something different with a 2-0 start. Yet they still had to bend the knee. But today, it might be the day they finally conquer the kings. They finally usurp the throne.
Now then, game 7. What will happen? Will the castle walls still stay intact? Or will the cavalry complete their revolution, their rebellion, their revolt towards the prince on the way to become a king? Will it all be stolen away from the clutches of the kingdom?
A final showdown on the field of battle. The forces of the kingdom against the swift and aggressive cavalry.
And for the first time since season 8, we will have a full 7-game grand finals.
Panelists, are you not entertained?
This is one of those rare moments that I'm pretty sure everyone around the globe watching right now and everyone at the venue they're getting goosebumps, right? We're going all the way to a best of 7, and we spoke about this in the beginning that this is going to be the battle of the ages, and we truly are seeing it. Both of these teams are adapting on the fly with one another, and it's not just the players but also the coaches as they go and try to play that chess match into like its utmost moment. And just, I don't have any words. I'm dead. I'm gone.
I mean, SPL constantly, and as well as SQ, their chess match, right? It seems like SDL Game 6 here. Enough is enough. Let's take away the Bane. Let's take away the Alpha. Let's go raw. Fist fight, assassin v assassin. Technically, Julian is not an assassin, but you can call it an assassin. But yes, Ling, Fabian, Flavor Fave, showing flavor in that game.
I'm telling you, the pucker factor of this game continues to just hold on, man. It's really stressful to see because even you can tell that this match is painting a huge toll. Taken a huge toll on both TLID and as well as RRQ. I think that RRQ is handling it a lot better, but TLID, right, when you see the momentum, they really love to push that, and they're doing everything in their power not to make a mistake, and this dive on the top side, right, initially just goes to show they're really nervous, like, man, I want to take you out, but I don't want to trade at all.
They're learning from their mistakes, right? They're trying their hardest to not replicate the same thing that they did back in the past few games that we saw earlier on. And the fact that it was just the cherry on top, right? Go big or go home. Fabian just really pulls through with the signature Ling that we were so excited to finally see the Angela come into play as well. And it's a tough toss-up, right? Because essentially, in theory, the Paramis is going to hinder a lot of these movements, but you see Fabian being able to work around it. But you did mention, Gideon, what did you say about Rins in the game?
I mean, I said that if there was a time, as a Cavalry fan, for Rins to suck, I wish he sucked now, because he was hitting some insane Netherrealms. The timings of them were ridiculous, and that's what really dragged this game out. But give it up for the MVP here, winning on his Tlid.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Witty, again, I mean, when he's given the hero that he is comfortable, i.e. not Tigreal, yeah, Witty performs, man. 448 again. And he was one of the main factors, right? He made a lot of space in the mid-game especially.
So much space here. However, I will say, Witty's early game definitely was questionable when it came down to the gold side of the map. I think that even Ayo Rrq was probably looking at him and was like, hey, come on, don't make this lane harder than it already is. I've already dealt with him. I have a winning matchup. Like, you don't need to spice things up anymore.
And we saw that be reflected into how fast Skylar was also getting the item power spikes, right? He was fat. Look, he's at 4-1-1 at this point.
So, I mean, the one time that he died, it was a triple kill. A triple kill for Ayo Rrq. So, I think that it really is boiling down to execution. At the same time, the draft from RRQ's side gave them a very narrow win condition unless they outperform their opponents.
Really shows how, again, stable Team Liquid can be if Witty has the right tools. Here, this is the play, that last sequence. He opened things up alongside Ayo Rrq. Yeah, I mean, without the flicker even, he has, the flicker is still on cooldown. That is where the collapse, somehow a deja vu of game 5, that same bush that RRQ made the play.
It's hard to say, right? Because again, I think there's been a lot of conditioning that's been going into this game, whether it's from draft or even the plays. But even now, with movements across the map, I think a lot of the team members are being very conscious about, hey, I'm not going to rotate this way 2 times in a row. You can see how paranoid both sides are, and I think that Rins, under the pressure right now, he's starting to look like a diamond as long as he picks up that fire mist. So far, I'm hoping, especially as a Cavalry fan, that he's going to underperform in this next game, because based off of, honestly, based off of where the drafts have been going, blue side has been winning consistently, so therefore RRQ should technically take that final game.
You know what? I feel like it's getting quite unfair for RRQ here on the panel. I think we need another Arashi on the panel, maybe.
I could be a kingdom. I can be a kingdom for 2 seconds.
Or
1, 2.
That's it. 2 seconds.
That's as much Ghana can give him.
Okay.
That's the carry.
We'll take it. We'll take it. So reflecting back onto this, I heard you guys mentioning some comments about them not going in for magic defense. Now, my question is that an error, or were they just so concerned about Fabian's damage that they had to, you know, prioritize magic defense later on in the game?
Well, there's 2 sides to the argument. Initially, me and Gotti did notice that, hey, there was a lack of MR. We see that the Athena shields coming out from, like, even Edok came super late into the game. He got Enchanted Talisman. He was already building up to maybe, I'm not sure whether he wanted to go for something crazy like a Genius Wand, but definitely Flask of Oasis. Then finally, he got the Athena shield. And then you look at everybody else, right? You notice, wait a minute, nobody really has MR other than Dyrin, but even if he has a Radiant Armor, but he's still small Dino, it's not really going to do too much. A lot of this was just because of Rins and that how effective his Netherrealm is. You can see glass cannon builds all the way through. Even for Skylar, right? He swapped out his items midway saying, hey, I know I trust you, Rins, but after the Netherrealm, I need to survive with just a little bit of help. That's all I need.
I mean, with the additions of that, right? I mean, they are banking on Rins with the Netherrealm, but what it allows for Ayo Rrq, he built the Genius Wand early as well, because hey, no MR, no Athena, okay, a couple of Silence Robes, but still it can penetrate with the Genius Wand. And Rrq got a couple of assists, important hits with the Brilliance, with the Chaos Assault as well, and that allowed as well Team Liquid to have more control. The map was blue, what, 70% of that early mid, the map was blue.
It's completely controlled by TLID. You can even see it reflected in the gold difference as well. Here and there, we do see some ups and downs in the previous games, but in this game in particular, it was just full control by TLID.
I can't even say that it was like full control because you saw how many times they're like, man, it's getting really hard to end this. Let's just keep throwing ourselves at the wall and eventually we might outplay them.
Because I didn't think that they had enough siege, right? I mean, they went in for the Angela in the mid lane. They had the Lunox in the gold lane. They didn't have as much damage, like an Irithel, let's say, to go in for the siege. So it was difficult, granted, we'll give them that. But finally, they were able to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, very evidence showing as well why the Matilda Faramis is also very strong while defending when the opposition is lacking siege, right? You got the Favor, you got the Flask as well, plus the Netherrealm allows you to supplement. And of course, Skylar, such a mobile hero on this Irithel, allows him to move around here and there, healing damage, base attacks, auto attacks, and at the end of the day, Team Liquid got the edge though.
But now for sure, RRQ are gonna go for blue side, right? Right?
The theme is,
I mean, that's how the game's been going so far, right? I would only imagine that whoever's getting blue side is going to get the significant advantage unless we see something different, which we did see here in game number 6 with the bans. So I can only imagine that if they do get blue side again, I don't think the bans are going to be the same, and I think a lot more of the traditional Banes and as well as the Alphas are going to get through because that's a lot of why RRQ has been finding success.
I agree. That's why. I think they want blue side.
Yeah.
They want to force the chip on the red side, right?
Oh, well, yeah, that too. That's definitely a good point. But even so, it's a 50-50 here. I mean, good luck to both of these teams.
Oh, okay. We're gonna throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar with an interview with an interesting person. So we're just gonna get that, get to that. I mean, I'm losing it. Take it away, Bude.
Spesial.
Apa yang spesial ya?
Apa ya?
Apa ya?
Tadi sih udah bisik-bisik ya. Mau dikasih sekarang nggak sih?
Pantun.
Boleh.
Ke Bandung mahal ongkos.
Cakep.
Liquid mahal nih bos.
Waduh. Gugun memang ya di sini banyak banget yang rindu tentunya. Tapi Gugun, kita melihat di sini bahwa kamu adalah salah satu orang yang punya sejarah di season lalu memiliki title Rookie of the Season. Tapi Gugun, gimana sih kamu ngelihat rookie-rookie sekarang yang banyak banget bertebaran di Grand Final, tapi mereka bisa berperform sangat kuat gini nih?
Kalau aku ngelihatnya ya rookie-rookie yang ada di Grand Final ini mereka lebih spesial sih. Kayak mereka punya mekanik yang lebih jago, terus punya mental gitu sih, punya mental lah.
Wow, mental itu paling penting pastinya ya.
Mental paling penting buat main di MPL.
Mental paling penting, tapi ngeliat Grand Final ini, Best of 7, kamu nyangka nggak sih bakal seberat ini untuk kedua tim?
Nyangka sih, karena mereka sama-sama jago, terus mereka sama-sama punya mekanik, sama-sama pinter juga sih. Dua tim yang kuat lah season ini.
Apakah ini yang spesial dimiliki oleh para rookie yang ada di Grand Final ini yang tidak dimiliki oleh rookie-rookie lain?
Iya, karena aku lihat sih mereka gameplaynya juga jago banget sih.
Jago banget?
Jago banget, pakai banget.
Pakai banget. Karena kita tahu sendiri, kalau Gugun sendiri, dia itu sempat satu tim bersama dengan Prince dan juga Idok. Gimana kamu melihat sekarang mereka berperform di Grand Final ini bersama dengan tim RRQ?
Aku ngeliat mereka jauh lebih improve daripada DMDL dulu sih. Kayak mereka tuh punya hero masing-masing yang lebih banyak lah sekarang daripada yang dulu. Terus mekaniknya juga jauh lebih jago daripada yang dulu.
Bersamamu dahulu sama sekarang udah kayak
Ya, kayak melambung tinggi lah.
Melambung tinggi. Pernah berjuang bersama, kali ini mereka juga harus berjuang untuk Grand Final. Tapi gimana kalau halnya dengan tim Liquid nih? Ada juga Pavian, ada Iron, ada Widi.
Pavian Acu ya?
Memperkuat mental untuk para player.
Oh ya, mungkin semangat aja sih. Semangat terus, ya mungkin have fun aja sih, nothing tulus aja sih.
Have fun and nothing tulus, itu yang harus mereka miliki. Kita memiliki dua tim yang ada di Grand Final ini, mereka memang sedang berjuang untuk menjadi juara, tapi kedua tim udah punya slot untuk M6. Nyangka nggak dua tim ini yang bakal mewakili Indonesia?
Nyangka sih, aku ngeliat mereka dari regular season, mereka konsisten, terus tiap minggunya juga mereka improve sih, nggak nge-stuck.
Minggu Gun, ngelihat betapa improve-nya dari kedua tim ini, gimana halnya mereka berjuang untuk nama Indonesia di kancah internasional, Gun? kita bisa melangkah jauh nggak sih?
Kalau aku ngelihatnya sih bisa sih. Paling hambatannya tuh paling dari tim PH sih. Kalau aku ngelihatnya tim Onyx doang sih. Onyx PH.
Berarti sejauh mana nih kira-kira nih?
Mungkin Grand Final harusnya bisa sih.
Grand Final. Wah, memang menjadi salah satu tujuan kita karena ini adalah di Aksiata lagi, kembali lagi. Kita ingin meramaikan Grand Final. Namun, untuk kontender sekarang kamu pasti ngeliat dong region-region lain. Bagaimana sih kamu ngeliat mungkin dari perbedaan setiap regionnya dan mana nih yang bakal menjadi region terberat kita yang akan kita lawan?
Kalau menurut aku sih, kalau buat season sekarang sih PH sih. Dari Onyx sama Aurora sih. Karena mereka tim baru juga kan di internasional kan.
Masih menjadi PH. Philippines menjadi lawan yang akan berat. Wow, kalau dari sekarang sendiri di Grand Final ini, di game yang ke-7 kita akan menyaksikan banyak sekali aksi-aksi di internasional pun juga. Apa nih harapan yang mungkin Gugun ingin sampaikan kepada dua perwakilan Indonesia kita yang akan berjuang di M6?
Harapannya sih semoga lebih konsisten sama lebih improve lah. Semoga kalian bisa kalahin tim PH dan bawa pulang piala M6.
Mantap, amin semuanya. Dan hari ini akan menjadi penentuan siapa yang akan mengangkat piala untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14. Kita akan bersama-sama masuk ke dalam Grand Final, game penentuan. Game yang akan bisa menjadi satu gong untuk tim. Akankah Ayo Rrq Hoshi atau tim Liquid ID? Mari kita sambut bersama dengan panelis. Monggo. Mangga. Thank you Gugun.
Thank you Bude.
Thank you, Bude Clara Monster, as well as thank you, Gugun. It's so great to see him, come to the venue. He's now with MDL, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. So, I don't know, it's just the different generations of TLID making their way here. It's heartwarming, right? We have the Gugun era, we have the Facehugger era in the building. We also have the new era with Aaron Shiki, Weedy, as well as Fabian. So, very interesting. But welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. We're down to the final game in this best of 7. We're going to the 7th game, and it's so weird because season after season, it feels like there's like a common trend. Do you remember there was like this one season where all across the globe, it was a full 4-0?
Yes.
And now we're getting 4-3s, NACT, MPLVH.
Now MPL
Maybe MPLM1?
Hey, don't put the onus on us here. We don't know what's gonna happen there, man. We're the most entertaining region. We're not consistent with it.
But what's consistent is GoPay, right? GoPay has just been so consistent, especially for us gamers, because it's the go-to wallet for gamers with huge damage. You guys can grab diamonds while GoPay Games treats you with up to a 15,000 cash back. And you might wonder, what does that mean? It means that when you top up diamonds on GoPay Games, you'll get up to 15,000 of your balance back. Can you imagine that? It's the best place to top up for games with always fair as well as affordable prices. And payments are secure as well because you pay directly with GoPay, so you don't have to worry about that. All you need to do is top up directly at gopay.co.id/games and you get that 15k cashback.
You can also, hear me out, Gideon, now you can vote for your favorite team. Last chance, all right, in every MPL ID Season 14 match, of course, regular season, playoffs now, this is the final game. On the GoPay app and collect as many tokens as possible to win free prizes. From MLB skins, GoPay coins, gaming phones, and hear me out again, electric motorbike.
Dude, that's crazy, because another crucial resource for gamers is to make sure that your game runs smoothly by getting your mobile credit through the new GoPay app at cheap prices. Get 15k worth of credit only for 9,900. That is ridiculously cheap.
Value. Triple V.
Triple V. VVV. Also splitting bill with friends, all right? Very easy, very convenient because there's a feature, split bill feature. Just take a photo of the receipt and the GoPay will do it all for you.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Spill bills?
Spill Bill. Spill Bill.
Oh,
I know
goodness.
for a fact that Gonnie's gonna remember that next time.
I mean, I hope he does. I mean, that's a golden moment right there.
Split the bill.
Split the bill every single time.
Is it gold?
Yes, I did see that was a golden moment.
Golden moment. Interesting. That reminds me of UBS Gold and their current collaboration. Collaboration with MPL Season 14. You guys can check it out at ubslifestyle.com or the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce where, you know, there's the Benedetta Electro Katana and there's the Mythic Warrior. And the thing is, with every purchase of the limited edition, you guys have a chance to, you will get a free skin. Wow.
Here's the thing. Fnatic Onyx, they got 4 rings. Courtesy of UBS.
Are you gonna be the new M1? Are you gonna be the new Evil?
Hey.
Gideon, you know about this,
10,
right?
11,
I do.
13.
It's been a million years, and Evils are still bragging about their M1 trophy. I'm getting
not a million.
a little
it's not
bit
a million years though.
a little bit of that
There's
from
a
the
huge
Onyx fans.
difference
Look,
regarding the timeline of M1 and Season 13.
Yeah, well, if we're talking about like overall dominance, like how far are we going back here? It's just like, oh, we were MSC champions once, you know? You pull it even further. We won MSC champions twice, technically. You pull it even further back. I mean, yeah, you want a couple of MPLs, but at the end of the day, I think people need to understand that the next generation is here. They are here.
They landed.
They landed.
What's wrong with me saying they landed?
You're making them sound like babies come from pelicans. They just drop from the sky.
They don't.
Yes. Yes, as a
I watched it in a movie. That's not how it works.
as a Christian man.
That is But Gideon, you know, you've been here for quite some time. Have
Very
you got
long.
the chance to enjoy a Tropicana ice cream?
You mean the Tropicana double crunch?
Yes.
Double, not single, double.
Not single.
One tier. Just one tier. From all our single gamers out there. This is the only
It's
time.
okay. You have us.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, because Campina, of course, is the ice cream for gamers to boost your energy to not just mid-tier, to not just high-tier,
Nuh-uh.
to God-tier
God.
level. Caramel ice cream with double chocolate for double the crunch, and also you can feel the excitement of snacking on Tropicana Double Crunch while gaming. Grab yours now at the Campina booth.
Or, you know, I'll just grab one for you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Specifically for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it,
We
guys.
need to take care of our guests.
Yeah, of course. Remember, double the crunch.
God-tier level.
We gotta put the, what do you got to roll those
You know,
R's,
we
man?
need to release the tension.
Yeah. 3 to 3.
Phrasing.
Okay.
I mean, it is high stakes here right now. And the best, how I know it's high stakes, none of the audience members left. Usually between games, they go out, chill out, maybe get a drink, maybe get a Tropicana. Nobody moved. Everybody is waiting for this final game.
Wow, that's actually true. You guys get to see it, ladies and gentlemen. El Dorado Bandung. This is outside, by the way.
What the heck? I thought we were looking on the inside.
No, this is outside, Gideon.
They're sitting on the floor.
The free watch party that's outside, for those of them who weren't able to secure the tickets, like, you know, it was sold out so quickly. They're actually waiting outside, watching together. Oh, man.
There are no roofs over their heads. They are
Nope.
sitting outside in the wilderness, exposed to the elements to watch this game.
You're painting Bandung as like a really
It's not.
weird place.
No, it's just the situation that they're in right now.
That's true. It could rain at any time. But that's the enthusiasm. That's the commitment, ladies and gentlemen.
My God.
Okay, audience topic voting. Game 7 is the decider. How can RRQ become the MVP? Did Arashi write this? Excuse me? What is this? Huh?
What is this?
It's because they lost game 6.
Oh, okay.
It's because they lost game 6.
Sorry. Okay. Keeping it professional. Go all in and all out. 51%. Okay.
Nicely done.
Thank you, guys.
Majority rules.
That really helps.
It does. No, it does a lot because I think right now that's what a lot of teams experience. It's not about the tactical genius. You leave that up to your coach. You gotta perform right here, right now. Oh.
Yep.
Well.
RQ.
Wow. Is it really a surprise, though?
Nope.
The theme is first pick. I think it was only TL dropped the game when they were blue side.
Yeah, once in this
game
series.
3, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. They were trying to figure out this new strat that RRQ deployed against them, and I think now they've adapted to it. But now RRQ, it's their turn because they have the initiative to determine what's gonna come in that draft.
Boy, oh boy.
Ooh.
One last hurrah.
One last hurrah. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, for this trophy that you see on screen. Both of these teams have been fighting with their sweat, blood, and tears up until this point. We've had so many full series from the regular season, full best of threes, full best of fives, where we made it to the playoffs, and now, are you not entertained? A full best of 7 for the grand finals as we welcome the final drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, as RRQ begin with the fanny ban.
Alright, getting the standards out of the way. The chip is gonna get banned out here. I'm expecting Suyo to also end up in that ban list in this first phase. But keep in mind, Save the Lucas decided to get rid of both the Alpha and the Bane in the previous match, but he doesn't have that many slots this time round on red side.
That's the thing. RRQ keeping the pattern after game 1 as well. Hilda seems like the hero that Iran really is powerful with in this playoff. So yeah, RRQ sticking with the theme. Let's ban the Hilda out as expected. Suyo following next. TLID though, what will they ban for last?
Depends what do RRQ ban here.
Khalid.
Wait, they're willing to give up Cho. This is the first time where we might actually see Cho make it through the draft.
Is that a bait though?
I don't know, unless RRQ takes it first pick, because now in terms of like raw first picks, there's not too many good ones. You could, I mean, Cho is a super safe one, but even Phobius is a good counter to that too.
Matilda,
Phobius, Dyren.
Power,
Phobius.
Oh, I thought ban Dyren. I mean, I agree.
Get him at the ankle.
Oh
okay.
God. Okay.
TLID with the final ban, and now they have to make a decision. Oh, okay. They're gonna trade. Jushin being banned out here. RRQ, guys, there's a lot of picks available. Bane, Matilda, Phobius, Alpha, Yves, Joe.
Poor Witty.
I mean, the fact that they let Cho through, I think that RQ might, it's a good flex pick. It does pretty well. It does pretty well in the EXP, even against the Phobius. At least you have ways to mitigate his damage and poke. It can be flexed into the side, but they decide to go Matilda instead.
51% third if you compare it to the 5 regions of MPL.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's still a 50-50, right?
Yeah.
Because so far we've been seeing teams find a lot more success in the playoffs, specifically on blue side. Whereas we're seeing very similar numbers as well across the regions, but we're going back into the game here. This is important now. Joe and Angela for TLID.
Oh boy. Now Kescu has to answer the question, do I pick up Ling? Or do I just maybe go Bane, maybe just go pick up the Phobius plus the Bane? There's so many ways to actually answer this.
I think...
Oh, true, Bane.
Yeah, I mean, TLID, they're not going to use a flex card. Opening things up here, he has skill with the Angela, most likely. Alpha Faramis or Rins. Yeah, I mean, without the Jushin, Rins, you mentioned how the Faramis was clutch last game, and that this pick might be the game changer for RRQ.
It could just be it. This third pick, I'm thinking maybe a jungler here because it's going to get pinched in that second phase. We could look for another just big flex. At the same time, they could just lock in their mid laner, something with high AoE to stop Netherrealm.
I think Davian's role is too important.
Yeah.
No way.
It's going to be the Ling.
Yeah.
Angel Ling online again, ladies and gentlemen. Will this combination bring them their first trophy? Second phase, here we go.
Oh, dude, I can't. With the chance, it's making me nervous thinking about this draft, man.
Me too.
Oh my goodness.
I'm feeling it. Okay. We'll start with TLID. Into the second phase, what do we need to respect? Technically, the Irithel from Skylar.
Yeah.
The win rate has faltered in the face of Cho. So do they still want to ban that out? They don't. They go for the Phobius.
Yeah, Phobius is going to be necessary here. But I think now the real question, because Keskyut is already basically locked into the alpha.
Yeah.
At this point, there's not a lot of disengage. I would make an argument for wave clear could be a potential problem, but then again, Skylar can play Beatrix, right? But there's not a lot of catch. So it's a lot of healing, it's a lot of sustain. So where's that damage going to come from?
Guys?
Yes?
What about X-Borg for TLID?
X-Borg. TLID. EXP X-Borg.
I don't think so. I don't think so unless they see more tanks from the side of RRQ. Because even if you do throw him in,
there's the Matilda.
There's the Matilda, right? There's no escaping it.
Honestly, I was thinking,
they're kind of locked. I mean, TLID have definitely locked themselves into this comp because of the Angeling combo. I think now picking up a Beatrix for the side of TLD might be a pretty good idea. It's got a lot of a wave clear, it's got a lot of damage, and most importantly, it's got AoE abilities to deal with the Netherrealm.
Ooh, that's a good ban. That's a good ban by RRQ. You were talking about how everything is very set in stone in terms of the flex, so TLID, they need magic damage, right? If the Angela is placed into the mid lane, the Lunox served its purpose, as well as being very versatile in its lane, very hard to pick off.
Harith.
And so what do they go for? Harith.
Yes! Big one, big one. You see Lunox gone, you straight away pick up the Harith.
I mean, game 6, it was the other way around. RRQ banned out the Ruby and the Harith for that second phase. So now, after seeing Aaron Shika's impact, they're saying, you know what? Yeah, we don't want to deal with your Lunox. Harith, though, very value as well. I mean, Aaron Shiki can definitely rock it at RRQ. Exia Matilda. A combination what TLID did to Bigatron yesterday.
Gatot.
Gatot Kacha is still up and available.
I'm telling you, Gatot will be kind of insane here. I mean, then again, it really just depends on the performance of Edok in tandem with Skylar, because there's so many ways that you can play with the Guiding Wind, right? Open up with Ixia's ult, maybe even save his boy in the jungle whenever he dives too far. That's why I think that if TLID go for the Gatot, it might be good, but no. Instead, they're just gonna leave Cho in his own zone, and Terizla, just a hard way to maybe get a cancel, maybe force an ult from the Faramis.
Yeah, a very conventional way in dealing against an Alpha as well, during the neutral objective flicker. Penalty zone will be the answer. Will that hero be the hero that delivered them the crown?
For the first time in Aura plus TLID history, the crown. But remember, if RQ picked this up, it's been a while. It's been quite some time.
It has been. It really has been so far.
It might be the 5th time. So we're gonna throw it over to the casters for the final game. Boys, deliver it with brilliance.
Showdown for the silverware. One last game to ascend to the galaxies. Who will be the kings of the galaxy? Who will be the MPL ID Season 14 champions? It is Team Liquid ID against RRQ Hoshi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 7.
It has now come to this, the final game in the match. And we're seeing familiar picks and unfamiliar picks as well. Skylar on the Ixia with the war cry against an assassin. A bold move, a desperate time for Keskyut. We'll see how this plays out, man. The Cho in the hands of Witty will definitely be a big problem for the side of RRQ. We've seen it happen before. But along with that, the two Purifies, RRQ have a lot more safety built in, but Team Liquid ID will have the initiative.
They picked the Ixia and Matilda. Yesterday it was picked up by TLID, but now it's an RRQ. What are the differences for this pick against yesterday, Arashi?
Ooh, hang on a second. Good clear. Ooh, scary stuff. What's the difference? I feel like this time they're up against an assassin with a lot of mobility. Actually, they're up against a composition with a lot of mobility in general. Harith, Ling, Cho can actually use on 3 members because they know they require that extra bit of survivability. They're going to be playing on the back foot, trying to actually survive initially, but in the early game, they're going to try and use this Alpha Matilda combo as leverage. But look at Fabian.
Clear the wave as fast as possible, Witty. Shot 2 out. Having the blades onto Edok. That's a purify, but Fabian will be able to dodge away! The usurper!
This is not how they wanted it to go. Citizen saving the Spear of Alpha for the right moment, but Fabian able to dodge out of it. A great win already early on for Team Liquid ID. 2 kills, 1,000 gold ahead.
A game fact for the new application Go Pay, Fabian with his Ling in Game 6 became the second fastest farmer in MPL ID Season 14, reaching level 5 at 9 minutes and 6 seconds.
Penalty zone into the back line. Sutsujin still able to collect the retribution. The hard guard on Aran. Purple buff still being taken right now as Randisha is out a bit of damage, but another realm will be sustained over. That's in his welcome, and the flicker. Dyron finds the head skill.
A chop from Dyron locks down and sets in stone RRQ. They fight back.
Wow, interesting situation there. RRQ going straight for the... Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, barrage.
And a flicker, too. Witty, not level 4. Will have to respect Edok.
Right, what I was about to say is that they weren't level 4 yet. They're forced to fight pre-level 4, got the turtle that got them to level 4, and then they pushed the tempo and went straight for Team Liquid ID. It's like they knew the timers on Fabian getting his purple buff right there, knowing that he would most likely want to get that first before going into the fight. Now it's back to equal grounds, and Witty is level 4.
Fabian pull back. Sutsujin goes in for the Spear of Alpha, but Fabian is able to get the Finch Boys to escape.
Still, they dance with death, and Fabian likes that odds. And now, of course, Aran down bottom. It feels like he's not rotating as much as he was yesterday with the pick. What is he trying to achieve, Arashi?
Oh, hang on a second. Witty being chased down.
Dragged back as well, but there's no kill threat with just a Mathilda and a Paramis.
Not enough burst at all, but look at Rins now, a bit out of position. This is a threat. Oh, Ling, man. Sutsujin has been very generous with the Spear of Alpha. I don't know if he's conditioning Fabian to expect it, but wow, this is how it's going. And Skylar, that's the second time he's popped that ulti just to farm, just to make sure that he doesn't get stuck in a weird situation there, avoiding the lane technically.
Yeah, and they try to pressure the purple buff that is Fabian's, and Dyron is here as well.
Oh, Witty, there we go. It's going to be the kick down. Fabian, time of the blades, able to knock him out with the penalty zone as well. Another realm comes down, but Witty will lose his life. No, he's still getting Kundo on him.
Witty!
That's in his welcome, but they're all going to melt down as Ayo Rrq has rotated all the way from the gold lane. Fabian had the purple buff. He got it, and now he has slain Rins together with Ayo Rrq.
Witty bobbing and weaving, escaping death once more. 006. This Cho is a menace.
Just like that, again, 1,000 gold lead for Team Liquid ID. Now with the turtle, 1.5. Witty on the Cho, an absolute menace. Difficult to deal with, always around, just to be an absolute nuisance. RRQ, with all the prior picks that they have, this Alpha so far hasn't been able to find any success.
We'll take a look at the combo hero stat. 2 wins and 0 losses so far. The Mathilda and the Ixia was picked yesterday by Team Liquid ID when they took down Bigotron Alpha.
And it was first picked by Kesq. Not this season, it was last season with Bigotron Alpha, Ixia and Mathilda. This season it was them too, but did you remember if yesterday Ayo Rrq went for the war cry? Because I don't think it was war cry for Ayo yesterday.
I don't think it was either. This might be the idea might be to just get the war cry proc and then let everyone else do the job, right? Let Sutsujin maybe burst someone down and apply it from far away. It could be the synergy they're going for right here. But again, the problem still remains. RRQ can't really do much when it comes to engaging with the mobility from Team Liquid ID. The Mathilda can't get a good catch, and so can't the Paramis. It really is only in the hands of Dyron, which is why we see him go for these big flicker Daytona welcome play.
Dyron has to lock down the lane, right? Fabian, he will run rampant as he used to. And of course, this time around the Brats has huge responsibilities behind its back. Well, of course, Aran going to accompany that mid laner of TLID, but Witty, again, just ever so enthusiastically opens up the map like that.
Edok props the circle Eagle trying to get something, but look at this, Aaron. Ooh, almost cornered by Dyron, but look at the duel on the top side, man. Whoa!
2v1 on Sutsujin. With a spread 3 out, Sutsujin. Already uses Spear of Alpha. Fabian with a very ambitious dive. But it's on this one Alpha. They gotta respect the Alpha, man.
do. They have to. But Sutsujin is far away. Eternal though spawns, and Fabian as well. But Fabian can catch up with the Finch boys. RRQ though, they have control of the turtle pit and they advance further. Witty is just here to cover.
Ooh. Prince though, being really up front. Here comes Skylar. No guiding in for a while though. Is this the window? Oh, see Halbert first item.
Doji Kundo. Death's welcome over to him. Fabian will be able to get an opening right now. He will try to go for the jump on the Skylar within the realm. Placed on him. Sutsujin with his retreat battle. Comes the blaze in the midst of it all. Fabian escaping. No retreat on him, but RRQ decide to go for the mid lane instead of invading the jungle. Aran trying to clear the wave all alone. Goes for the hammer swings, knocked up, and Spear of Alpha over to him. Flicker out. Aaron now with the Zaman Force trying to save the turret from being taken. And he will be successful at that. He will stop RRQ from sieging the tier 1.
Really? Oh, whoa. Secure away. Yeah, guaranteeing the purple buff, but that might just cost them that mid turret. Great moves from RRQ, but what's fascinating is that how early that full barrage was popped earlier. Fabian almost seems caught off guard there, but then Rins moved backwards just to ensure that the Netherrealm actually reaches Skylar. And that could be the idea here, using that full barrage to really zone out the squishier members. If Fabian was on a tank, was on a fighter, he can kind of get into that danger zone and still go for the retreat. But now that he's on a lane, we've talked about this matchup before, an assassin against a marksman. If the lane can't really one-shot the marksman, the damage can't really be tanked up by something like a lynx.
Thinking about it, right? That turtle fight, it was about to jump towards Skylar, but Redoc, the great cover, just hides him. Fabian might look for this steal.
We got it!
He gets it!
Wow!
You thief in the night!
Crazy Fabian, Flavor Fave! Stealing it away from an Alpha. Now that's quite impressive. Sneaking his way. Like you said, realize a thief in the night.
Total blunder there.
Look at the pressure here immediately. Wins once more being the frontliner, feeling confident with the Purify. Fabian going for a split now, having the purple buff, but the bottom tower shall fall. So both teams kind of equal, but hang on a second, Aaron.
Popping the full barrage. Good turn from Aaron Shiki, respecting the full barrage potential. But that's a hard guard too. It's a big resource, man. 2 big resources.
Aaron Shiki hasn't been able to find much success with the Harith. This playoffs was overstanding a lot. Winning with the kick.
On to Skylar. There's no follow-up here, but there's no full barrage either. Aaron Shiki doesn't have his Mind Force, but will be able to dish out some damage. Now Rins,
backline.
The Purifier, and another round with dive. Fabian! Tap as a blade, Skylar fallen! Fabian! And now Edoc is next. Sutsujin in the midst of it all, trying to get some damage down. Winnie's still able to escape. Sutsujin goes in for a desperate Spear of Alpha, but gets caught by Flavor Fave. It's a triple kill for Fabian.
The castle walls crumbling down slowly. TLID. They charge even faster. Yes, Gil gets Dyren.
The Dino chased down by a Hezkill. Dyren will fall. They will not have control over the Lord. It will be TLIDs to take.
Dangerous preparation for RRQ. They sent Dyren to the top side. They know that Fabian was free to rotate around, but they don't respect the speed of the rotation. In the bottom lane, overextending, even with the guiding wind, even with the circling eagle, RRQ were just too far up, and they had nothing left to deal with Fabian. And you cannot do that. You have to ration everything perfectly to try and deal with the Cho, with the Link, even with the Harith to a degree. RRQ suffered the price. 4k gold behind. It's only the first Lord, but it's not looking that good. But they do have a very solid high ground.
And let's rewind a little bit, right? That fight down bottom. Vince popped the Netherrealm, but Skylar was out of range, so he had no cover behind that Netherrealm. And Fabi just dived into the backline, dived and ate Skylar alive. So this Ling will possibly be a problem again.
We were talking about this in the draft. How will you escape from the Ling? Assassinated before the Netherrealm even comes through. Around with the penalty zone. Fabian is going wild. And he dives under a turret. He will fall, but he is already bursting. He is already wasting resources away from the Kings.
Rex, Regum, Kaon shook again once more. TLID, they advance even further.
The Lord on the top side still. Team Liquid ID. 5k gold ahead. All things considered, Fabian actually gets taken out right there. It's a small victory if you look at the gold difference. Still managed to be held at that 4k mark. RRQ once more. Can they play this patient enough? even earlier with the Netherrealm, with everything used, they weren't able to actually survive long enough in the fight. And now Skylar once again is showing in the lane boldly, impudently.
Oh, this Ixiano, it becomes a very, very hard game to play once it scales into the late game. And look at Rrq, 3-item power spike. But hey, who says Onyx is not in the finals? Kyrie right there.
Yeah, with Buddy. Yeah, with the whole gang almost.
Happy birthday, bro.
Happy birthday, Buddy.
Buddy. And a fist bump as well right there, right?
Alright, 50 seconds though, Rrq. They've banked on this composition. The early game at least has not been kind to them. This mid game, in theory, is one of the strongest points for Team Liquid ID, and they're still, by all means, at a 4k gold lead only. So Rrq, they're trying to play it as slow as possible. And they're avoiding overextending too far, ensuring that Edok at least can still get some saves using the guiding wind. But that means that Team Liquid ID can farm even faster. They've reached level 15 though, especially Fabian. So at this point, any kind of farm advantage will be useful for an item swap, but it won't affect the overall power.
You know, of course, Fabian, he terrorizes the kingdom. Wow. Look at what they want to throw into just taking down the usurper. This guy, it feels like there is no room for error when he has his hands on the lane.
Ooh, we have to see what Skylar is building, man, because at this point, is he going to be forced to build a Wind of Nature? He needs something, because Fabian is bursting him down a bit too quickly. Maybe for this... Oh, hang on a minute. Okay. Ooh, Rrq. Look at Witty.
He's holding Skylar away, completely away from the team fight. Rrq don't know what to do. They are scattered by the cavalry. Their formation has been broken. And Fabian claims the Lord.
Impeccable work by the cavalry. Witty, for once, he was alone in the middle lane, but he got the job done, and they get a free Lord.
The orange buff taken by Skylar, actually? No Wind of Nature just yet. Rose Gold Meteor, actually, for Skylar. We'll have to say, Rrq, again, catching up. We're at the 14-minute mark, and generally, in 2 or 3 minutes, we'll truly be at the late game, where the goal difference will be impactful, but it won't really be game-changing. Rrq holding on for dear life right here, but are they being too greedy with this itemization? Will Mathilda alone, with the Faramis, be able to save the Ixia from the thrust, from the assassination attempts of the Usurper?
5 items for the Usurper. Fabian, this might be his stage to prove that he is nothing short of a brilliance. And now Rrq, they need to defend their base, but their high ground Arashi isn't any good.
It's pretty good with the full barrage, but again, it's not about the damage output from so far away. It's also how long can you defend? How can you stop the dive? Look at Witty.
No! From around Witty jumps into the Jikudo. Another realm to save them, to save the kingdom. Once and for all, Fabian with the big boys escaping away.
Crystal
will go for the base. The lead on it. The castle walls demolished. The road to glory denied. The kings have fallen. On the night of the revolution, on the night of fate, the cavalry do not buckle or yield when faced with the cruelty of the kings. They push, they scream, and they charge!
The revolution is complete. The cavalry, they occupy the castle. They break free from the subjugation of the kingdom. The kingdom is no more. Their nightmares conquered. Their road has never been easy. 11 seasons of failures. 11 seasons of torment. 11 seasons of what-ifs. But this season, a band of young stallions take charge. And for the first time in the organization's history, they have their hands on their first ever MPL ID trophy. Team Liquid ID are your MPL ID Season 14 champions.
It was close. It was competitive. Champion status.
They are your kings of the galaxy. a journey it has been. Agony, tension, heartbreak for the kingdom. But they stand tall. What a fight it has been for them.
A phenomenal performance from Liquid ID. A phenomenal run from Liquid ID. A team that started all the way in the bottom, 0-2 in the first week. A team that was already taken out of the playoffs, taken out of the season in the first week. Everybody thought it was over. They promoted 4 players from the MDL, 4 nobodies from the MDL. And the man you see on your screen, Ayo Rrq, in the 4th week of the regular season, he said in the comms, we're here to prove to everyone that we deserve to be here. And we surely deserve it. The champions of Indonesia, the first one in 2 years. We have a new champion, and it is Liquid ID.
Out of all the teams possible, out of all the challengers set to be able to take down the Sky Kings, Team Liquid ID, against everyone's expectations, especially before the regular season, have done it. And that's a great moment for them.
They were not able to beat Rrq, but still, our appreciations, salutations to the kingdom, of course, as they take their bows. What a grand finals it has been. But of course, for the cavalry, they were not able to topple down Rrq. But when they were hanging on a tight rope, they were able.
And once again, we'll have them charge to the middle of the stage to lift Kings, the team that made them bow to them. Ladies and gentlemen, your season 14 champions, Liquid ID!
What a journey. What a journey. They can finally say, they did it. They did it.
They certainly have. The rookies out of nowhere, man. Even in the drafting phase, people thought that it wasn't possible, that it couldn't be done. But look at them now.
The question becomes, how far is their ceiling? This is their freshman year in MPL, and they're able to clinch that silverware. How far will this team go? What are their limits?
The sky is the limit for this team. Next in their sights is the M6 World Championship. They must not be complacent. They must not be satisfied. But today,